The azure sky seemed like a gigantic blue emerald. The midsummer sun seemed like a huge fireball, hung on the top of this huge emerald using the sun's position. One could estimate it was around 3 p.m. Xi and Region's third high school. Ding ding ding. As the loud bell spread across the entire campus, the campus suddenly arose. With commotion and ruckus, each building poured with students, laughing in groups towards the school gate. Luo Feng brother, a thick voice said. This brother is one used in respect, not blood-related kind. Feng, someone's calling for you. In the midst of the group of students, a teenager who was holding a bookmark walked along with the students. He was wearing a regular blue sports uniform and was around 175 centimeters, and was a bit skinny at this time. He hesitantly turned his head. The person calling for him was a guy around 190 centimeters with tiger-like shoulders and a bear-like waist. His biceps were even more brawny and astonishing. You are Luo Feng hesitantly watched his approach, not recognizing who was in front of him. These two people, one sturdy and like a brown bear, while Luo Feng brother was like a regular person. And height. The difference was immensely large. However, this broad-shouldered, large-waisted guy seemed to display formality. He carefully looked at the Luo Feng brother. He admired. Looks like the rumors were right. Luo Feng brother is quite easy to talk to. Luo Feng brother, I have something that I need Luo Feng brother's help with. With what? Luo Feng laughed. While I was training my fists, I felt like there was something wrong when I punched. I was wondering if brother had any time to give me any pointers. The burly guy continued. According to the dojo teacher, with my strength, I should be able to release a punch that is over 50 in power. However, I can never reach that value at all. The burly guy looked expectantly at Luo Feng. Oh, I see. Luo Feng paused for a moment, nodding his head. Okay, this Friday during noon, find me at the dojo. Thank you, brother, the burly guy repeatedly thanked. Luo Feng laughed a bit and then left with his friends. Seeing that Luo Feng has left, the burly guy displayed his excitement. He clenched his fist, and as his biceps veins were bursting, excitedly shouted out, "Success!" Well, Luo Feng brother agreed that easily. A boy wearing a school uniform exclaimed. The rumors are indeed true. Luo Feng brother is easy to talk to and is a good person. The burly guy grinned. But that's not right. In our third high school, in the 5,000 students, only 3 are able to achieve the title of martial arts elite student. In those 3 students, the other 2 are Zhang Haobai and Lu Ting, but they are too prideful and aren't willing to use their time to guide us. The boy wearing the school uniform said doubtfully. But Luo Feng brother is this kind. Third is just the number of the high school, not their ranking or any of the sort. At this moment, around the entire world, in each country's region, virtually every high school student, while receiving a basic education, joins a martial arts dojo to unleash the power sleeping within every human. Xi and Region's third high school, with 3 grades and around 5,000 high school students, for the most part, are all beginners in the dojo. Only an extremely small amount are intermediate members, and only 3 can achieve the title of elite member. Seeing is believing. See that Luo Feng brother is different from the other 2. The burly guy curled his lips. Zhang Haobai and Lu Ting, their families are all filled with wealthy people ever since they were young, their families spent an enormous amount of money to raise and train them, which is why they are so strong now. However, Luo Feng is completely different from them. The boy wearing the school uniform nodded in agreement. I also heard that Luo Feng brother S has a regular background. He even lives in a low-rent house. Yes, for Luo Feng brother to get to where he is today was entirely out of bitter training, relying on his fists and feet to train, totally different from Zhang Haobai and Lu Ting. The burly guy clenched his fist and took a deep breath. My goal is Luo Feng brother, and before I graduate from college, within these 4 years, I will pass the dojo's test and achieve the rank of elite member. At this moment, the Luo Feng brother they are talking about is just following the stream of people headed towards the third gate with another boy in a sports uniform. Feng, when that big blockhead who was asking you for tips walked away, he was praising you. The boy wearing the sports uniform started laughing, praising what a great person you are and how you're so easy to talk to. Luo Feng laughed. What, you jealous, Wei Wen? Jealous of you? Wei Wen touched his nose and laughed. In your dreams I was sighing that the blockhead doesn't he even know Luo Feng? Brother S true sighed, but I remember in vivid detail that time on the dojo competition platform, the Luo Feng brother he praises fought 3 people consecutively, and those 3 high schoolers couldn't even climb back up again. Luo Feng laughed. Indeed, that match was his rise to fame. Luo Feng hit Wei Wen's shoulder. Let us go home now. Wei Wen's shoulder made an exaggerated shake. Feng, lighter, please with that. One hit, my shoulder is about to shatter. This again. Wei Wen is Luo Feng's great friend who has played with him ever since he was small. Even though they aren't brothers by blood, the feeling is close enough. Elementary, middle, high school. Looking back, these two do indeed share a deep bond. Wei Wen suddenly looks forward. Feng, look, it's the one you have a crush on. Luo Feng also looks, and only sees the ponytailed girl with jeans and a white polo t-shirt out of the entire crowd. Luo Feng's heart skips a beat. A name swept across his heart, Su Xian. Luo Feng's crush on Su Xian. Those who know of this secret are small in number. But good bro Wei Wen naturally knew ages ago. During his first year of high school, Luo Feng and Su Xian were in the same grade. The first time Luo Feng saw Su Xian, he felt like there was something bright in front of him. That said, during class time, with Luo Feng sitting in the back, for some reason, cannot control himself, he unknowingly looks towards Su Xian's back. Just looking silently. He is satisfied with just looking at Su Xian's back. Since the classes were scrambled again in the second year, he and Su Xian weren't in the same grade anymore. However, every time Luo Feng sees Su Xian, he cannot keep his eyes off her. There is only 1 month left until exams. Luo Feng whispered to himself, I had no courage and no time for romance in the past. In the final month, everyone is frantically reviewing, and Su Xian wants to better herself. How can she distract herself with romance? It is the same for me. I cannot lose focus, or I will regret it for the rest of my life. Whatever, this love, I'll just make it a memory. Romance is bitter. The flower hasn't even bloomed and yet has already withered. Luo Feng just wants to silently put all of this at the bottom of his heart. You had your chance to go after her now that there's only 1 month left. Wei Wen shakes his head. I'm afraid you'll never see her again in the future. it'll be too late to even regret. Wei when Luo Feng shakes his head stop without achieving the title of fighter. I will not distract myself with romance. Bro, you're quite cruel. Wei Wen raises his thumb. Fighter in our entire school of 5,000 people. Not one was able to achieve that rank. You dare say that if you don't achieve the rank of fighter, you won't distract yourself with romance. Cow, you. Cow. Luo Feng glances at a group of 5 in the crowd outside the gate. Zhang Haobai. In the group of students outside the gate, there are 5 people who are very eye-catching, whose leader is at least 180 centimeters, wearing a white t-shirt, white and long pants, and huge chest muscles. The 4 people surrounding him, whether it was brawniness or a scar on their face, were just as fearsome. And that white-shirt teenager in G and Section S 3rd High School is indeed one of the 3 with the title of elite. Zhang Haobai. Luo Feng snorted. Zhang Haobai. If you ask Zhang Haobai who he hates most in this entire high school, the answer will clearly be Luo Feng. Since 1 out of the 3 who have earned the title of elite is a girl. Just the 2 of those boys are elite title holders. Also, Zhang Haobai comes from a rich background while Luo Feng is just a regular person living in a cheap, rented home. In grades, Luo Feng is way ahead of Zhang Haobai. In strength, both Luo Feng and Zhang Haobai have earned the title of elite, but Luo Feng once challenged 3 high schoolers consecutively and beat them until they couldn't even get back up, and within these 3, one of them was Zhang Haobai. He even got a tooth beat out of him that time. And for conditions at home, clearly Zhang Haobai has the money. A good background, but comparing grades and strength, Luo Feng is far superior. In school, whenever someone compliments Zhang Haobai, someone would usually bring up Luo Feng to compare. Resentment. The resentment that Zhang Haobai holds toward Luo Feng is great. Let's go. Zhang Haobai licked his tooth, which had a faint sense of pain. That time he was beat until his mouth was full of blood and lost a tooth. This Zhang Haobai, ever since that time in the dojo, is much more well behaved after receiving a beating. He won't ever mess with you again. Wei Wen said towards Luo Feng as he watched the group of 5 get farther and farther. Zhang Haobai. Luo Feng has never concerned himself with such a person. I would rather deal with less than more, said Luo Feng as he walked home with Wei Wen. On the way home, drip, drip on the street. The car's horn sounded. As of now, all the cars use electric energy, so at least there will be no smell of gasoline on the street. Wei Wen, there is 1 more month until the exam. During this month, let us put forth our best effort. Luo Feng and Wei Wen walked on the street. At that dojo there, we can relax temporarily, do some restorative training every day, while mainly concentrating on culture studies. Our 12 years of work were for this exam. Yeah, 12 years of culture studies. This exam determines our fate. Wei Wen also sighed. Exams, just like an army of 10,000 horses crossing a wooden bridge. AKA pain in the neck. Yup, Luo Feng nodded. His home conditions aren't very good, even though he has the title of elite. No matter how poor his culture grade is, he can always get a job of elite bodyguard and easily earn a yearly salary of $20,000 to $30,000. However, will Luo Feng be satisfied with just a job of being a bodyguard? At this time, around 1,000 meters above Xi'an region, a large, black-crowned golden eagle was flying past the city. Its body was Around 20 meters long, like a huge fighter jet, the feathers of its body had a cold, metallic luster. The feathers on its head were a secluded black. Like a black crown, its huge talons were also golden. A pair of sharp, blue, glowing eyes looked down upon the human city, hiding a sliver of killing intent. Boom! The black-crowned golden eagle, who was already flying super fast, suddenly increased its speed exponentially, breaking through the sound barrier within a moment, reaching an appalling speed at the same time. An extremely high pitched sound erupted from within the mouth of the eagle. The frightening shockwave, which could be seen to the naked eye, spread rapidly downwards. At G and S region, South Zetian Road S intersection, Luo Feng was waiting for the red light with Wei Wen. Suddenly, an ear-piercing howl suddenly arose, but this was not quite so like thunder. Thunder's sound is great and deafening, but this sound was ear-piercing. Luo Feng felt a slight pain in his eardrums, with some wrinkles of uncomfort arising on his forehead. Many people on the street were already covering their ears. "That's the cry of a bird," said Luo Feng as looked up towards the sky. Surprised Luo Feng. Under the shock of the ear-piercing howl, a huge piece of glass in a skyscraper on the neighboring street let out a deep ka sound. Lots of glass cracked open, and dozens of glass fell from the high sky. Some smashed against the pedestrian path, or hit people, or even smashed against the lights on the street. Pai pung pipa crackling noises. There were bursting noises for a while, and one of the glass fell against a streetlight that was right next to Luo Feng. While Wei Wen rapidly stepped back 2 steps, dodging a piece of shattered glass. And one of the glass shattered against the ground and a piece was flying straight towards Luo Feng like a knife. Luo Feng saw out of the corner of his eye. However, there was no dodging. He just stood there calmly. In an instant, his right hand, like lightning, caught the piece of glass that was flying towards him. The piece of glass reflected Luo Feng's look. He tapped it twice and then randomly threw it like a hidden weapon. The piece of glass flew straight towards a faraway trash can and accurately went inside the opening. On the street, the cars that were affected at first quickly went back to normal, and the people on the street were having a discussion. Some unfortunate ones were injured, but most of them had no injury at all. What strength! Luo Feng looked towards the sky. So much power in just one howl. It must be been a powerful beast. Wei Wen, weren't you good with beasts? Do you know what kind of beast this is? Wei Wen squinted. A light of excitement was within in the slit of his eyes. Feng, there is a defense system 500 meters above this city. This beast was definitely flying above 500 meters. Even with such distance, its howl could still have so much power, and regular beasts wouldn't even dare howl above a human city with such strength and arrogance. And according to the sound, if I'm correct, this should be one of the terrifying black-crowned eagles, said Wei Wen solemnly. Black-crowned eagle. Luo Feng's eyes flashed. Of course he has heard of the infamous black-crowned eagle. The black-crowned eagle is ranked 3 out of the Diao species monsters. Wei Wen's eyes shined. A grown black-crowned eagle's body is around 21 meters in length. Its wingspan is around 36 meters, and its flight speed could reach up to 39 Mach, which is 39 times the speed of sound, using 340 ms as the speed of sound. That is 1,326 meters per second, which is 4,774 kilometers in an hour. Luo Feng knew that the black-crowned eagle was powerful, but once he heard the extreme speed of 1326 ms, he held his breath. 1 second, which is just one blink, and it's already 1,000 meters away. The black-crowned eagle's feathers are even harder than diamond. It probably is as tough as a third-grade Collet alloy, Wei Wen excitedly added. There are videos online. The black-crowned eagle has followed hordes and met armies. It has received fire from a 20mm fire god cannon. A fire god cannon could shoot 7,000 bullets per second. 7,000 bullets per second is a stream of bullets, and each bullet could pierce through a 50mm thick steel plate. However, even under the fire god cannon's barrage, the barrage couldn't even hit one feather off of the black-crowned eagle. After that, a mysterious martial artist, holding a Collet alloy battle knife, made a stream of light and cut the black-crowned eagle in half. Wei Wen passionately said. Luo Feng's heart was also beating faster. That video was spread around all over the place, so he has seen it too. The title of fighter, I will definitely achieve it someday. I want to become like that senior, able to hold a battle knife and cut open monsters. Like the black-crowned eagle and the powerful devil gorilla, Luo Feng thought to himself in his heart. Every teenager has this dream, so of course it is Luo Feng's dream too. Senior, like upperclassman, not old man. However, according to the internet, that mysterious powerful fighter who cut the black-crowned eagle in half is internationally in the top 100 a super fighter. Feng, what are you doing? We're already home, Wei Wen shouted. From this, Luo Feng emerged from his deep thought, looking at the sector made up of a lot of tube-shaped buildings. Small South Coast sector. The government built this small, cheap rental area, and Luo Feng has been living in this area for 18 years. The southern sector is primarily used as a cheap rental area. It's packed to its limits, and each of the apartments are like huge, square concrete poles and are built with no consideration to sun's exposure. Luo Feng's home is on the 32nd floor out of the 36 floors in a certain apartment. Feng, wanna go to the dojo tonight? Wei Wen says as he heads toward another apartment. I have to go out for some family education matters tonight. After that done, I might go to the dojo. Don't wait for me tonight. Luo Feng smiles and waves his hand and then flies up the staircase. Each of Luo Feng's step covering 4 stair steps. Like a speeding panther, Luo Feng reached the second story within 2 blinks. 3rd floor, 4th floor. Step. Even while sprinting, Luo Feng is still extremely flexible, having enough time to make way for other residents on the staircase. Feng, out of school. Yeah, Uncle Wang. Luo Feng's breathing pattern is not affected at all. As an elite member, this speed of climbing is no different from a relaxing walk. To the vast majority of the residents' opinions, no elevator was built in the building. If an elevator was built, then the residents' rental fee would be increased. As of now, to many of the residents, climbing up a few dozen stories is very easy. To them, building an elevator in the building is just a waste. Since electricity is expensive and the city's defense system is electric powered, the entire country needs electricity. 32nd floor. On the 32nd floor, there are 8 families, and Luo Feng's is one of them. Kacha holding the key, Luo Feng opens the door. Brother, is that you? A sound came within the home. Yup. Luo Feng closes the door. At a glance, Luo Feng's home consists of one room and 1 living room, the area being 36 ping. A ping is approximately 306 square meters. Ever since the beginning of his memory, he has lived here with his brother and parents, a family of 4, in this 36 ping place. Hua, what are you reading? Luo Feng heads toward the balcony. On the balcony, a skinny, sickly white teenager sits on a wheelchair, holding an English book. When Feng saw that, he laughed. Oh, is that Palazzi, the investing expert within the investing experts, isn't the stock god Bayfight? The most famous. Towards investments and stock, Luo Feng understands nothing. Bayfight isn't really suited for me also. Palazzi's theories and thoughts are closer to my own ideals, so I can learn more from them. The skinny teenager raised his head and let out a small smile. You continue reading. Luo Feng laughed. Inadvertently, Luo Feng glanced at his younger brother's legs and felt a pain in his heart. During his younger years, his younger brother's legs were crushed by a car. Everything below his thigh was crushed, which crippled him. As a cripple, he faces immense pressure under living in the current society. Even his education can only be taught through long-distance internet lessons. Since he hasn't been exposed to any sunlight for a long duration of time, his brother's face is a sickly white, as if he is sick. And he doesn't have many friends, since he is a bit introverted. Mom and Dad's salary aren't high, and they have to raise me and my brother. And my brother is even crippled. The burden on our family is too large, so we can only live in this cheap rental home. I have to change the destiny of our home. Luo Feng thinks to his heart. I have a crush on Su Xian. And yet I haven't made any moves. Haven't tried to start a relationship. According to the law, one can marry at 18 years old, so lots of people have relationships during high school and marry when they graduate. Those who haven't had relationships in high school are few within few. How come I don't have one? Because I don't have time to waste on romance. My family isn't rich, so I don't have an amazing teacher's guidance. I can only depend on myself for everything. Luo Feng's gaze lands on the living room's old sofa, which could also act as a bed. This many years, a family of 4, just in this house of 1 room and 1 living room. My brother and I are in the only room, while after all these years, my parents sleep on the living room's sofa. I will definitely let my family live in a huge house with an elevator. Let Dad and Mom sleep on a huge bed. Let my brother not have to struggle so much when going down the stairs. The house must have a huge window so the sunlight can completely shine through. These words have been repeated through Luo Feng's mind countless times, which is why he is so hardworking. So he became one of the 3 elite members in the 3 high school and is the only one out of the 3 who has an average family. The other 2 are extremely wealthy. Hua hua from the faucet's unending stream, it filled up the electric kettle very quickly. Chi plugging in the electric kettle, Luo Feng sat on the sofa with a history textbook in home, continuously memorizing the important parts of the book. Suddenly, the kettle's water has boiled. Luo Feng puts down his book and pours the water into an insulating bottle. He also poured it into a large plastic cup and placed it on the table. AD 2026, the Battle of Hongzhe happened in the Hongzhe Lake. Year 2026. Luo Feng memorized historical events one by one out of his regular Education. Luo Feng is best at math, however, he is most interested in history because every time he sees the 21st century as history, he feels uneasy. This is the history of human reformation. Luo Feng walks towards his brother. Yes, brother, younger brother Luo Hua puts down the book in his hands. I have highlighted the 139 important parts in this book. Quiz me a bit, Luo. Feng hands the history textbook in his hand. Luo Hua listened and laughed. Sure, I rarely get the chance to quiz you, brother. Listen up, I'm going to give a question. If you get it wrong, it would be embarrassing. Ask away. Luo Feng laughs, sitting on the couch. There was one man who slayed the tiger-head dragon and saved hundreds of thousands of people, which let thousands of them successfully transfer to the Jiangnan base. Who is the hero? From where? How old was he when he died? What exact date did this happen? Luo Hua asked as he flipped through the book. The hero was Dong Nan Bao, who was granted a 4-star hero medal by the country. He is Yuan Jiang Su Jin. He died when he was 39 years old. This happened should be AD 2018. Luo Feng raised his eyebrows. Luo Hua continued asking, the exact date is AD 2018, what month, what day? I think it was. Luo Feng said hesitantly, June 18th. Haha, you got the first question wrong. Luo Hua shook his head. Dong Nan Bao is indeed from Yuan Jiang Su Jin and died when he was 39 years old. However, this happened on AD 2018, June 16th. Ah. Luo Feng hit his head and laughed bitterly. I get 16 and 18 mixed up all the time. Continue asking. Okay, listen carefully. Second question. Luo Hua was clearly excited. AD 2013 in. The two brothers asked and answered, and time flew by quickly. I already asked half the questions in this book. I asked 68 questions, and you got 63 right and 5 wrong. Luo Hua raised his head and looked at the clock hanging on the wall. Dad and Mom are going to be back soon. I'll ask you one last question and ask you the other half some other time. Last question. Okay, ask away. Luo Feng's concentration increased. This question is very basic. Review the important events of the Denya Pan period. Asked Luo Hua. Denya Pan's Pan character was slightly different, but this basically means Nirvana, Grand Nirvana, or at least hints at it. I will call it the Grand Nirvana period from now on. Luo Hua had a serious expression, for the Grand Nirvana period was the most important part of the history of human reformation. In the beginning of the 21st century, the entire world continued to have several virus outbreaks. AD 2003 was SARS, 2009 was H1N1, and 2013, finally the even more horrifying R-type virus broke out. As the R-type virus spread, it mutated into around 20 different kinds, which made it even more challenging for antivirals to fight against. As a result, all of the countries of the world had many deaths. As the medical department advanced, the virus got under control. However, on AD 2015 January, the R virus mutated into its most horrifying mutation. The one which became known was the RR virus. In the past, many R virus mutations were spread through body fluids, some which could be spread through water. However, its lifespan in water is very short. On the other hand, this RR virus could go through body fluid, go through water, and even worse, it could even go through air with a lifespan of up to 3 hours in the air. Right when the RR disease appeared, it rapidly spread around the world. All forms of life, as long as they needed to breathe, whether human or flying beasts, were infected. By the time humans found the existence of the RR disease, it was already too late. After the infection of the RR disease, the death rate was reaching 30 in a matter of those 3 months, excluding the mass deaths of animals. The population of the world dropped by nearly 2 billion. The survivors neared 5 billion, whom all have a natural resistance against the disease. During these nightmarish 3 months, the whole planet experienced excruciating pain. During this process, the 5 billion survivors realized that their bodies have strengthened virtually everyone's power, speed, rate of cell division, and skin toughness have at least doubled. Even an average man could easily surpass the previous world champion in running and weightlifting. And then disaster started. The humans who have lived so comfortably have strengthened so much. The beasts who have survived the RR disease have went through even harsher conditions in their transformations. Their strength has raised, surprisingly, far beyond humans, and some of these horrifying beasts got even smarter. September 2015, starting from the attack of the plethora of organisms in the sea, countless of beast-transformed animals started attacking human settlements. Blood, madness. In the war between human and beast, the humans have realized that their explosive weapons that they were so proud of only worked on the lower grade beasts. The stronger flying and crawling beasts had no fear towards the cannons. The bullets couldn't even scratch their armor. Homing missiles are easily dodged by speedy, quick-reacting beasts. Even when humans used nuclear attacks, they shockingly found out the defense capability of the monsters were too great. Only those within the blast radius of the bomb died. The monsters in the surrounding area weren't killed. The power of the bomb wasn't as strong as the humans thought it would be. Even though it killed a horde of monsters, the radiation from the bomb gave birth to even more horrifying monsters. The most famous and horrifying monster of that year was the Crimson Sky Wolf, which could fly and massacred hundreds of thousands of people. It was at this time people realized radiation could actually mutate the monsters. Although horrifying monsters appeared, powerful warriors also sprung out from the human side. The Crimson Sky Wolf was defeated by a super-powerful warrior who could also fly, ranked number 2 internationally, Thunder Lord. These warriors saved a large amount of normal civilians in a crucial time. They assisted the army in fighting off the horde of monsters. During this time, many epic stories came about. Human scientist Kuluo Disana used materials from the corpses of monsters, along with a metal called blue gold found on the moon, to make a metal alloy even harder than diamond. The Kuluo alloy, given these powerful weapons that could cut through the monster's armor, the powerful warriors didn't have to rely on just their bare hands anymore. This portion of history was very clear in Luo Feng's mind. During the war, a large portion of the city was destroyed. In the Wuhuaxia continent, countries were hastily building 6 major bases to transfer the huge population to. For the warriors, my country and India have the largest amount for technology. The United States, European Union, and Russia were leaders. Since the number of monsters in the sea are immeasurable, all of the island countries were destroyed. Even now, the sea is the monsters' territory. In the war between humanity and monsters, the only countries that are capable of defending themselves are India, the United States, the European Union, Russia, and my country. The rest of the countries were destroyed a long time ago. In the critical moment, the United Earth Federation was formed, with the 5 countries as its nucleus, the United Forces of the United Earth. Federation helped create many human bases all around the world. Luo Feng marveled. A war that lasted 5.5 years, the most horrifying war in this war. Deaths totaled to nearly 10 billion. Only the system maintained by the 5 countries stayed intact, the rest of the country's survivors mixed together in various human bases. Until now. On land, the humans maintained the advantage, but the countless monsters in the sea maintained their control over the sea. From 2013 to 2021, in these 8 years, was the Grand Nirvana period of human history. Luo Feng sat on the couch. Dong 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 dong. The clock's sound echoed within the house. The clock on the wall rang 5 times, which signals that it's currently 5 p.m. The Grand Nirvana period. Luo Hua marveled. Brother, truthfully, I can't really wrap my head around what the world was like before the Grand Nirvana period. There were over 200 countries, so how many people were there? Only 7 billion. Some countries would be in grave danger. Just one powerful beast would be able to wipe an entire country off the map. Luo Feng nodded, which is why the whole world is comprised of 5 powerful countries and 23 cities. On the entire planet, there were 5 countries in total: China, India, the United States of America, the European Union, and Russia. Locations such as South America and Africa made up the 23 cities, or bases. China had 6 human bases, which are the present's 6 major cities. Luo Feng's home was Xi'an Region's Yangzhou City, one of the 8 parts of Jiangnan City. The entire population of Jiangnan City neared 200 million. Yangzhou City of Jiangnan City Xi'an Region had over 1 million people. Jiangnan City base used to be comprised of Yuan Jiang Su. Of course, there were also Yuan and Wei. These are different kinds of ethnic groups. So long ago. Luo Hua looked towards the clock hanging on the wall. Right now, it's 2056. The Grand Nirvana period is already more than 30 years into the past. In our society, virtually everyone has to go train in a dojo. Our society is much stronger than it was 30 years ago. Luo Feng nodded. In 30 years, there definitely was a major increase in powerful warriors, along with a steady progression in technology. However, many terrifying monsters have also been born. Ka. The door was opened and a middle-aged couple walked in. The man's shirt was drenched in sweat and had some paint stains. It was clear he was very tired. The woman, holding a basket containing vegetables and meat, wasn't very tall. Dad, Mom. Luo Feng immediately rose. They are his parents. Father Luo Honghua, Mother Gong Xianlan. Haha, Feng, keep reading, don't bother with me. Luo Honghua laughed. Since his son has exams soon, studying is of utmost importance in Luo Honghua's eyes. Luo Honghua lowered his head and saw a large plastic bottle of tap water. The fact that there was always water ready for him every time he returned warmed his heart. After working all day, he would take this bottle and drink the entire thing in one gulp, letting out a satisfied breath of air. Hurry up and go take a shower, you reek of sweat. Gong Xianlan laughed. Haha. Luo Honghua laughed and immediately went to get a change of clothes. Headed towards the small corner that served the family for many years as a bathroom. Gong Xianlan laughed and looked at her 2 sons. Feng, Hua, today Mom is going to make roasted meat. Roasted meat is my favorite. Luo Hua yelled right away. Luo Feng also laughed as he watched his mother put on her apron and prepare to cook dinner. Luo Feng was clear. Mom always went grocery shopping in the Evening after her work, since the price for the groceries are much cheaper. Then the mornings, however, the groceries wouldn't be as fresh by then. Luo Feng then glanced at the bathroom, thinking, I must hurry and get the title of fighter so mom wouldn't have to go grocery shopping during the evening and dad wouldn't have to go work so much. In his heart, Luo Feng has always wished for his parents to be able to take a break and enjoy the sunlight and good food in peace. Feng Luo Hongguo walked towards Luo Feng after finishing his shower. Dad has something to tell you. What? Luo Feng looked at his father. Luo Feng laughed a bit. It's like this, Feng, I never asked you what your plans you had for after high school graduation. Could you tell me? Luo Hong Guo rarely talked about these kinds of matters with his son because he didn't want to pressure him. He knew that his son worked very hard and has performed very well. Right when Luo Hongguo said this, Gong Xian Lan's cooking movements started to slow down a bit. Luo Feng's parents really cared for their son's future. Dad, I was thinking like this. Luo Feng added, according to my grades, I'm sure that getting into Jiang Nan's #1 military academy wouldn't be difficult now that I have earned the dojo's elite title. I would be raised as an officer in the military academy. Mom and Dad can enter into the family section of the military. There were also different tiers in the military. China, of course, recruited soldiers. However, regular soldiers didn't receive much. However, for a young man holding the title of elite and getting into Jiangnan's #1 military academy would have intellect and strength. The country would surely focus on such people and give their families a home. For the family of an officer, the conditions would be tens of hundreds of times better than this cheap, rented home. Then what if you can't get in that #1 military academy? Luo Hongguo said, Feng, don't give yourself too much pressure. There are 2 main military academies in Jiangnan City. If anything goes wrong in your exams, and you are unable to get into the best academy, there is absolutely no problem with going to the second one. Luo Feng clearly understood his grades normally. He can score around 50 points higher than the average bachelor. For the second military academy, he only has to reach the average. In the tests today, there are only 2 types, bachelors and specialists. There is also only one dividing line. Those above that line are bachelors, and those below are specialists. In the second military academy, having the title of elite, I would also be nurtured as an officer. There wouldn't be too much of a difference in treatment. Luo Feng laughed. To become a bachelor, only 2 out of 10 people could do it. However, for a high school student, only 1 out of 1,000 people could achieve the title of elite. Yup, if you got the confidence, then that's great. However, Feng, don't give yourself too much pressure. Me and your mom just need a stable life, that's all. Luo Hongguo nodded his head slightly. This kid just gives himself too much pressure. Not at all. Luo Feng laughed. I don't really have much pressure. Since I'm young, I just have a bit more energy and motivation. Luo Feng says that out loud, but in his heart, Mom, Dad, brother, after my exams, you will soon be able to enjoy a good life. After I achieve the rank of fighter, you guys won't have to live so bitterly. Hurry and get the bowls and chopsticks and move the dishes onto the table. Dinner is ready. Gong Xian Lan laughed and urged. Luo Hongguo laughed and stood up to get the bowls and chopsticks. The vegetables smell great. Luo Feng sniffed the pot and helped carry the dishes. I smell the smell of roasted meat. Ye Luohua shouted excitedly and moved his wheelchair towards the table. A family of 4, enjoying their time. After dinner, Luo Feng's mom and dad brought Luo Hua to walk outside while Luo Feng went to tutor. Around 6 p.m., the sky was already about to become completely dark. This tutoring job will have to be on hold soon. Luo Feng was like a leopard, flexibly moving through the alleys. There was a dead end in front, but Luo Feng's entire body flew in the air. He jumped over 2 meters high, lightly tapping the top of the wall with his left hand, and fell into the next alley. Sprinting was his warm-up before tutoring. At this time, Luo Feng's speed was 15 meters per second, or 54 kilometers an hour, which wasn't even his top speed. However, it was able to serve its purpose as warm-up. Light panting. 1 more month until exams, and then I will be able to put tutoring on hold. I earned $20,000 during this half year of tutoring. Having the title of elite, it was easy for him to find a tutoring job, teaching someone the basics. The salary was $100 per hour. For 5 days a week, he taught for 1 hour a day. In other words, his monthly salary would be around $2,000. Dad works hard all day and only earns around $2,000–3,000 a month. I just tutor for an hour and earn so much more than him. This is the difference between a normal person and someone with a title. If I am able to become a fighter, then the difference would be shocking. Luo Feng looked ahead of him and saw a cargo truck blocking the road. However, Luo Feng didn't slow down at all. He suddenly jumped up to a height of 2–3 meters high and then ran 2 steps on the side of the wall. He then dropped back down and continued running forwards. After that, Luo Feng has already ran to the outer part of a quiet residential area. Here's where mom and dad should be living. Luo Feng stopped and eyed the area in front of him. The density of the homes in the area was lower, and there were man-made pools. There were tons of foliage, and every floor of each building had its own garden, even the higher floors. Other than the tall residential homes, there were also villas. Know that as of now, there are a total of 6 major bases in China, which are the 6 major cities. Each city has an astonishingly large population. For example, Jiangnan City's population is nearly 200 million. Naturally, there is very little land. Things like villas are very rare and expensive. The large mansions that take up even more space cost an enormous amount of money. I'm going to 1801 of the 18th building, said Luo Feng to the guardsman outside the area. Wait a moment. The guardsman pressed a video telephone number and shot the camera at Luo Feng. A voice from the video telephone said, "It's Feng, let him in." "All right, sir." The guardsman let him in. 1 hour later, Feng walked out the area. "Yup, done with tutoring. Now I'll go to the dojo and see if there has been any increase in my strength." The Dojo of Limits, the largest dojo on Earth, created by the strongest fighter Hong. There are dojos scattered all around the world. Luo Feng entered the dojo after scanning his student identification card at the door. One Dojo of Limits is like an entrenched gigantic monster. The area it covers is even larger than a high school. The main gate of the dojo is big enough to let 10 cars in. Inside the dojo, there were 3 large silver white structures with an airship-like style. "Brother." "Greetings, brother." On the lawn of the interior of the dojo were large amounts of dojo members. These members saw Luo Feng's elite identification on his chest and respected him. Inside the dojo, the three structures were separated by level 1 for the beginner members, 1 for the intermediate members, and 1 for the elite members. The elite member building's first and second floors are large teaching halls, large enough to hold a few thousand people the teachers of the dojo taught in. This hall, there were around 30–40,000 members of this particular dojo. You can only become a member of the dojo starting from the age of 16. After the age of 30, you are prohibited from coming back to the dojo, since you will be wasting valuable teaching resources. There were a couple hundred elite students, most being around 20 years old. However, Luo Feng was only 18. Greetings, brother. Luo Feng walked along as he heard people greet him. He entered the third floor of the elite building, which only elite members could enter. The third floor was a couple hundred meters long and wide, a large training center. At this time, there were a couple dozen people. Crazy. Not the mad kind of crazy, this is just a nickname incorporating the Feng of Luo Feng. Crazy Feng Z. Hey, come crazy. As he entered the large training center, all of the elite members warmly greeted him. Brother Wang, Brother Yang, sisterly Luo Feng happily shouted back as he looked at these people. His heart warmed. These few dozen people were all over 20 years of age, of course. The elite members of the dojo of limits of Xi and section weren't just these people. In total, there were over 100 of them, but most of them were too lazy to come since there isn't a teacher to teach. The only people who would come to the training center are those who are poor and without anywhere else to train. The rich people all have their own individual training center. So, almost all of these people live in cheap rental homes. Since they are all categorized as poor people, they naturally formed a clique. Luo Feng's nickname of Crazy came from the time when he consecutively challenged and defeated 3 rich elite members out of anger. I wonder how much my strength improved from the last half-month of training. Luo Feng walked towards the fist strength tester machine at the corner of the training hall, where there were 2 of them side by side. Whether you were a beginner, intermediate, or an elite member, you had to test the strength of your punch. Even the test to become a fighter has strength tests. All strength tests refer to fist strength. Luo Feng took in a deep breath and completely relaxed his body. Suddenly, his gaze concentrated, his body tensed, like a lazy lion getting ready for action. His spine tensed like a bowstring, his feet supported his waist, which strengthened Luo Feng's right fist. His punch was like a cannonball, shooting across an arc. Doi. Luo Feng's fist smashed against the machine. The machine shook violently. Soon enough, a number appeared on the machine's screen: 809 kilograms. Not bad. Crazy got past the 800 kilograms milestone. A man with a height taller than 19 meters, who was a bit lean yet buff, laughed and clapped. This buff man had a savage scar on his face. Brother Yang, Luo Feng laughed. When compared to you, this is nothing. Brother Yang, could you help me turn on the speed tester machine? Brother Yang, named Yang Wu, is currently ranked top 3 within the elite members in the dojo of limits. If it wasn't for his speed, he would have cleared the fighter preliminary exams a long time ago. For an elite member to become a fighter, he has to pass 2 exams. The first exam is the fighter fitness exam, or the prospective fighter exam. Once you pass that, you have proved that your fitness level has reached the standard of a fighter. At this time, you have become a prospective fighter. The second exam is a fighter combat exam. Just having the body fitness doesn't grant you the privilege of becoming a fighter. Only by defeating an actual monster in an actual fight will you be able to achieve the title of fighter. Testing speed. Alright. Yang Wu laughed as he walked towards the machine and turned it on. Ka. The machine turned on and lighted up. Luo Feng adjusted his breathing and stood on the track, which was 60 meters long. Close to the speed testing machine was a speed testing region. Luo Feng exploded forwards. Whoosh! In a blink of an eye, Luo Feng has accelerated to his maximum speed. His feet pedaled with strength, increasing his sprinting power. His body was like an arrow leaving a bow and flying across the runway, bringing along with him a gust of wind. Luo Feng flew past the speed testing region. After that, he naturally slowed down and stopped. How fast! Luo Feng laughed as he walked towards the machine. Heh, crazy, looks like you improved a bit since last time. Not bad, not bad. Brother Yang, with a face of astonishment, looked at the number displayed on the speed testing machine. Come look for yourself. Luo Feng looked over to the machine and the number displayed was 23.8 ms. Not bad. Luo Feng wasn't that happy though, since there were 3 parts to the fighter fitness exam, or the prospective fighter exam: strength, speed, and reaction. Speed. For reaction speed, Luo Feng was naturally gifted and has barely reached the level that a fighter requires. However, in the prospective fighter exam, the passing mark for strength is 900 kilograms. For speed, the passing mark is 25 ms, or 100 meters every 4 seconds. The stronger you get, the harder it is to improve. Luo Feng contemplated. For me to raise my speed from 23.8 ms to 25 ms would probably take around 1 year. For my strength to improve from 809 kilograms to 900 kilograms would probably take even longer. I would probably have to wait until after I get into college to achieve the title of fighter. If I enter a coma again, my body fitness level might reach what a fighter requires. Of course, this kind of coma isn't one you enter when someone beats you unconscious, but when you enter one from an extremely painful headache. Luo Feng has a headache disorder. Every so often Luo Feng gets a headache. However, he is usually able to bear with the pain until it passes. Occasionally, it would hurt so much that he would enter a coma. Luo Feng has entered a coma twice so far. When Luo Feng was 8 years old and his brother's legs were crushed by a car, he was so sad that he got a headache. At the same time, his heartbeat started to rapidly rise and his blood circulation speed rose to an alarming rate. Soon after he felt like his heart was about to beat out of his chest, he entered a coma. Another time was when Luo Feng was 12 years old and his mother was hospitalized. Afraid of losing his mother, Luo Feng panicked and got an extremely painful headache. Like before, his heartbeat rapidly rose and he entered a coma. After 2 comas, Luo Feng's family frequently brought him to the hospital for checkups. However, no illness was identified. Even in this age, the brain is still a mystery to medicine. However, the 2 comas have increased my body strength by many times. Luo Feng anticipated 8 years old, 12 years old, after I woke up from the comas. My strength, speed, and reaction speed clearly improved. Because of this, I was able to skip right past the intermediate exam in the dojo and achieve the intermediate title. Thanks to my genes, I was able to achieve the elite title at the age of 17. If I enter a coma again, I bet my strength would increase even more. A coma is actually a symptom caused by your body to protect itself, so it isn't entirely a bad thing. My head would hurt until its limit and my heartbeat would speed up until its limit. Luo Feng lowered his head and looked at the watch on his wrist. This watch had a pulse meter function. Even after sprinting like crazy, my heartbeat wouldn't go above 120 times a minute. Luo Feng watched his watch. If I can reach a rate of 200 times a minute, then that would be great. The premonitions of a coma is an extremely bad headache and a super high pulse. However, no matter how hard he exercised, he couldn't get his heartbeat to the rate which a coma would require. Within the dojo training hall, scar-faced Yang Wu stood in front of the fist strength tester machine. However, he didn't seem very serious. He simply punched the tester a few times with both hands. A repeated pung 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 sounded as he punched the machine. Soon after that, a few numbers were displayed on the screen: 956 kilograms, 912 kilograms, 936 kilograms, 981 kilograms. Yang Wu punched a couple dozen times in one breath before stopping. Luo Feng, who was watching on the sidelines, couldn't help but admire his full power. Could only amount to 809 kilograms, but Brother Yang could unleash a flurry of fists with such power for all of them to just pass the 700 kilograms mark would already be plenty. Brother Yang, if only one of my full power punches could be as strong as one of your random ones, then that would be great. Luo Feng laughed. Yang Wu walked towards Luo Feng and laughed as he hit him on the shoulder. You're only 19 this year, or 18 right now. When I was your age, I was only an intermediate member. With the rate at which you're improving, you would achieve the body fitness level required for the rank of fighter within 2 years for sure. Ha, a 20-year-old fighter, how envious. Luo Feng laughed. The dojo only recruited students from age 16 to 30 because this is the period where one grows the fastest. This means that a person could enter the rankings more quickly and lead to even greater strength in the future. Luo Feng became an elite member at the age of 17, which many admired. Oh yeah, crazy, you got high school exams right. What are you gonna do after them? Yang Wu laughed. I will have to prepare for military academy. Luo Feng let out a small laugh. The average person becomes a basic level officer in the normal army. However, I should be able to get into the special forces after graduation without a problem. Oh. Yang Wu listened and curled his lip. Entering a military academy is good, but I feel like your freedom is limited there. After you graduate from the academy and enter the special forces, you'll have to follow all of the rules. I would never be able to handle that. Better for me to become a free fighter. A free fighter is great. Luo Feng nodded, but I wouldn't want my parents to worry. It is much safer to enroll in an academy, graduate, and then join the army than to become a free fighter. A fighter usually has 4 paths they can choose from. The first path: join the army and become a part of it. It's safer, and the country wouldn't easily let the fighter take risks. The country would also give the fighter's family many benefits, so the fighter would have no regrets. The second path: join a dojo. The restrictions of a dojo are broader, and the community is more loose, since the dojo of limits was created by the strongest man on earth, Hong. There are quite a few benefits in becoming a fighter in that dojo. Since the administration isn't as strict, there is more freedom too. The third path: join a large business, some family, or some major political power, and become a thug. The fourth path, join the mercenary corps, which would endanger your life all the time. At the same time, it grants the most freedom out of all four paths. TL note: a free fighter doesn't pertain to any of the above paths. Entering the army is safe, but I wouldn't want to live my days without any freedom. Yang Wu nodded. This year, I think I can pass the prospective fighter exam. After I pass, I'll immediately sign up for the fighter combat exam and work hard to become a fighter. Luo Feng's eyes flashed. Brother Yang, you're confident that you can pass the prospective fighter exam? Haha. Yang Wu laughed. I have reached the requirements for strength and reaction speed a long time ago. My weak point is speed. However, if I do well, I can barely reach 25 ms. I'll work hard these few days, and I should be able to pass the exam by the time I take it. Congratulations, Brother Yang. Luo Feng was happy for Brother Yang, since he worked so hard to become a fighter for so many years. Brother Yang, what will you do after you become a fighter? Of course I'd join the dojo of limits. Brother Yang laughed. The dojo of limits has a very loose system and is scattered all around the world. Many previous fighters improved themselves in these dojos. Also, when I feel like taking a break, I can go out and kill some monsters, quite free if you ask me. Luo Feng nodded. Crazy? Yang Wu looked at Luo Feng. You're quite crazy inside your bones. I'm pretty sure that you are very suited to walk the path of a free fighter. Join a dojo. How free is that? And the dojo of limits would help us out a lot. Luo Feng hesitated. Yang Wu saw what was happening, shook his head, and laughed. Crazy, free fighters frequently fight for their lives and train on the border between life and death. It's a bit more dangerous, but at the same time, because you are constantly fighting for your life, it's the fastest way to increase your strength. You see, no matter where, most of the strongest fighters are all free fighters. Night time, the street lights shine. As Luo Feng leaves the dojo of limits, he reflects on his conversation with Yang Wu as he walks alone. There are actually only two paths that suit me, Luo Feng thought to himself. One is to enroll in the military academy, graduate, and then join the special forces. Next is to become a famous fighter in the dojo of limits and then kill monsters freely. The safest out of these two paths is to enter the army. It's safer and benefits my family. Even if I die, the country would take good care of my loved ones. Becoming a free fighter and living on the border between life and death would increase my strength the fastest. I can exchange the monsters I kill for a huge sum of money. This path dangerous, rapid increase in skill, quick money, free, but the only drawback is the danger. Luo Feng contemplated. In fact, he has been thinking about this ever since he started his senior year of high school. My parents have 2 sons in total, and my younger brother is already handicapped. If I become a free fighter and die in battle, how will my parents survive? Luo Huan needs someone to take care of him. Mom and Dad are already quite old. If I die, what will happen to them? Guess I'll enroll in a military academy. After I join the special forces, I'll be able to learn militaristic martial arts which, combined with my ultimate martial arts from the dojo of limits, should increase my strength in the army. I can also train myself. Even if I die, I'll die as a fighter, so my country would give my parents pension every month. After thinking about his parents, Luo Feng decided to pick the military academy. However, not just anybody can enter a military academy. Your grades have to meet the Standard, so everything depends on Jun's exams. 1 month before the exams, Luo Feng put almost all of his concentration into reviewing as he took his practice exams. His confidence started increasing. I easily have a 90 chance of getting into Jiangnan's #1 military academy. This was what Luo Feng thought. June 7th marks the beginning of exams. China's exams go from June 7th-9th, which is the same time duration as before the Grand Nirvana period. Xi and Regent's first high school. According to the rules, all of the exams will take place in this high school. Good luck, my daughter. No worries, Dad. Sweetie, don't pressure yourself too much. Outside of the high school's gates was a huge, dense mob made up of high school exam takers, and their parents. Also standing outside the gates was a row of police holding real, loaded guns. Feng, be at ease as you take the exam even if you don't get into the top military academy. The runner-up is just as fine, so relax. Luo Honghua looked at his son and laughed. Okay, Luo Feng smiled and nodded his head. Drip drip followed a loud car. The car was completely black and had the aura of an aristocrat. It was the newest sprinting S600 foot and had many police vehicles guarding it. As it approached the gate, the surrounding people made way for it, their gazes all focusing on that one car. The newest sprinting S600 foot only needed a mere 6 seconds to accelerate to 100 km/h. Its maximum speed could reach up to 500 km/h. Of course, this alone isn't much. The sprinting S600 is a brand carried from the Grand Nirvana period. In other words, its history is what makes it so attractive. Only 3 people came out of the car, and they happily talked with each other as they walked towards the gate. The baldy on the left is the chief of police in our Xi and region. The guy on the right is the Board of Education's head Lu. The one in the middle must be the fighter responsible for making sure the testing areas are safe among the people watching. There is no doubt that most of the gazes landed upon the man in the middle. Their gazes were full of respect, excitement, and curiosity. As of now, the fight between man and beast is still going on. The average person is prohibited from leaving the city's borders. However, fighters are the existence able to fight one-on-one against a beast. The entire human society is thankful towards them, thanking their hard work and contribution towards humanity. The average person naturally praises them. The fighters are the superhuman group of humanity. So that's a fighter. Luo Honghua was also looking at that man. Every time there's an exam, the responsibility of the safety of the grounds almost always falls upon the fighters. Fighter. Luo Feng looked over. The fighter had an aura that made your heart beat faster. His eyes were like a poisonous snake in a cold forest. He didn't even smile once as he walked towards the chief of police and head Lu. He just slightly nodded his head at times. Clearly, he was too lazy to bother with them. Not too far in the future, I'll also achieve the rank of fighter. Luo Feng thought to himself. Ka. The high school's large gate slowly opened. Immediately a burst of sound came out. It's time to enter. Feng, it's time to go and hurry and enter. Luo Honghua said right after. Gong Xianlan also said, hurry and go. Mom will return home and make food for you. Your dad and brother will wait here until you finish your exam. Okay. Luo Feng smiled and nodded his head. Brother Luo Hua sat on his wheelchair and raised his fist. Do your best. Luo Hua said, smiling. I'll do my best. Luo Feng also raised his fist. As Luo Feng turned his head, everyone headed towards the gate and went through an inspection one by one. Inside the testing classroom, your examination certificate and ID are placed on the top right of your table for the examiner to inspect. After that, the tests were passed down. Year 2056 Jiangnan City High School Science Exam Version A. The clearest line at the top of the page. The first round is science. Luo Feng scanned the test in front of him until he reached the final few large problems at the end. As if he has seen them before, Luo Feng thought to himself, these problems aren't that difficult. If these aren't difficult enough, my advantage in science would be hard to demonstrate. I guess I can only focus and make sure I don't lose any points at all. Luo Feng immediately buried his head and started writing. There are 3 exams in the high school exam: science, liberal arts, and mathematics. Each exam is worth 250 points, leading to a total of 750 points possible. Science refers to physics, chemistry, and biology. Liberal arts refers to language, history, politics, and geography. Mathematics naturally refers to just math. Humanity after the Grand Nirvana period, especially during their battle with the monsters, desperately tried to advance in technology and increase their martial arts skill. Because of this, everyone realized the importance of mathematics. Anyone planning to achieve in the fields of computer science, biology, and physics needs to have a strong foundation in mathematics. So, mathematics became more important in education. Luo Feng was a bit weak in liberal arts, but had an immense advantage in mathematics. June 7th Science Exams. June 8th Liberal Arts Exams. In a blink of an eye, it's already June 9th. Inside the testing classroom, the mathematics exam has just been passed down. All that's left is this mathematics exam. Luo Feng took in a deep breath. The science exam wasn't too hard, so I should have done pretty well on that. I also performed normally on my liberal arts exam. In other words, my grades for those 2 tests should be what I usually get as long as I don't mess up on this mathematics exam. I can get into Jiangnan's #1 military academy. For sure. I can do this. After encouraging himself, Luo Feng lowered his head and started the exam. There was absolute silence throughout the classroom. Many of the students' eyebrows started to wrinkle, which showed that the problems were quite difficult. Every year's high school mathematics exam problems are never easy, as these are the problems that pick out the people to advance humanities technology. This is pretty hard. Even Luo Feng felt the difficulty, even harder than last year's problems. However, the harder the better. If the problems were easy, those worse than Luo Feng at math would probably be able to get around 220 points. Luo Feng would only be able to get around 230 points, so his advantage isn't really demonstrated. However, if the problems are hard, Luo Feng would probably be able to score around 210 points, while those worse than him would only be able to manage around 150 points. In this case, Luo Feng's advantage is clearly shown. A breaking sound was heard. The examiner immediately looked towards the sound's direction, but it was a student who broke his ballpoint pen in his hand. The student wrinkled his eyebrow and clenched his teeth as he stared at his exam. It was clear that it was much too difficult. After that, he threw his broken pen aside and took out another one, continuing his exam. From the students' faces, I can tell that this year's mathematics exam is really difficult, the examiner thought to himself. Indeed, essentially every single person in the room had wrinkled eyebrows, and were in deep, bitter thought. Many students were so nervous that tears started falling. Students whose mathematics ability were already poor could only think can't do this problem, can't do that problem, still can't do this third problem. The students were on the verge of collapse as they looked at this kind of exam. 1 hour later, testing classroom. The time duration for the mathematics exam is 5 hours. At this time, Luo Feng has already finished the multiple choice and fill-in. The blank questions. All that's left are the calculation problems in the mathematics exam, the multiple choice and fill-in the blank problems only. Added up to 90 points, the calculation problems, 5 large problems added up to 160 points. Only these types of problems were able to clearly demonstrate the student's mathematics ability. This is really difficult. I couldn't even solve 2 of the fill-in-the-blank problems. Luo Feng took in a deep breath. Below are the calculation problems. This is where the most points are. Solving just one more would give 30, 40 more points. Out of the 5 calculation problems, 4 of them are worth 30 points, while the last one is worth 40 points. Luo Feng was already faced with a challenge as he looked at the first calculation problem. Luo Feng kept thinking and calculating on his scrap paper. Yes, change this part by a bit, reverse that, and now wouldn't I be able to change that to the way I want? A light flashed in Luo Feng's eyes. Right, if you just think about it, this problem is actually quite easy to solve. Luo Feng easily finished the entire problem in one breath and then double-checked his work. Yep, first problem done. Luo Feng looked at his watch on his left wrist and his heart jumped. The first problem took me 20 minutes. I need to pick up the pace. Luo Feng lowered his head and looked at the second problem. After looking at it for a bit, Luo Feng felt that it was easy and started calculating on his scrap paper. Not right. Luo Feng felt like he wasn't thinking in the right direction and wrinkled his eyebrow. As time passed, Luo Feng kept working at this problem. Yeah, it should be this way, but how would I prove the next proof? Luo Feng's brain was working rapidly. Hurry, I can't waste too much time on this problem. How on earth can I prove this? Luo Feng nervously thought. At this time, on Luo Feng's watch, the pulse number started rising. 120,125,130,140,150. I'm almost there. Just this proof and I can earn 30 points. How do I even solve this part? Luo Feng was getting increasingly nervous. She must manage your time wisely in tests, but each mathematics calculation problem was worth a lot of points. Every high school student that wants to score well can't miss too many of these problems. At this time, Luo Feng was too focused on his test to notice his pulse meter. 160,170,180. Luo Feng felt his pulse increasing, but thought that it was due to anxiety and didn't pay it much attention. Thump, thump, thump. Luo Feng suddenly felt like someone was pounding on his heart. His vision started getting hazy and he finally realized, what's wrong with me? Why does my heart hurt so much? Luo Feng lowered his head and looked at his pulse meter, displayed on his watch. 230. This number changed the entire color of Luo Feng's face. Ever since he entered a coma at 12 and bought this watch, he has never seen his heart rate go over 180. I can't take this. Luo Feng felt as if his heart was going to beat out of his chest. His blood was surging as his heart rate increased, and an indescribable amount of energy flowed into the depths of Luo Feng's brain. Pain flowed from his brain. Luo Feng couldn't hold his voice in anymore. This student, do you have a problem? The examiner ran towards Luo Feng and looked at him surprisingly. Luo Feng at this time looked like he was about to bleed. His forehead and arms veins were bursting and even beating along with his heart. His entire body looked hideous. No, slow down, Luo Feng had a bad feeling of what was to come and was screaming in his thoughts, staring at his watch. 236,242,251. Thump, thump, thump. His heart, like a huge drum, let out waves of a low sound. His blood continuously surged. In his hazy vision, Luo Feng saw the number 268 foot, and the pain in his head caused him to collapse. As he was losing consciousness, he heard, this student, wake up quick, call an ambulance. Ding ding ding. The bell rapidly rang inside the Xi and Regent's first high school. The parents who were outside the school, on the grass, or sitting on the street all stood up. The parents looked inside the school through the gates. The bustling students all left the exam area. Year 2056, Jiangnan City's high school exams are officially over. All the students have to do now is to await their results, which will be released in 1 week. How by a balding, middle-aged man who seemed refined was standing outside the gate, smiling towards his son. Dad. Zhang Haobai laughed as he went towards him. How'd you do? The middle-aged man laughed. Zhang Haobai shook his head and said helplessly, I couldn't demonstrate all of my skill, but the math problems were really hard. The multiple choice, fill in the blanks, and the calculation problems all had many difficult problems. Especially the calculation ones. There were 5 of them, but I could only solve 2. For the other 3, I could only do my best at solving parts of them according to the procedure. I should still be able to receive some points for that. Oh, Zhang Haobai's dad, Zhang Zilong, frowned. So it seems like your math grade is going to be a bit low. No problem, Dad, it was hard for everyone, not just me. Zhang Haobai laughed. The math problems were all a bit harder, so I'm sure that the points required for passing will be lowered. I should be able to get into a military academy without a problem. Oh, yeah. Zhang Zilong laughed. Before, when we were waiting for your exam to finish, something happened. Your school's famous Luo Feng student fainted inside the exam hall an hour before the end. Fainted in the exam hall. Zhang Haobai's widened his eyes. Dad, you mean Luo Feng? Yeah, that Luo Feng guy was carried away by an ambulance. Many people saw the event occur. Zhang Zilong nodded his head. If you listen, many of the surrounding parents are telling their children of this event. Luo Feng fainted. Zhang Haobai looked around and listened closely. There were indeed many families talking about a student who fainted during testing. He also clearly heard many people mention the name Luo Feng. Haha, even this penniless bum has these kinds of days. Haha. Zhang Haobai couldn't hold his laughter back. Dad, although you don't know this person always causes trouble for me in school. Zhang Haobai furiously added, he is more stronger than me, and more skilled than me in everything. Even this guy has these kinds of days. Zhang Haobai was delighted, for his anger towards Luo Feng was immense. In truth, Luo Feng never even bothers with this Zhang Haobai. It's just that Zhang Haobai keeps treating Luo Feng as an opponent since Luo Feng's grades and martial arts skills are all greater than his naturally made him suffer. Haha, this guy has never seen the real world and was under too much psychological pressure, he couldn't handle it and collapsed. Ignore him, go. Your uncle knows your exams ended today and organized a banquet just for you. Let's go. Zhang Zilong laughed. Uncle Zhang, how Bai's eyes flashed. The only reason the Zhang family is able to prosper in the Xi'an region is thanks to his uncle, because his uncle is a fighter. No way, there is absolutely no way. Wei Wen, who just left the exam hall, panicked in front of his parents. How could Feng collapse in the exam hall? He collapsed from nervousness. Impossible. Luo Feng's psychological qualities has even been praised by the dojo of limits instructors before. Wei Wen and Luo Feng were true brothers, even if not by blood. When, there is no mistaking it, we saw this event unfold before our very eyes. That Luo Feng's father and his handicapped brother panicked in the moment and went to the hospital. Wei Wen's father followed. Hospital, it should be the nearest one. Dad, Mom, I'm going to go check on Luo Feng, I'll eat lunch later. Without delay, Wei Wen handed his test materials to his parents and ran towards the hospital. Inside Qidian Region's People's Hospital, Luo Feng was forcing a smile as he walked outside the hospital's main gate. With his father and brother at this time, Luo Honghua and Luo Hua were worried that Luo Feng wouldn't be able to handle the shock. Dad, I'm fine, let's go home and eat. Luo Feng seemed calm, but only regrets filled his heart. However, Luo Feng knew that the past cannot be changed, so all you can do is accept it. Feng, a sound came from far away. Luo Feng turned towards the source and saw a small shadow far away running towards the hospital's main gate. It was his good brother Wei Wen. Luo Feng was moved by the sight of Wei Wen. He ran so hastily that his shirt was drenched with sweat. How hard were the last 3 calculation problems on the mathematics portion? Luo Feng wasn't able to complete the last 3 problems, so if they were extremely difficult and many people couldn't do them, then his grades would still have some hope. Pretty hard. Wei Wen nodded. This year's math problems were all very hard. Out of the 5 calculation problems, the third one was a bit easier, but the other 4 were all hard. Phew. Luo Feng let out a breath. He still had a sliver of hope. At 8 p.m. on June 16th, you can check your exam grade through the phone or internet, and the dividing line will also come out too. June 16th, around 7 p.m. Luo Feng's home. Only Luo Feng was in the room that belonged to both Luo Feng and Luo Hua. He was sitting in front of his laptop and refreshing the web page. Again and again the exam results come out at 8 p.m., but usually they release it a bit earlier. I'm afraid I can't get into Jiangnan's number 1 military academy. However, I finished the multiple choice, fill in the blank, and the first 2 problems on the calculation section on the mathematics portion. Even though I didn't complete the second problem, I wrote quite a few steps, which should earn me some points. Luo Feng thought to himself, if I'm lucky, I should be able to earn around 120 points on the mathematics portion. Luo Feng anticipated. I performed normally on the liberal arts and science sections. If I'm lucky, I should be able to become a bachelor. If I can just reach the dividing line, I can get into the number 2 military academy. Between the 2 academies, the first one is clearly better. However, a very high score is required, so Luo Feng already gave up on that. However, there is still a bit of hope left for the number 2 military Academy. Luo Feng's eyes flashed. The exam result webpage actually displayed something new after a refresh. God, please help me a bit and let me pass the dividing line. As long as I pass it, I can get into the number 2 military academy. Luo Feng was worried and anxious. He then typed his name, ID, and examination certificate and hit the search button. Search. The laptop page flashed a bit and soon displayed a form. Student Luo Feng. Sex male. ID 4261233203806083211. Examination certificate 587864356789076. Liberal arts 216. Science 223. Mathematics 118. Total 557. Dividing line 561. TL note: in case you forgot, the dividing line is the score that separates the bachelors and specialists. For Luo Feng to get into the second highest ranked military academy, he needed to get at least the bachelor average dividing line. 557 points. The dividing line is 561 points. Luo Feng took a deep breath. Just 4 points. Just because of these 4 points, I lost my chance of going to a military academy. I can't believe 12 years of studying led to this. If I can't go to a military academy, then so be it. There's no big deal. Luo Feng focused his gaze and formed his right hand into the shape of a blade. He then made a horizontal cut into the space in front of him. Because of the hand speed, the air violently trembled and shook. Thanks to this time's coma, my strength has greatly increased. Maybe my current body fitness has reached the level required to be a fighter. I might be able to pass the prospective fighter exam. It wouldn't be a problem even if I'm off by a bit. If I just seriously and bitterly train for 1 or 2 months, I should be able to pass the prospective fighter exam. Luo Feng's adaptability ability is very high. His exam scores didn't make it to the dividing line, which shocked him. However, the coma increased his strength, which made him confident again. After all, a military academy graduate's position is far from a fighter's. Luo Feng opened the door and entered the living room. In the living room, Luo Honghua, Gong Xianlan, and Luo Hua all turned their heads. All 3 of them were concerned. Gong Xianlan even stood up and walked towards Luo Feng. Feng, we can't blame you for your score, we can only blame your disease. Sigh. How could this disease start acting up now? It hasn't acted up for so many years. Brother, you aren't in shock, are you? Luo Hua sat on his wheelchair, making fun on purpose. When Luo Feng was inside his room checking his grades, the rest of the family used Luo Hua's laptop to check Luo Feng's results and learned of the 4-point difference. Although they were a bit disappointed, they were more worried about Luo Feng himself. Luo Feng laughed. Of course I'm not in shock, Dad, Mom, don't blame this disease. In fact, we should even be thankful. 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 Luo Honghua, Gong Xianlan, and Luo Hua were all shocked. High school exams are one of the most important events of one's life. Now that Luo Feng's exams were ruined by the disease, how could anyone be grateful towards it? Dad, Mom, while Luo Feng smiled a little, when I was small, I had 2 comas and fainted. In fact, after I woke up from those comas, I felt like my strength increased by a large amount and am able to run faster. This time is also the same. I feel like my fitness level is way greater than it was previously, and I estimate that I can pass the prospective fighter exam. What Luo Honghua, Gong Xianlan, and Luo Hua exchanged glances. Brother, are you serious? Luo Hua couldn't hold back. Of course I am. Luo Feng smiled a bit. After I pass the prospective fighter exam, I'll be able to apply for the fighter combat exam. I am quite confident. In my combat abilities, I might even be able to achieve the rank of fighter this year. Luo Honghua, Gong Xianlan, and Luo Hua were overawed by this piece of news. A fighter. What does that represent? It represents the most powerful group of humanity. It represents special privileges and rights. It represents a ton of money. It represents those at the top of the social hierarchy, and after you become a fighter, it'll bring along many benefits to your family. It is much better than becoming an elite student at a military academy. A fighter is going to come from our family. Luo Hua couldn't help yelling. Haha, brother, you're awesome. Feng, great. Luo Honghua also excitedly patted Luo Feng's shoulder. Becoming a fighter is great compared to a fighter. What's so good about a military academy graduate? As of now, all the fighters on Earth are praised and exalted in society. Seeing how his parents and brother were so happy, Luo Feng laughed. Dad, Mom, we can't be too happy before I actually pass the exam. An 18-year-old fighter. Luo Hua couldn't help but excitedly shout, if my brother really becomes an 18-year-old fighter, then that would be too awesome. The day after that, 5 a.m., the sky was bright. Luo Feng has just left home and was headed towards the dojo of limits. There's barely anyone here at this time. Luo Feng entered the dojo and found that the entire dojo's lawn and road had about just 100 people. There are about 30 to 40,000 members total. The dojo instructor only teaches at night, so nighttime is when there are the most people. Luo Feng headed towards the elite members building on the road. Rumble. A low sound wave carried over. Luo Feng unknowingly turned his head and saw an elegant, white race car as it slowly entered the dojo. Luo Feng looked carefully and couldn't help but to take in a breath. Aston Martin's race car, and it's even the newest and most expensive one with the ability to fly. Thr 191. His brother really loved race cars at home. He heard Luo Hua praise this. Thr 191. It's an Aston Martin. It's even a 191. This one can fly. Within the dojo, the few students scattered around were all lured towards this area. This one car costs 36 million. Right at this time, the race car stopped in front of the elite members' building's gate. The door opened and a short, red-haired, clearly dyed man wearing a loose dojo practice uniform walked out. His eyes randomly scanned the surroundings. He looked right past the regular dojo students, but paused slightly on Luo Feng. However, without saying anything, he entered the building. It's a fighter. Luo Feng's eyes flashed. Luo Feng could feel the pressure from the fighter's gaze. This is a gaze that has a will of steel and has experienced many fights to the death. The spacious dojo training hall was empty. Not a single person was there. It was only around 5 a.m. Even at night, there usually wouldn't be more than 20 people. I want to see how much my strength has increased. Luo Feng walked over and plugged in the fist strength tester machine. After turning it on, he turned on the speed tester machine that was far away. Standing in front of the fist strength tester machine. Begin. Luo Feng took in a deep breath. He used his waist as the center, which released His power, it shot through his body like a huge python and created an explosive force through his arm. His fist was like a lightning bolt and suddenly a ping sound was created on the machine. Di, 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 the fist strength tester machine let out 3 sounds consecutively. Luo Feng's eyes flashed. Usually, the machine doesn't make this kind of sound. The only time it makes this sound is under one situation. The fist strength has surpassed 1,000 kilograms. Luo Feng stared at the machine's display. 1089 kg. So high. Luo Feng was ecstatic. The fist strength required for a fighter was 900 kilograms. His previous fist strength was 809 kilograms, and now it shot up to 1,089 kilograms, gaining 280 kilograms all of a sudden, far more than enough to pass. Haha. Luo Feng excitedly punched like lightning, shaking his entire body left and right. The pung pung sounds kept going as if blinking an eye. Luo Feng already punched around 20-something times, and the machine's display showed a bunch of numbers scrolling across: 956 kg, 989 kilograms, 923 kilograms, 965 kilograms. Now I'll test my speed. Luo Feng headed towards the track. As long as my speed passes, along with my naturally gifted reaction speed, which was already qualified for a fighter, then I can definitely pass the prospective fighter exam. Luo Feng adjusted his breathing. Whoosh. His body was like a cannonball, flying through the track. 4th floor of the elite members building. A red-haired man was talking and walking side by side with a bald, middle-aged man wearing a black shirt. Yan Luo, how long has it been since our last meeting? The middle-aged man smiled slightly. Probably almost 3 years. That immature kiddo from back then became this famous. I heard this time you earned nearly 100 million. Ho ho, when I look at you, I feel like I'm old. That was all luck. The red-haired man laughed. Brother Jiang, back then. D. A weak sound came from a lower floor, which shocked and surprised the 2 men. The fist strength tester machine downstairs is for beginners. Once 1,000 kilograms is reached, it makes this sound, the bald middle-aged man said, surprisingly. There's even someone practicing here at 5 a.m. since it's over 1,000 kilograms. Could it be that Yang Wu? Wouldn't we know if we went down to look? Hoo. One black shirt and one white shirt. These 2 people were like phantoms that flew down the staircases in a blink of an eye. They went from the 4th floor to the 3rd floor's training hall's entrance. The black shirt wearing, bald middle-aged man and the white shirt wearing, red-haired man looked inside the training hall. At this time, Luo Feng was standing in front of the track and soon flew past. 281 ms. The bald middle-aged man and the red-haired man both saw the number displayed on the speed tester machine. This Luo Feng, strength over 1,000 kilograms and an incredible speed of 281 ms. The bald middle-aged man was shocked. Brother Jiang, this guy seems quite young. He seems to already have reached the fitness level required for a fighter, the red-haired man said, astonished. The bald middle-aged man nodded. Yeah, his name is Luo Feng. He is one of the more gifted students in our dojo. He just had his 18th birthday this year. 18, so young. The red-haired man's eyes flashed. At this time, Luo Feng was shocked at who he saw at the entrance. The red-haired man is the fighter who came in his race car, while the bald middle-aged man is this dojo of limits master, Jiang Yan, who has the most power and authority according to the dojo's rules. every student calls him. Instructor. Instructor Luo Feng yelled in greeting. Come here, Instructor Jiang Yan laughed. I can't believe you're so fast. You've already reached what is required for a fighter. Let me introduce you. This is your senior, Yan Luo Yan Luo. There's no problem with telling him your name right. Nope. Yan Luo looked at Luo Feng and nodded. This young man has already reached the fitness requirement for a fighter at such a young age. Maybe, in the future, we'll have some sort of interaction. Jiang Yan looked towards Luo Feng and laughed. Luo Feng, since you're 18, you must have taken your high school exams right. Ignore the results of that. What's the point of going to school? Just focus on taking the perspective fighter exam. Oh yeah, on July 1st, go to Tangyang, Zhou City's Dojo of Limits. To take your perspective fighter exam with your current strength, you'll pass easily. High school exams. Yan Luo laughed. Don't waste your time in college. You have nice talent. No matter what you do, you must put your all into it, right? Now, you must put all of your concentration in martial arts, kiddo. When you become a fighter, join our Dojo of Limits. You'll have a future by doing so. These two fighters all held extremely high positions. The rich and the politicians of society were nothing to them. They were looking forward to young Luo Feng joining their ranks. A ping is 3 sq meters. Yan Luo is right. Jiang Yan looked at Luo Feng and said earnestly, Luo Feng, you improve at a very fast speed in our Ji and region's Dojo of Limits. You are probably the quickest learner as of now. You entered my Dojo of Limits at the age of 16, now you're 18 and you have already reached the boundary of a fighter. If you go to college and waste your energy there, waste 4 of your years there, then that would truly be a crime. You must know that you improve the quickest from age 16 to age 30. The older you get, the harder it gets. Jiang Yan said seriously. The 4 years of college are indeed the easiest period for a fighter to train himself. Wasting these 4 years to study, from a fighter's point of view, is indeed a big sin. Luo Feng was a bit stunned. God, looks like my exam failure wasn't so bad after all. Luo Feng, when you officially become a fighter, how about you join my Dojo of Limits? Jiang Yan smiled. As long as you become a fighter for my dojo, I'll arrange a special private villa just for you. Of course, you can't sell it. You'll also have a salary of at least 20,000 Chinese dollars per month. A private villa just for me, a starting salary of 20,000 Chinese dollars. Luo Feng took a breath. 20,000 wasn't much, but a private villa was way too extravagant. As of now, China has only 6 human headquarters in total. In other words, 6 major cities. Land is extremely valuable and precious, so a villa would have an extremely high tax imposed on it. 1 ping in a regular home would cost tens to hundreds of thousands. This led to many people living in cheap rental homes. Regular homes are already so expensive. A ping in a villa or mansion would cost a couple $100,000 Chinese dollars. And private villas, as of now, are all restricted by countries. You can't just live in them with money alone. You must have money, power, and a special position to be able to live in one. Considering the gigantic tax, 1 ping in private villa would cost millions. A small private villa would be around 300 ping, which is easily 200 to 300 million. Luo Feng held his breath. Even though I'm not allowed to sell it, but for a family to live in that private villa would make being born on this world worth it. 2 or 3 billion, so what? Zhang Haobai's father, a tycoon, probably would never be able to live in a private villa like this. Luo Feng, my dojo's privileges aren't too different from the country's. Special Forces. Jiang Yan laughed. The Special Forces fighters have a decent salary and special homes. The only thing they have that we don't is a killing license, which allows them to kill any regular person if the situation calls for it. Of course, they aren't allowed to just randomly kill people, for they still have report the situation to the higher-ups. Killing license. Luo Feng heard of it before, that the Special Forces fighters have the right to kill someone. However, our dojo also has special rights. If any regular person messes with you can report it to the dojo. After the dojo's investigators confirm the situation, they'll go through the Jiangnan Security Department and immediately bring that person away. Jiang Yan laughed. If you join our dojo, you'll have money, position, everything. You can chase towards the limits of humanity all you want. The dojo of limits. Jiang Yan pointed to Yan Luo beside him. This is my disciple Yan Luo, who just recently killed a monster and earned nearly 100 million Earth dollars for it. If you convert it, then that'll be around 300 million Chinese dollars. If you work hard, with your talent, I'm sure reaching his level is not impossible. Luo Feng was dumbfounded. My gosh. Just by killing one monster would net you so much money. Just what level of a monster did he kill? Luo Feng, keep working hard. You're truly talented, so don't disappoint. Jiang Yan smiled and patted Luo Feng's shoulder. Kiddo, no matter what, don't relax, for I believe that you have a chance to become a warrior-level fighter. At that time, money, position, beauties. You'll have everything. Yan Luo laughed a bit. At that time, I'll be glad to go hunt some monsters with you. Haha. After saying that, the two fighters, Jiang Yan and Yan Luo, laughed as they left. Luo Feng was standing in the training hall, his thoughts in a mess. No matter if it was instructor Jiang Yan or the mysterious red-haired youth Yan Luo, Luo Feng could feel some sort of recklessness in their laughs and talks, some sort of wildness. Recklessness, wildness. A smile started to emerge on Luo Feng's face. Yeah. Men should be reckless on this world and create their own path. The strongest fighter on earth said before, a soldier who doesn't want to become a general is not a good soldier. A fighter who doesn't want to become the best fighter doesn't have the heart of a fighter. What's the point of living your life with your hands and feet tied? You should create a sky-shaking, earth-shattering way for yourself. 18 years old is when the value of your life starts to stabilize. After meeting instructor Jiang Yan and the mysterious fighter Yan Luo, Luo Feng's thoughts completely changed. I'll do it. The strongest fighter, Hong, the second strongest Thunder Lord, created the Dojo of Limits and the Thunder Dojo, respectively. Even the five great countries have to treat them as equals. If they can do it, then couldn't a third person do it too? Luo Feng smiled as he walked out the training hall. Boys have dreams, so go chase them. Youth is your capital. Youth represents the infinite possibilities that the future holds. Everything depends on your own hard work. Fight. June 28, noon, bright sky. Luo Feng and Wei Wen were walking towards the third high school. Today is graduation day, where they receive their graduation diplomas and acceptance application forms. Feng, are you sure you can pass the prospective fighter exam? Wei Wen couldn't help but to exclaim. Yep, on July 1st, I'll go to Yangzhou City's Dojo of Limits Headquarters Limit Hall to take my exam. Luo Feng smiled. In front of them was school. Luo Feng looked at the schoolyard ahead of him and saw a bunch of students. As he looked, he felt like his attitude has changed. I used to think of myself as one of them, but now, I feel like we're in two different worlds. They will go to college, work hard in their job, and have a family. But my path is different from theirs. Luo Feng and Wei Wen entered the school and split up to their respective classes. Walking in the school hallway. Brother. Luo Feng brother. A few other senior students warmly greeted Luo Feng. I heard that when Luo Feng was taking his high school exam, he fainted in the exam room. That's too bad, fainting in the exam room. A bunch of people looking at Luo Feng from afar were discussing in a quiet voice. Luo Feng's fitness level has already reached the level of a fighter. His excellent hearing allowed him to hear every word of the students' discussions. Senior 5 class is Luo Feng's class. Luo Feng's here. Brother Luo. There were quite a few students already there, and they all warmly gave their greetings. Luo Feng laughed and nodded. Most of these old students have a decent relationship with Luo Feng, but some of them dislike Luo Feng. They act warm, but there are still some old students in a corner quietly discussing Luo Feng's grades were so good, and he's an elite member. Who could have thought that such a thing would happen? Fainting in the exam hall, such bad luck. This is life, who can you blame? In the past, Luo Feng was the class's most favored person. Good grades and skilled in martial arts. Now that such a thing has happened to this genius, many of the ordinary students will have a moment of happiness. Even though they are in a decent relationship with Luo Feng, humans feel happy when they see someone who was so brilliant in the past fall down. Thinking even you have these kinds of days. Handing out diplomas and acceptance application forms. Everyone come get them. The 3 class officers held the diplomas and application forms and walked towards the podium. Wang Yin. Lu Xiaolong. The officers yelled everyone's names one by one and handed out the diplomas and application forms. Luo Feng. Following this sound, the entire classroom became silent. Virtually everyone's gazes landed upon Luo Feng. Everyone knew that Luo Feng fainted in his exams. All you need to know to find Luo Feng's grades is his ID and examination certificate, which aren't a secret. Students have checked his grades long ago and knew that he missed the dividing line by 4 points. Luo Feng class officer Chu Lin handed the diploma and acceptance form to him. Feng, let's go. Wei Wen was standing in front of the class entrance. Wait for me. Luo Feng easily rolled up the acceptance form and threw it into the trash. The originally loud class immediately quieted down. Every student in the class froze. This is the acceptance form you fill in after exams. Who would dare throw that away? At this time, a Makaban girl yelled out of shock. Luo Feng, how could you throw that away? You aren't going to fill in your acceptance form. How could Luo Feng become a specialist? I guess he's going to redo a year and take the exam again next year. Discussions and debates immediately fired up. Wei Wen, who was standing at the entrance, glared. Become a specialist, redo. You guys can figure this out. Feng is going to take the prospective fighter exam. Why take some bullshit specialist class or even redo? Don't say so much, let's go. Luo Feng pulled Wei Wen and left with him. The students all said at once, what prospective fighter exam? Luo Feng's going to take the prospective fighter exam. For real, he isn't that good, is he? I guess that Wei Wen was just bluffing. Luo Feng just became an elite member last year, how could he take the prospective fighter exam this year? Subconsciously, none of the students were willing to believe that Luo Feng has achieved the fitness level of a fighter. A fighter. That is a supernatural existence. Dad, Mom, I'm going to the city's dojo of limits, so I might not come back. To eat lunch today. Luo Feng stood up after drinking a large bowl of gruel and eating 3 pieces of bread. Just wait today for my good news today. After I pass the exam, I'll call right away. Gong Xianlan laughed and then glanced at Luo Hongua. Hongua, did you hear that? You better have your cell phone on you at all times, or Luo Feng might not even be able to contact you. I'll be sure to bring my cell phone. Luo Hongua laughed. Okay, I'm leaving now. Luo Feng winked at Luo Hua, who laughed and gave a thumbs up in return. Early in the morning, Luo Feng left the small southern shore region and rode the 11 subway line to Zhong and Road Station and then transferred to Yangzhou City's center region. After leaving the subway station, he walked for 10 minutes before arriving at Yangzhou's Dojo of Limits headquarters. Limit Hall. Luo Feng left home at around 6 a.m. By the time he arrived, it was already almost 8 a.m. This is the legendary Mingyu sector. Luo Feng stood in front of the huge door in the quiet sector. This sector's name is Mingyu sector and is where the Limit Hall is located. This is the Mingyu sector, don't come close. Just at the small sector's entrance, there was a row of 6 soldiers wearing their uniforms and holding real guns and ammo. You can tell from one look at their uniforms that they aren't part of the police, but part of the army. One of the soldiers shouted, "Sir, please stand back once you enter the yellow-lined area. We have the right to shoot and kill you on the spot." Just like the legends, Luo Feng thought to himself in his heart. Mingyu sector in Yangzhou is where the Dojo of Limits headquarters is located. Not only is the Limit Hall here, but also many fighters' homes. According to the rumors, the people that live here are the fighters and their families. Even the police don't have the right to come in as they please. Luo Feng marveled in his heart. Everyone. Luo Feng stood at the small sector's entrance and spoke. I am the Dojo of Limits elite member. Luo Feng, I came here today to take the prospective fighter exam. The Limit Hall holds the prospective fighter exam on the first day of every month. Oh. From the guardsman's lounge, an old, bald man walked out with a computer in his hand. Young man, you came quite early. It isn't even 8 a.m. yet. Taking the prospective fighter exam at such a young age, your future is limitless. Okay. Let me check your ID and elite member ID. Luo Feng handed them over. Beep. A message came up on the computer's display after scanning the identifications. 18 years old. This old, bald man looked at Luo Feng in shock and then laughed. Brave enough to take the prospective fighter exam at 18 years old. Not bad. I hope you pass it today. Thank you, sir. Luo Feng replied. Let him in. The old, bald man waved his hand. The small sector's electronic door opened automatically. At this time, a soldier holding an assault rifle stepped forward and followed Luo Feng. Sir, I will bring you to the Dojo of Limits after you enter the sector. Please do not run around. You only have the right to enter the Limit Hall and not the fighters' homes. If you break this rule, even if I don't make a move, the people patrolling the area will. This soldier even sneered at Luo Feng while telling him this. Of course, Luo Feng slightly smiled and nodded, but was surprised inside. There indeed was a cooperative relationship between the country and the dojo. Of limits, at least the core of the dojo of limits will be heavily protected and guarded. Wow, every building is a private villa. Luo Feng looked around except for the center of the sector, which was the large, tall limit hall tower. Everywhere else was a private villa. Between the villas were fake mountains, pools, and lawns. Mingyu sector, inside the limit hall. Right when Luo Feng stepped inside the lobby of the limit hall, the soldier went back. Sir, are you here to take the prospective fighter exam inside the hall? A beautiful young woman smiled. Sir, please sit over there when it's 10 a.m. Take the exam with the others. Luo Feng nodded and walked towards the side of the lobby. There was a small bar there with a waiter and a bartender. Luo Feng scanned the spots and saw that there were already 3 people sitting at the bar. 2 of them were having a discussion while the other one was sitting silently on a sofa. Look at all of those villas. That is the benefit you get from joining the dojo of limits as a fighter, a young man wearing a white shirt and pants said. As long as you become a fighter and join the dojo of limits, you'll get a free villa and you'll be able to live here. Heh, look at this environment. It's so comfortable. Of course the fighter sector is different from all the other sectors outside. Look, a new person is coming. The 3 people saw Luo Feng. Luo Feng slightly nodded and sat on the sofa at the side. Nobody knew each other, so there wasn't any exchange of talk. As time passed, 3 more people came, which Luo Feng recognized none of. However, from their looks, the 3 of them were a bit older, probably all over 30 years old. One of them was even over 40 years old. Ha! Luo Feng, a loud sound came up. Luo Feng, startled, turned his head and looked, and saw a lean man with a face full of hideous scars walking towards him. You're coming to take the prospective fighter exam too? Brother Yang. Luo Feng stood up and greeted him. It's a bit embarrassing. I came to try last month, but sadly my speed was only 24.9 ms. It was off by just that one bit, Yang Wu said helplessly. In fact, Yang Wu passed a long time ago in fist strength and reaction speed. It's just that speed is his weak point. However, starting from this year, Yang Wu's speed started improving. 24.9 meters and 25 meters isn't really a big difference if everything goes well. He might get a grade of 25 ms. I'm sure you can pass this time, Brother Yang. Luo Feng laughed. This guy named Yang tried so many times already and never passed. I bet this time you'll fail too. A loud sound came from the side. Luo Feng looked over and the one talking was a buff man with a full beard. Yang Wu immediately glared. The guy named Tong, you dare talk about me? Didn't you take the test and fail twice already with your reaction speed? I guess you'll need at least another 2 or 3 more years of training. Silence. A cold sound came from the center of the lobby. The 8 people currently there all turned their heads and saw a middle-aged man wearing a dojo uniform. Let's go. Everyone follow me upstairs and take the exam. Remember, behave yourself once you're upstairs. Our old friends from Yangzhou City's headquarters came over today, so don't cause trouble. Yes, no matter if it was the arrogant full beard, Yang Wu, or Luo Feng. Everyone listened and followed. An old friend from headquarters, Luo Feng, couldn't help but start guessing in his heart. Now this Yangzhou City has 12 dojo of limits and the limit hall each. Sector's dojo of limits masters are called instructors. The master of the limit hall is called the chief instructor. After entering the elevator, the loose uniform wearing middle-aged man pressed 6 foot. The elevator arrived at the 6th floor. HUA. The elevator door opened and what came into sight was a gigantic training hall. With around a dozen people inside, Luo Feng recognized one of them to be Instructor Jiang Yan. "They're here, stop chatting," a middle-aged man with loose, long hair spoke. And all of them looked at Luo Feng's group. When facing their glares, Luo Feng's group tensed up. They knew that those who appear inside the limit hall, other than the service personnel, are fighters. In other words, all of these people are fighters, since this is the headquarters of the Dojo of Limits in Yangzhou City. "Get ready for examination," the middle-aged man with loose, long hair commanded. Luo Feng has seen this man before on the internet. He is the master of the Limit Hall, Yangzhou City's chief instructor Wu Tong. "Come one by one, and give me your ID," the fighter who led Luo Feng's group up here took their IDs and handed them over to Chief Instructor Wu Tong and laughed. "Boss, there's quite a few people today. There are 8 of them." Yup. Wu Tong randomly picked out an ID and scanned it on the machine next to him. Beep. A crystal-like display that was almost transparent shot out from the machine and displayed a large amount of personal information. First one, Tong Guan, the chief instructor, was indifferent. "Begin your fist strength test. Even those of you who came out of the army come to my limit hall to test." Interesting. Luo Feng, who was listening on the side, couldn't help but smile. The Dojo of Limits was created by the strongest fighter on earth. The dojos are scattered all around the world, and their examinations have high credibility. Your examination results will receive recognition in every area, in every country on earth. Even the army or traditional martial artists will come to the Dojo of Limits to take the exam. "Test your fist strength," the chief instructor commanded. "Yes." The full-bearded man immediately took a step forward with his left hand in front of his face and eyes wide open. His right fist flew through an arc and hit against the large machine, which only shook a little bit. The machine's display immediately displayed the number 986 kg. Pass. Next, Luo Feng, the chief instructor, randomly chose the second ID and scanned it on the machine. He read through the descriptive personal information and couldn't help but to be shocked. At 18 years old Jiang. "This is your G and sections, right? Since when did such a talented young man appear?" Haha. Instructor Jiang Yan on the side couldn't help but to laugh. "We still don't know if he is truly skilled." In the group of fighters at the side, a fat veteran scoffed. "He might not know what he's dealing with and has no strength." Instructor Jiang Yan glared. "What? Jealous? Your northern section doesn't have any sort of genius like this." Luo Feng, "Show them my Ji and sections." "Member strength." "Yes." Instructor Luo Feng stepped up and headed towards the fist strength tester machine. "Old Jiang seems pretty confident," Chief Instructor Wu Tong said while laughing, but his gaze landed upon Luo Feng. Everyone at the scene was watching Luo Feng and awaiting his test results. Luo Feng stood in front of the machine and released an explosive power from his waist. His body turned slightly and increased the power from his waist even more. In an instant, all the power transferred to his arm. Luo Feng's fist was like an arrow fired from a bow under the full moon, leaving behind a blur. With a ping sound, his fist smacked against the machine. After he threw his punch, Luo Feng was delighted. It felt so good throwing that punch. All the power went with it. He looked at the display and saw 1,101 kilograms. Good. Not bad. Many fighters at the scene immediately complimented him. Chief Instructor Wu Tong rubbed his chin and nodded, "Not bad, young man. Make sure to never lose your center sure when throwing your punch. If someone ignores everything and only wants higher results for fist strength, he will lose his center sure. The punch might be stronger, however, against monsters. Losing your center sure is suicide. Not bad, not bad. Haha, this kid Luo Feng has great combat abilities," Instructor Jiang Yan said while laughing. He easily beat 3 elite members who were around his level of strength and speed. Luo Feng was delighted after hearing the instructor and chief instructor's compliments. He had a coma twice when he was younger, which led to increased strength and speed. Ever since then, he made a plan to become the best fighter. A really good fighter needs great combat abilities in his teenage days. Even though he hadn't joined the dojo of limits then, he looked up some basics of martial arts and trained alone at home to pile up the experience. This is why his combat abilities are so great. A nice bean sprout. Yup, past Chief Instructor Wu Tong randomly picked another ID and scanned it. Next, by Yang. Luo Feng walked back to the place where examinees were supposed to stay. Not bad, crazy. Yang Wu laughed. Luo Feng grinned. All 8 of them quickly finished the strength test and only one failed and was disqualified. His fist strength was only 892 kilograms, which was close, but not good enough. So for the next test, the speed test, there were only 7 people left. Chief Instructor Wu Tong walked towards the speed tester and turned on the switch. One by one, in reverse order. First, Yang Wu. Chief Instructor Wu Tong commanded. Yang Wu was the last one to test his strength, so he will be the first to test his speed. Yang Wu took a deep breath. He took the prospective fighter exam nearly 10 times and failed on the speed test every time. Brother Yang, you can do it. Luo Feng patted Yang Wu's shoulder. Watch me. Yang Wu adjusted his breathing and ran on the track. Instructor Jiang Yan frowned watching this. Yang Wu was also from the Qidian section, but he had failed the speed test so many times already. Yang Wu stepped on the surface of the floor and made a low sound. With the strength of his arms and his explosive start, he quickly accelerated to his maximum speed. His veins were popping on his scarred face, and he sprinted. While clenching his teeth, he even let out a low howl after finishing the test. I must pass this. Yang Wu stopped and held in his heart. He turned his head and saw Luo Feng give him a thumbs up after seeing it. Yang Wu felt like he went to heaven. Haha, Yang Wu, nice luck, you actually passed. Instructor Jiang Yan also let out a refreshed laugh. Yang Wu ran over and looked at the display. 25-1 ms. Phew, so close. Even Yang Wu laughed. If his body condition was slightly worse, he might not have achieved 25 ms. If so, then he would have failed once again. Yup, past Chief Instructor Wu Tong also smiled. Next, everyone did the tests one by one. Since Luo Feng was the second person to take the strength test, he was the second last to take the speed test. It was Luo Feng's turn soon enough. Luo Feng. Chief Instructor Wu Tong hollered. Do your best, crazy. We better take the fighter combat exam together. Yang Wu encouraged, and Luo Feng smiled and nodded. He walked onto the track and adjusted his breathing pattern. He lightly jumped twice in place. Luo Feng was unlike Yang Wu, who was a brute force type. He gave off a relaxing feeling. Whoosh. Right when he exerted his strength, Luo Feng was like a panther whose speed had no match. He brought a strong current of wind with him as he passed through the speed testing region. You could tell with just your eyes that Luo Feng's speed was significantly higher than those before him. I felt like that was okay. Luo Feng turned his head and saw Yang Wu giving him a thumbs up. Even Chief Instructor Wu Tong and Instructor Jiang Yan couldn't help but to nod their heads in praise. Luo Feng walked over and looked at the display. 28.6 ms. Nice speed. It's actually much higher than the passing mark, Chief Instructor. Wu Tong laughed and nodded. Last, Tongguan. After the strength test, one person was eliminated. After the speed test, 2 people were eliminated. Now there were only 5 people left. The third test was the reaction speed exam. Follow me. Chief Instructor Wu Tong brought the group of fighters and the 5 people remaining from the previous exams. They arrived at the reaction speed testing room, connected to the training hall. The room was around 100 ping. Of course, compared to the gigantic training halls that were a couple thousand ping large, these reaction speed rooms were clearly much smaller. There was only a large, seemingly valuable machine placed on the floor. In front of the machine was something that looked like a 6-barreled Gatling gun. However, there were easily a couple dozen holes in the machine, so it had way more firing sights than a Gatling gun. First, Tongguan Chief Instructor Wu Tong instructed. The full-bearded man immediately stepped in front of the gun. He was on a circle that had a diameter of 3.6 meters. Clatter, the switch was turned on. A red light started to emit above the border of the circle. It was like that the fighter inside was surrounded by a red curtain. Remember, no matter what, do not leave the circle. Once you leave it, it counts as a failure. If your body comes in contact with the red light, you lose points. After Chief Instructor Wu Tong finished saying that, he walked to the reaction speed tester and pressed a bunch of buttons and adjusted the power. There were many different power levels. The lowest one is meant for intermediate members, and the highest one is meant for top fighters. Begin. The chief instructor pressed a red button. Beep, beep. The machine's gigantic cannon started revolving, and all of the dozen barrels started emitting a red light. There were quick ones and slow ones, and even the trajectory wasn't stable. It was very chaotic and messy. It then started to rapidly shoot within the circle. The bearded man stared in front of him and was continuously dodging right and left and between the red-colored bullets. Pu, 2 consecutive hits. However, these bullets are like rubber and have no power and speed, so they didn't hurt. Time passed by slowly. The bearded man was trying his best to dodge, and the timer was reaching a minute. Toot. After Chief Instructor Wu Tong pressed the button, the barrels quickly came to a halt. The middle display screen showed a large amount of information. Within 60 seconds, 57 hits, and 3 contacts with the red light. Disqualified. Chief Instructor Wu Tong said as he threw the bearded man's ID back to him. Just barely missed the mark. The bearded man clenched his teeth and walked out of the circle as he shook his head. Next, Luo Feng, Chief Instructor Wu Tong commanded. After bumping fists with Yang Wu, Luo Feng walked into the circle. As Luo Feng stood in the circle and faced the machine's cannon, he took a deep breath before he entered the dojo. He constantly practiced at home. Luo Feng shines the most in these kinds of dodging exams. Before high school exams, I get hit around 50-55 times in 60 seconds. Now that my body fitness level has increased, With my increased reaction time, passing this exam is no problem at all. Remember, do not leave the circle, no matter what. If you leave the circle, you instantly fail. If you come in contact with the circle's red light, you lose points. After Chief Instructor Wu Tong said that, he pressed the red button. Beep beep. The barrel of the reaction speed tester started revolving rapidly. The cannon's dozens of barrels all started to emit a red light and soon shot out the rubber bullets rapidly. HM Luo Feng stared ahead and rapidly calculated the positions in his head. As if he was a dexterous cat, he continuously dodged left and right and dodged the bullets one by one. Of course, some of the bullets were too fast to dodge, so he could only get hit. When Luo Feng was dodging, many of the fighters started to talk. This kid isn't bad, his reaction speed is superb. Indeed, he is fast and has a good foundation and form. Look, his feet are like a cat's pads. He never loses his balance after each turn, which allows him to rapidly change direction. This form, if he isn't a genius or hasn't worked bitterly for 10 years, then there's no way he would be able to have this kind of a solid foundation. All of the fighters at the scene were amazed. A fighter's fitness level could be trained, but form and skill all rely on experience. A higher body fitness level doesn't correspond to better form. Toot. After pressing the button, the machine's cannon started slowing down, and a large amount of data was displayed. Within 60 seconds, 28 hits, 0 contacts with the red light. Excellent, Chief Instructor Wu Tong let out a smile. Not bad, Luo Feng, I congratulate you. After the official documents arrive and your data gets recorded, you'll become a prospective fighter. After the exam, an official certificate will be issued, and your records are sent to the Citizenship Information Agency within 7 days. Luo Feng tightly clenched his right fist. I finally succeeded. I finally became a prospective fighter. Luo Feng, August 1st, marks the date of the fighter combat exam. Arrive at the limit hall at dawn. Under the guidance of an instructor, you will go with other prospective fighters to hunt monsters outside the human bases. After you pass that exam, you'll become a real fighter. Instructor Jiang Yan smiled as he said that. Okay, Luo Feng energetically nodded his head. Chief Instructor Wu Tong, who was next to the reaction speed tester, laughed. Okay, next, by Yang. Luo Feng walked towards Yang Wu, who showed happiness. Yang Wu said in a low voice, congratulations, crazy, you're now a prospective fighter. After you pass the fighter combat exam, you'll become a true fighter. Luo Feng also replied in a low voice, Brother Yang, I'm sure you'll pass the reaction speed test without a problem when the time comes. Let's take the fighter combat exam together. Okay, Yang Wu was excited. After that, Yang Wu and Luo Feng focused their attention on the current examinee. Soon after, 2 people took the test. 1 succeeded and 1 failed. Last, Yang Wu. Chief Instructor Wu Tong yelled. Yang Wu took in a deep breath. He has been waiting far too long for this day. Since he was always stuck on the speed test, this is the first time he'll be able to demonstrate his reaction speed in the limit hall. Go for it, Luo Feng encouraged. No worries. Yang Wu took a large step into the red circle and Chief Instructor Wu Tong pressed the button. The barrel of the machine started revolving and started firing the rubber bullets from its dozen barrels, which covering the entire circle. Yang Wu was moving swiftly within the circle. Luo Feng watched Yang Wu's movements and was surprised. Brother Yang, Seems quite stiff. He isn't as flexible as me, but his technique's efficiency seems high. He dodges by a small margin. He doesn't make use of the 3/6 meter diameter of the circle every time he dodges. He only takes a step forward, back, left, right. Yang Wu's area of movement was small, but his dodging rate was high. This technique is indeed useful in real combat. However, you have to be extremely precise. If there is even one error, then the beast's claws will rip apart the fighter's body. Luo Feng evaluated in his heart. At least to Luo Feng, this seemed like an effective yet dangerous technique. It was like dancing on the edge of a blade. Beep. A minute soon passed, and the machine's cannon stopped revolving. Within 60 seconds, 52 hits, and no contacts. With the red light, you pass, Chief Instructor Wu Tong said. Yang Wu, who was still within the red circle, clenched his fists tightly. His veins were clear on his biceps, and his eyes started tearing up for this day. He has waited too long. Finally, he has achieved his dream. There is only one step left until the legendary rank of fighter. Yang Wu. Chief Instructor Wu Tong frowned. Your technique of dodging belongs to the Ruwei class. When fighting to the death with monsters, you use small movements to let their attacks barely miss you. Since you don't move as much, you can make more movements within the same amount of time, raising the chances of success. However, this technique is extremely difficult. Even if you estimate the beast's claw to miss you by 2 centimeters, if even one mistake is made, the claw might slash through your body and split you open. When fighting with monsters, you will probably die when you make an error. So I advise you, when fighting with monsters, try to dodge a bit farther. Give yourself more space. Chief Instructor Wu Tong stressed. With your current strength, it's better for you to master the basics first. By doing that, you'll get better results. Yang Wu was surprised, but soon nodded. Yes, Chief Instructor. Yang Wu, take the Chief Instructor's words to heart. Avoid greedy thoughts in your way of martial arts. The Ruwei class is very powerful, but if you don't have the strength to perform them, then there will be no use. If you try to forcefully perform them, then you will be a mere copycat for others, too. Laugh at Instructor. Jiang Yan told him seriously. Chief Instructor Wu Tong laughed. Okay, 3 examinees have passed this times perspective fighter exam. Luo Feng, Bai Yang, and Yang Wu. Luo Feng, Yang Wu, and Bai Yang have been suppressing their joy and happiness. If it wasn't for the surrounding senior fighters, then they probably would have been screaming in joy by now. Everyone, your next task is to sign the combat exam contract. Come do it as. He said that. Chief Instructor Wu Tong looked towards a silver-haired man in a black robe and laughed. Sorry for making you wait so long, Captain. I'm sorry. Let us go. Captain. Luo Feng and the other 2 were shocked. The Chief Instructor was the head of Yangzhou City's limit hall and had immense authority. If he says captain, then who on earth would that silver-haired man in the black robe be? The silver-haired man scanned Luo Feng and his group for a moment. Luo Feng felt like the silver-haired man's eyes were like the infinite space, and all of a sudden he was being sucked inside. He shuddered and regained his consciousness. Exactly what just happened. Luo Feng soon found out that Yang Wu and Bai Yang, who were next to him, had very sluggish expressions. How fearsome! Just one gaze, and it messed us up completely. Luo Feng was shocked inside. This power was too fearsome. If 2 people were fighting, then the opponent's gaze can mess with your consciousness before the fight even begins. By the time you regain composure, you might have been stabbed through the heart by your opponent already. The silver-haired man smiled and looked at Luo Feng surprisingly. Kid, nice talent, work hard. The silver-haired man slightly smiled as he said that. Huh, nice willpower too. Heck, Chief Instructor Wu Tong nodded in satisfaction. Chief Instructor Wu Tong and the silver-haired man immediately left. What just happened? What happened to me? Yang Wu and Bai Yang just regained consciousness as they recalled the events of what just happened. They broke out in cold sweats, no matter if it was Yang Wu, Bai Yang, or Luo Feng. They have never seen someone as frightening as that white-haired man. This white-haired man has been watching us the entire time, however, until now. I haven't noticed his presence at all. Luo Feng was amazed, with no sound at all. It was like he never existed. Amazing. No wait. When Luo Feng tried to think of what the silver-haired man's face looked like, he was shocked to realize he only remembered those eyes, which mesmerized him, and couldn't recall his face at all. The three of you, come here. Instructor Jiang Yan and the fighters with him smiled as they looked at the three. Come to the training hall. They left the reaction speed testing room and entered the large training hall. These are the contracts for the combat exam. One of the fat veteran fighters took out 3 of the contracts from the corner of the hall. Once you join the fighter combat exam, the dojo of limits takes no responsibility for your deaths. Of course, the death rate in the fighter combat exam is very low. Luo Feng, Yang Wu, and Bai Yang accepted the contract and flipped through its contents. The death rate is low, but the injury rate is not. A bald brute said deeply. In the fighter combat exam, you are fighting with monsters to the death. Of course, this is the most basic type of hunting. When you individually go to the danger zones to hunt monsters in the future, the dangers will be far more horrifying compared to the fighter exam. If you can't even pass this stage, then you have no right to become a fighter. Luo Feng, Yang Wu, and Bai Yang looked at each other. The contract is simple. Its main point is that if a death occurs in the exam, the dojo of limits takes no responsibilities. The 3 of them had no hesitations and immediately signed their names on the documents. Okay. Instructor Jiang Yan, who was beside them, smiled. Good. Today is July 1st. So there is 1 more month until the actual exam. In this month you should make the appropriate preparations. Oh yeah. Instructor Jiang Yan walked to the keyboard beside him and rapidly pressed some buttons. Soon enough, a large screen was displayed on the wall of the training hall, and an article appeared. It was called Genetic Energy Technique. Luo Feng held his breath. The reason why the fighters have such powerful bodies, why some of the top fighters can surpass Mach speed, why their knives can slice through thick steel. Of course, with Luo Feng and his group's strength, they are nowhere close to the legendary fighters. Why are fighters strong? Because they rely on genetic energy. Back when humanity was infected by the RR virus in the Grand Nirvana period, our genes started evolving to fight against the virus. Instructor Jiang Yan smiled. When the genes evolve to a certain point, it's able to absorb the faint energies of the cosmos. The energy envelopes every cell of your body. During this process, your genes, bones, cells, blood, organs, and skin will all continue to evolve and become stronger. Your bones can become tens to hundreds of times harder than diamonds. Your organs will be powerful enough to hold your breath in water for half an hour and longer. All of this relies on the energy you absorb and envelop your cells with. It becomes your power, in other words, genetic energy. Instructor Jiang Yan pointed to the article on the screen. This is the technique to enhance your genes, the Wu Xian Xian Tian technique, which is also the only technique to train your genetic energy. Luo Feng immediately started to carefully read the article. Genetic energy, human gene enhancement, reliance on evolution. So that's how it is. Luo Feng understood after he read it carefully. Normal people aren't able to train this, because their genes weren't suitable. Once your fist strength reaches 900 kilograms, your speed reaches 25 ms, and your reaction speed all pass the mark required for a prospective fighter, then your genes were ready for training. 90 of prospective fighters are able to start training. You guys can start trying to train your genetic energy in this month. Instructor Jiang Yan smiled, and the most valuable Daoing technique will only be available to you after you become a fighter. There was only one way to train your genetic energy on Earth. However, there were millions of Daoing techniques. Training in the Daoing techniques could be increase the speed of genetic energy training by 10 times. That's why the Daoing techniques are valued by all powers. Literally means 5 hearts towards the sky, which sounds a bit weird, so I didn't change it. Instructor Bai Yang couldn't help but to ask. I have heard about how great the Daoing techniques are, but exactly how great are they? How can it increase the process of genetic energy training? At this time, a middle-aged man with graying hair said, Bai Yang, I'll tell it to you this way. For instance, if you don't learn the Daoing techniques and only use the Wu Xian Xian Tian techniques forever, then your cells will be full from energy. After 5 minutes of training a day, your cells won't be able to absorb more energy. However, by using the Daoing techniques, the capacity of your cells will increase. This way, you can practice for 8 minutes, maybe 10 minutes, and maybe even an hour. This middle-aged man looked towards Luo Feng's group. Do you guys understand now? After hearing this, Luo Feng suddenly realized the Daoing techniques simply increase every cell's appetite. Luo Feng thought to himself, the cells absorbing the faint energies of the cosmos and transforming them into genetic energy is just like how humans need to eat food. If a man could only eat 3 meals, the Daoing techniques could make him eat 5 or 10 meals. Jiang Yan smiled. If you don't train in the Daoing techniques, then pretend that the amount of energy your cells can absorb is a unit. Once you start training in the Daoing techniques, the amount of energy your cells can absorb could become 2 units, 3 units, or maybe even more. In other words, your 1 years of training could surpass another person's 10 years of training. This is the charm of the Daoing techniques. Every fighter at the scene talked about the Daoing techniques, as each of them clearly had a lot to say about the topic. About the Daoing techniques, the strongest fighter, leader of all the dojo of limits, Hong, created 9 types of Daoing techniques. If you join my dojo of limits and contribute enough towards the dojo, then you might have a chance to learn these top-class Daoing techniques. The fighters all laughed and enticed Luo Feng and his group. All the great powers on Earth hope to have more fighters in their country. Instructor Luo Feng suddenly spoke up. Instructor Jiang Yan laughed as he looked towards Luo Feng. What's the problem? Instructor, about the silver-haired man who just walked out with the chief. Instructor, how come he could stop all forms of resistance with just one gaze? What kind of power does this fighter have? Luo Feng had never heard that fighters were this powerful, so he was very curious. Instructor Jiang Yan slightly laughed, while the fighters beside him completely laughed out loud. Kid, that person who walked out with the chief instructor is a spirit reader. Spirit readers are even fewer in number than us fighters, the fighters all laughed as they said, of course, the spirit readers are usually fighters too. However, they are the most frightening existence within the fighters. Spirit reader Luo Feng was shocked. Luo Feng had read introductions about them, thanks to the modern internet. They all said that the spirit readers are a special existence within the fighters, and also a very terrifying existence. However, the internet didn't explain specifically on exactly how terrifying they actually were. After you become a fighter in the future, you'll come to know spirit readers. Instructor Jiang Yan laughed. Alright, today's prospective fighter exam is over. The three of you can return home too. Yup, make sure you stamp your contracts and hand in your documents. We'll contact you in a few days. Alright, you guys can go now. Yes, instructor. Luo Feng, Yang Wu, and Bai Yang turned and left the training hall. They were escorted and carefully watched by the gun-holding guardsmen as they left the sector. Mingyu sector's entrance, Luo Feng, Yang Wu, and Bai Yang were all smiling brightly. My name is Bai Yang, and I'm from the top military academy in Jiangnan. My family lives in Yangzhou City, so I took this chance to take the exam while it's summer vacation. Bai Yang stuck out his hands to both Luo Feng and Yang Wu for handshakes. I'm glad to be able to meet you too. Jiangnan's top military academy. Luo Feng was planning to go there. Luo Feng laughed. My name is Luo Feng, and he is Yang Wu. We are both from Xi and Region's Dojo of Limits. Luo Feng brothers' future is surely limitless. Not many people become fighters even in our elite class in the military academy. Bai Yang happily made friends for Luo Feng to become a prospective fighter at such a young age. He was even more happy to become friends. Luo Feng might become a super important person in the future. Yang Wu laughed on the side. Let's not say so much. It must be fate for all of us to pass the exam at the same place on the same day. Today's a good day. Let's find some restaurant to eat heartily and chat happily. Okay. Bai Yang smiled and accepted. Let's go. Luo Feng also laughed. The three of them just passed the prospective fighter exam and were bursting with excitement. They selected a restaurant and ate lunch together, and then went their separate ways back home. Luo Feng drank some liquor today and was waiting to report the good news to his family on the subway. However, there were too many people on the subway. He was afraid that if he spoke the words "passed the prospective fighter exam," he would cause a scene. Well, it wouldn't be too late to call after I exit the subway. After taking the one subway line to Zhong and Road Station, it would take a long walk to get to Zhong and Road Station's 11 line. I'll tell Dad, Mom, and brother now. Luo Feng has been excited up until now. Prospective fighter. His family has been so poor and working for so many years. He has been working for so many years, and finally there's some accomplishment. As he stood on the sidewalk of Zhong and Road Station, Luo Feng took out his cell phone. Beep beep. After typing in the number, Luo Feng waited. Hello. The cell phone carried his brother's voice. Luo Feng laughed and said, It's me. Of course. Don't you even know what kind of person your brother is? Of course. I passed. Haha. Yeah, okay. Luo Feng held his cell phone and happily said, Is Mom home? Okay, let Mom take the phone. Hello, Mom, it's me. Phone. Luo Feng was bursting with happiness. As he heard his mother's happily excited voice across the cell phone, the sides of Luo Feng's eyes started to become moist, for he has worked for this day for far too long. Mom, you asked 3 times already. I really did pass the exam. The forms will arrive at home in a few days. I ate already. With the other 2 people who passed, Luo Feng laughed. Oh. Call Dad. Don't worry Mom, I won't forget. Okay, I know. After he hung up, Luo Feng couldn't help but to let out a smile. Happiness, satisfaction. Wasn't Luo Feng's bitter training since childhood all for the sake of this day? Luo Feng adjusted his breathing and calmed himself, or else he wouldn't be able to call his father's cell phone. In this family, Luo Honghua is the family's mountain, the family's pillar. Before Luo Feng became an elite member, the family had to completely rely on what his father earned. Even though his mother works, she needs her energy to take care of her 2 sons, even more so since one of them is handicapped. Father's home remodeling work is bitter and hard. He frequently gets injured on the job. Dad, from now on, you will never have to go through such exhausting work again, Luo Feng thought to himself. Beep beep. A sound came from the cell phone as Luo Feng waited for his father to answer. How come there's no answer? It's around 12 right now, so it should be lunchtime. My dad and the others are remodeling right now, and they usually take a break during the noon, so he should be able to answer the phone. Luo Feng looked doubtfully at his cell phone screen and pressed the cell phone location searcher function. The screen of the phone quickly displayed a map of Yangzhou City. The small red dot on the map represented Luo Feng's cell phone's location, while the small green dot represented his father's. Not too far from where I am now. Luo Feng knew in an instant where his father's current location is, and couldn't help but to let out a smile. I'll run to my dad's side and tell him in person about the good news. Luo Feng quickly went to the location displayed on the cell phone's map. Qidian Region, Sky Garden Sector. Hurry, hurry, and move those things so you can go take a break and eat lunch. We should go eat some food too in one of the private villas' lawns in the sector. Zhang Haobai, pale and wearing long, white pants, urged the workers on. He even had 3 cold-faced bodyguards by his side. Mister, don't rush, this furniture is extremely valuable, don't underestimate it. Get some more people and work a bit harder. A truck was parked by the private lawn and had a lot of sealed wooden furniture. Wooden furniture in these days are extremely valuable and expensive. They are a luxury item which belong to few. Because all the humans live in cities, there are very few places to plant trees, and most of trees are for decoration. Although there are many trees outside the city, many monsters are there too. The price for lumber is extremely high, since you will have to fight monsters to get it. Most people's furnitures these days are made out of plastic, while some of the better ones are made out of glass. A normal family wouldn't be able to afford wood products. Be careful. The remodeling company's workers carefully moved the heavy furniture from the truck to the ground. After that, 3 of the workers would carefully move the furniture into the lawn. Be careful, Zhang Haobai frowned and reminded, this is furniture made out of real, high-quality wood. If you break it, you'll surely get in trouble with your boss. Who? The 3 workers carefully moved the furniture. The furniture was extremely valuable and heavy, around 1,000 kg. It's a bit of work for these 3 workers to move it. Stop and rest for a bit. Move it into the house in one breath. Later the worker lifting in front ordered, put it down here for now. Slowly, lightly. The three workers slowly put the furniture on the lawn. Only after doing so were they able to straighten their backs and take a good breath of air. "Old Luo, I'm already hungry." After doing that, a tall worker started stretching his body. "After moving this and 2 more pieces of furniture, we'll be done. After that, we can all eat together." Luo Hongwu laughed as he looked at the 2 other workers. He wiped his sweat off with his shirt. It was June and almost 1 p.m., so it was the hottest time of the day. For the 3 of them to move a valuable piece of furniture that weighs 1,000 kg, it surely was bitter work. "Work faster," Zhang Haobai ordered impatiently. Luo Hongwu bended down to grab onto the furniture. "Guys, work hard and move this piece of furniture in. Come, 1, 2, 3, up." Luo Hongwu and his group lifted together and carefully went up the steps. They quickly entered the house and came out soon after. When Luo Hongwu and his group walked past Zhang Haobai frowned after smelling the sweat emanating from them. "Poor people will be poor people. Doing this kind of bitter work, they'll have a bitter life for the rest of their lives," Zhang Haobai thought to himself. Zhang Haobai's dad was rich, so he was born into a wealthy family. Zhang Haobai has always looked down on those at the bottom of society. To him, those willing to do these kinds of bitter work have no fighting spirit and deserve to live through their bitter days. "Careful, don't touch the gate." Luo Hongwu and his group carefully moved the furniture step by step. Their shirts were drenched in sweat. A droplet of sweat leaked down from a head and rolled down into their necks. "Rest for a bit outside of the home." Luo Hongwu put the furniture down and adjusted their breathing. "Go, 1, 2, 3, up." Even though Luo Hongwu and his group were tired, they'd been doing this for 20 to 30 years, so they're used to it. They know their limits, so mistakes rarely occur. Soon after, Luo Hongwu and his group went to move the final piece of furniture. "It sure is hot." Zhang Haobai raised his head and looked towards the sky. "Brother Wang, we'll go eat at a nearby restaurant later." "Thanks, young master," the 3 bodyguards laughed in reply. Zhang Haobai glanced at the final piece of furniture the 3 workers were carrying and let out a snort from his nose. He naturally hated these kinds of peasants. Suddenly, his gaze landed upon the marble used for pavement. One of the tiles had a crack, which was accidentally made when he sparred with his bodyguards a few days ago. Zhang Haobai's eyes flashed. "I was low on money recently, and now's a good chance to make some." At this time, Luo Hongwu and his group were busy moving the 3rd piece of furniture. Suddenly, a cell phone started ringing. Luo Hongwu, who was currently moving the furniture, rejoiced in his heart. It must be from Feng. However, since Luo Hongwu is moving furniture, he can't answer the phone. He'll have to call back after he puts the piece of furniture down. "Rest for a bit outside the house." Lightly, slowly, Luo Hongwu and his group slowly put the furniture down. Luo Hongwu took the cell phone out of his pocket, looking at the display. The call was indeed from his son. He let out a smile and preparing to call back. "What's the problem with you guys? Hey, we told you guys to be careful. What are you guys doing?" A voice of anger rose. Luo Hongwu and his group turned their heads in surprise and only saw Zhang Haobai's gloomy face. Zhang Haobai was angrily pointing at the marble. "Is this how you do things? Since you guys weren't even focusing, look, my home's pavement was broken by you guys. This is Nanshan marble, which was bought Outside the city, one piece of marble would cost around $100,000. Can you pay that? Huh? Luo Honghua and his group lowered their heads and looked. Indeed, on the pavement towards the road, one of the marble had a small crack. Humph, I'll call your company's boss. What's with this? Zhang Haobai fumed. Brother Wang, you have their company's phone number, right? Call their company. And get their boss over here. There's no point in talking with these people anymore. I have their company's phone number here. The bodyguard, named Wang, immediately took out his cell phone and started dialing. Luo Honghua and his group were well acquainted. That's wrong, the large worker immediately said. The crack on the marble was already there. I saw it. Making excuses. There is no point in making excuses. Zhang Haobai laughed loudly. Luo Honghua frowned. As an experienced, old worker, he knew these kinds of disputes were the most troublesome. The company usually highly values its reputation. If their reputation is harmed and the company has no evidence to prove that their workers didn't make the crack, then usually the company can only pay for the loss. If the company pays money, then the money will be taken out of the salary of the 3 workers responsible. Let's move the furniture in first and then talk. Luo Honghua spoke as he went to lift the furniture. Move the furniture. Zhang Haobai stepped forward and shoved Luo Honghua and started lecturing. The 3 workers, don't play tricks. The furniture on the marble is the proof. You want to move the furniture in and then play dumb. I've seen these petty tricks all the time. Wait for your boss to come and then talk. Old Luo, old Luo. The other 2 co-workers went to help Luo Honghua up. No problem. Luo Honghua brushed off his shoulder. How could you guys shove people? We aren't even sure if we broke the marble. What's the meaning of shoving? The other 2 co-workers immediately glared and spoke in anger. These people who do these kinds of work fear nothing. If they are angered, then a fight would occur. Even if they get jailed by the police, they only want money and not their lives, so even the police cannot deal with them and will eventually release them. Don't try and argue with me. Zhang Haobai's 2 legs were like lightning and kicked the 2 workers' stomachs. Pu. The 2 co-workers flew away and fell on the ground. Humph, you don't know who you're arguing with. Zhang Haobai laughed coldly. His Zhang family in the Qidian region had a wide range of contacts. Even if he beat up some regular workers, nothing would happen. Old Tian, big monkey, are you okay? Luo Honghua was getting nervous too. Young man, how could you do this? Luo Honghua said angrily. Zhang Haobai frowned after smelling Luo Honghua's sweat and waved. Brother Wang, you guys teach them a lesson so they'll be quiet. Young master, the remodeling company, the bodyguard named Wang handed over the cell phone. Okay. Zhang Haobai waved his hand and the 3 bodyguards immediately went to beat up the 3 workers, while Zhang Haobai held the phone. Yes, I am from the Sky Garden. Let your chairman Ho take the phone. Chairman Ho. What's the problem with the 3 workers you sent today? They are sloppy and cracked open my lawn's marble pavement. Hurry up and send people and sort this out. If you don't figure this out, don't expect any money. While the conversation was still going, stop! An angry voice came from outside the lawn. At this time, Luo Honghua and his co-workers were in a corner and had foot prints all over them from the bodyguards. The 3 bodyguards and Zhang Haobai all turned their heads. A shady image flew into the lawn and Zhang Haobai recognized him in an instant and raged. Luo Feng, you came to my house to receive a beating. Luo Feng saw his father bent back, drenched in sweat, and covered in footprints. Luo Feng's eyes immediately turned red. His father had to endure such a bitter life and is always frowned upon, and today, something like this happened to him. One of the bodyguards, who was short and fat, laughed coldly as he stepped up. "Get thee out of the way!" Luo Feng shouted, and his leg, like lightning, kicked harshly. The bodyguard even blocked it with his right arm. Pung! The heavy kick immediately widened the fat, short bodyguard's eyes. He flew out 4 to 5 meters in the air, before falling back to the ground. The other 2 bodyguards were stunned. "Luo Feng, you dare hit my men?" Zhang Haobai glared and shouted. "You asked for it." "You!" Luo Feng shouted in anger as he glared fiercely and clenched his teeth. "Attack! Attack together!" Zhang Haobai's face was red with fury as he waved his hands in anger. This Luo Feng dare mess on his territory and attack his bodyguards. "Be careful, his kicks are heavy." The fat bodyguard on the ground rubbed his stomach. Some blood leaked out the side of his mouth, and he couldn't get up for a while. "Kiddo, think you're tough, eh?" The bodyguard named Wang and the other bodyguard rushed towards Luo Feng's direction as they had witnessed Luo Feng's power. They were careful to not underestimate him at this time. Luo Feng rushed to his father's side, but before he could say anything, Luo Hong Gua shouted, "I'm fine, Feng, behind you." Within an instant, the 2 bodyguards came from the left and right to attack Luo Feng simultaneously. Even that Zhang Haobai was coming in pursuit. The 3 of them together. "Humph!" Luo Feng glanced out the corner of his eye and instantly turned with the power that came with the rotation. He shot out his right arm in the shape of a blade and cut across the space in front of him as if it was a combat blade. "Hu!" The arm caused a powerful current to blow ahead of it. "Not good!" The bodyguard named Wang's face instantly changed, and he ran up to block Luo Feng's arm with both of his arms. Pung! The sound of an impact. Luo Feng's blade powerfully hit the bodyguard named Wang's 2 arms. The bodyguard named Wang felt that his arms weren't his own anymore. They hurt so much that there was no feeling for a moment. His right arm fell powerlessly, and he retreated while yelling, "My right arm's fractured." What? Zhang Haobai, who was getting ready to move, was shocked. His bodyguards were all elite members of the dojo. Luo Feng, also an elite member, should have around equal power. There was no way that his attack could fracture the arm of the bodyguard named Wang, who was also an elite member. Not good. The bodyguard named Wang was injured, so only the tall bodyguard in black was left. He was surprised and enraged as he witnessed his comrades' defeat. The bodyguard in black clenched his teeth and howled as he threw a kick and a punch with lightning speed. Whoosh whoosh. Luo Feng was dexterous, so it only took 2 sways to dodge the 2 attacks. He then prepared for a powerful chop. He raised his right hand high in the air and attacked. His chop was like a knife. "It's too fast." The bodyguard in black couldn't dodge, so he could only put his arms above to block and clench his teeth as he received the attack. As Luo Feng's frightening attack came down, the bodyguard's heart was filled with fear. Dawn. The bodyguard lost feeling in both of his arms, and they were softened by Luo Feng's attack. However, Luo Feng's chop didn't lose momentum after hitting the bodyguard's arms. It fell on his shoulder. Over 1,000 kg of power instantly made the bodyguard kneel on the ground. How is this possible? Zhang Haobai, who was getting ready for a sneak attack, stopped out of shock. The 3 bodyguards. One grasped his stomach as he tried to climb up. the other had a fractured arm, and the other was kneeling on the ground from just one chop. Zhang Haobai Luo Feng's eyes were like flames, as if he was about to eat someone. What the hell are you doing, Luo Feng? What are you doing? Zhang Haobai quickly backed 2 steps away and yelled, "This is my home, how dare you barge in here and hit my people and still act so arrogantly? You dare hit my dad, kick my dad?" Luo Feng clenched his fists, all the muscles on his body were like steel and his veins were like worms. "Your dad? I don't even know who your dad is. How could I hit your dad and kick your?" Zhang Haobai suddenly looked towards the 3 workers who were still dirty and covered in footprints. He realized in an instant why Luo Feng just barged in without saying anything and started attacking. Zhang Haobai looked at Luo Feng, who seemed like he was about to eat someone, and immediately held Luo Feng. "I'm warning you, you." Peng. Luo Feng kicked sharply, his leg, like lightning, hit against Zhang Haobai's stomach, which caused Zhang Haobai to lie on the floor with his face bursting red. "Warning!" My Luo Feng grabbed Zhang Haobai by the collar. His grab caused Zhang Haobai to be suspended in the air. You Zhang Haobai wanted to speak, but he was grabbed by the collar and completely suspended, which put a lot of pressure on his neck. It was already hard to breathe, so there's no way he'd be able to talk. "Put the owner down right now." A sound of anger came from far away. A group of around 10 bodyguards fully equipped were rushing. There were cameras all over the place in the Sky Garden sector, so the guards knew about the fight right away. All the people living in this sector were important, so security was high. They rushed here in an instant and called the police. As Luo Feng saw the guards coming, he sneered at Zhang Haobai and threw him to the side like an object. Zhang Haobai fell onto the grass of the lawn, which colored parts of his white shirt green. "Dad, are you all right?" Luo Feng walked towards Luo Honggua's side. "It's nothing, just a few scratches." Luo Honggua looked at the bodyguards who seemed to be in pain and Zhang Haobai's sick face and worriedly said in a low voice, "Feng, how come you don't even know how to control your power? You beat them up like this, so the medical fees will surely be high. They could even sue you." "Yeah, Feng, you went a bit overboard." Another worker was worried. "Doesn't matter, great job. They didn't even treat us like people before." The other tall worker said in anger. The sector's guards knew the wealthy families well. The Zhang family's 3 bodyguards were all elite bodyguards and were elite members of the dojo. Now that they all suffered major injuries, they won't provoke Luo Feng for a while. Even though you get paid for being a bodyguard, nobody is willing to get beat up and have their bones fractured like those 3 bodyguards. Beep beep. Suddenly the sound of a police siren came, so everyone turned their heads and saw one police car quickly stop in front of the Zhang family's gate. The 4 car doors opened and 4 policemen sprinted out. "The police are here." The guards immediately moved out of the way. "Not good, the police are here." Luo Honggua and his group were all surprised. And Luo Honggua dragged Luo Feng to a corner and quickly said in a low voice, "Feng, you injured them, so there'll be problems once you arrive at the police station. Don't rush, I'll find you a lawyer immediately." "Dad, I passed the prospective fighter exam," Luo Feng quietly said. With just this one phrase, Luo Honggua, who was extremely impatient, immediately relaxed and let out a sigh of relief. "Really, that's great, Feng. If you pass the exam, then even those policemen don't have the right to detain you. Prospective fighters become fighters after taking the fighter combat exam." Once their body fitness passes, then they can train their genetic energy. So, according to the rules of the country, once a prospective fighter or a fighter gets dragged into cases, the security agency of the city takes care of things. Jiangnan City naturally has Jiang Nan City's security agency take care of things, so regular policemen have no right to detain them. However, Dad, the higher authority still needs to approve of my passing it. Will take a few more days until the prospective fighter documents arrive at my home and get updated in my profile. Luo Feng said quietly, so, according to the law, I'm technically not a prospective fighter right now. I'll only become one in a few more days. Luo Feng officially becomes a prospective fighter when it's recorded into his public profile. Even if there is trouble these few days, there's no problem. Contact the dojo of limits and have them vouch for me and prove that I passed the prospective fighter exam. After that, I can leave the police station immediately. Luo Feng said, however, if there's no trouble, then there's no need to go through all that hassle. It's just a few days in the police station. After that, I wouldn't be able to stay even if I wanted to. Luo Hongwen nodded. Luo Feng, the two policemen walked over and one of them reprimanded, "You dare barge into other civilians' property and injure their men. Walk, you're coming with us to the police station." "My police friends, I'll cooperate." Luo Feng smiled as he walked forward. "Let's go. However, I'm not sure if your car can fit all of us." The two policemen panicked. "Don't worry, I have a car." Zhang Haobai turned his head and looked towards the four policemen. "Uncle Lu, he attacked and injured me and my 3 bodyguards. We are all witnesses for that. Bring them all." The policeman called Uncle Lu ordered. Luo Feng. Zhang Haobai maliciously looked at Luo Feng. The rage in his heart was great. His rage has already been collecting throughout the 3 years of high school. Luo Feng's beating today reminded him of the time where a similar situation happened in the dojo. This time even death won't get you out of this. You dare injure me and my bodyguards so badly, we can even make this a case and give you a few years in prison. Let's see if you're still so arrogant. Then Luo Feng smiled as he walked into the police car with the policeman. The room was empty, dark, and cold. Cold air constantly flowed in. You couldn't help but to shiver. This is the interrogation room. Yet Luo Feng had a look of curiosity on his face as he looked around the room. They threw me in this dark room and set the AC on such a high setting. Are they trying to do some psychological warfare? Before the interrogation even started, Luo Feng has already won. Luo Feng, who has already passed the prospective fighter exam, is unafraid of any of the police's tricks. Outside in the security room, a few policemen looked inside the room through their security cameras. One of the young female officers wondered, "Head, how come this young man doesn't feel anything at all? Usually when someone enters the interrogation room and stays there for half an hour, they start panicking due to their own worries." Don't underestimate him. His profile states that he is an elite member of the dojo, and he even injured 4 elite members. The bald middle-aged officer laughed. "One harmed 4. If he's that strong, is it possible that he's a prospective fighter? If he is, then that'll be a problem," said one of the young male officers. "He isn't a prospective fighter. His profile says it clearly." The bald middle-aged officer said, "Let's go, Xiao Yang, come with me to interrogate him for a bit." "Yes, head." Inside the interrogation room, Luo Feng has been waiting for over half an hour. You're here, Luo Feng smiled as he watched the two policemen enter. The bald middle-aged officer was startled. This young man was unexpectedly calm. He came in with the other young officer and sat in front of the interrogation desk. He then smiled, saying, "Sorry, we were interrogating a few others just now, which caused a delay, so that's why it took us so long to arrive." "No problem," Luo Feng then asked. "What about the three workers from the remodeling company? Where did they go?" "We let them return home." The bald middle-aged officer seemed friendly. Luo Feng nodded. In this case, Luo Honghua and his group were victims, so they were let off the hook. The three workers from the remodeling company and Zhang Haobai and his three bodyguards all told us all about what happened. The truth is against you. Do you have any words? The bald middle-aged officer stared at Luo Feng. Usually, when someone hears that the truth isn't with them, they try to explain themselves. Luo Feng smiled. Nothing much. Zhang Haobai and his three bodyguards, those for our maggots, they dared to hit my dad, so I just taught them a lesson. The bald middle-aged officer and the young male officer were stunned. Peng, the young middle-aged officer, slammed the table and scolded, "Luo Feng, get real. This is the police station. Stop being so arrogant." "Arrogant? I was telling you what happened." Luo Feng smiled. "All right, that's all I have to say." The bald middle-aged officer frowned. "Luo Feng, your arrogance will not help your case. You purposefully injured them to such an extent, so a couple years in jail wouldn't be surprising. You better explain the events of what happened in detail." "I have nothing much to say," Luo Feng said as he shook his head. The bald middle-aged officer frowned. He looked at Luo Feng carefully, who remained silent. Finally, the bald middle-aged officer waved his hand and said, "Okay then, don't regret this, take him down." Luo Feng smiled as he stood up. Two male officers rushed in the interrogation room and forcefully escorted him out. The Xi'an region jail is right next to the police station. The influence of the fighters has caused today's society to fight and brawl a lot. So many people are detained here. Each region has their own jail to detain these people, and Luo Feng will be entering jail today too. After changing into the gray prisoner uniform, Luo Feng was locked up. 299. This is the room. Go in. The guardsman pushed Luo Feng in and locked the prison door. The people locked up here were mostly thieves, drunk drivers, brawlers, and criminals awaiting their trials. Luo Feng's case of a fight was common around here. Simply put, it was just a small fight between a few people. However, if this case is actually brought to the court, then there is indeed a chance of Luo Feng receiving a few years of imprisonment. The reason is, of course, Luo Feng is not a prospective fighter. In the prison cell, a new one. A bald brute with tattoos was lying on the bed. Next to him was an old man who was obediently giving him a massage. The bald brute glared at Luo Feng. "Kiddo, you are all skin and bones, not bad. Come and kick my shin." Luo Feng looked strangely at the bald brute. He has heard rumors of bullying in the cell, but they were only rumors. This is the first time he has witnessed such an event. "Damn, are you deaf?" The bald brute glared and stood up. Interesting. Luo Feng was very curious. Pick in a fight. After the bald brute witnessed Luo Feng's lack of respect, he suddenly rose his palm leaf-like hand and went for Luo Feng's head. With a slight movement, Luo Feng's arm came out like a viper and grabbed the bald brute's wrist. The bald brute shook violently. He felt like his arm was trapped by iron bands, he couldn't exert any strength at all and his face couldn't help. But to change completely, he knew he was in deep trouble. You want me to kick your shin? Luo Feng's right hand's fingers strengthened and twisted the bald brute's wrist, who painfully got on the ground and begged, my brother, I failed to recognize your might, brother, please let me off the hook. The intense pain made him scream out uncontrollably. Luo Feng exerted some strength and tossed the bald brute against the wall. Tell me whenever you want me to kick your shin, Luo Feng said in ill humor. With that, he suddenly leaped, and with some help with his right hand, he was already lying on the bed. The bald brute sat in the corner and rubbed his right arm's wrist. And the old man and the skinny young man on the bed, who were also in the cell, looked at the bald brute, and then looked at Luo Feng. Baldy Huang, what's wrong? The guardsman standing in front of the prison snickered. Who messed with you? How did this happen? Oh, a quick reminder. That new young man who just joined you came here after beating 4 elite members of the dojo. Be careful and don't provoke him. After saying that, the guardsman hummed a small hymn and left. Shoulda said that earlier. The bald brute looked in fear towards the bed. One person beat 4 elite members of the dojo, that's messed up. Meanwhile, Luo Feng was thinking about what he read at the limit hall about the genetic energy techniques. Since I have nothing to do here anyway, when it gets dark, I might as well try to train my genetic energy. Fighters rely on genetic energy for their unstoppable strength. When Luo Feng was planning his genetic energy training in his cell, inside a room in a KTV near the Xi'an region police station, 2 young men were flirting with a young woman. One of them shrieked and howled as he sang, and that young man was precisely Zhang Haobai. Alright, you two can leave now. Zhang Haobai waved his hand. The only people that were left in the room were Zhang Haobai and another teenager who was wearing glasses. Brother Zhou, I asked you here for a favor. Zhang Haobai spoke. If you have something to ask for, then don't hold back. The glasses wearing teenager laughed. If I can help, then I definitely will do so right away. It's like this, there's someone named Luo Feng. This maggot always goes against me. As he was talking, Zhang Haobai spit in rage. This time, he injured my 3 bodyguards and beat me up. Brother, I can't take this. This person is locked up in jail now, so I want to ask Brother Zhou to get through the guardsman and teach Luo Feng a lesson. Oh, no problem. However, I need money for the guardsman's cooperation. The glasses-wearing teenager wrinkled his eyebrow. Money is not a problem. I have 100,000 right here. After the task is complete, I'll give another 100,000. Zhang Haobai immediately threw his wallet towards the teenager. Haha, awesome. The glasses-wearing teenager didn't even look at the wallet and nodded. 200,000, we can do anything to him as long as we don't kill him. Tell me, how should we beat him up? Break one of his legs and one of his arms. Zhang Haobai clenched his teeth. Sure, that's easy. The glasses-wearing teenager immediately nodded. Zhang Haobai reminded Brother Zhou, this Luo Feng is not an easy target. He beat me and my 3 bodyguards. No worries. The glasses-wearing teenager laughed in confidence. You can put 1,200 hearts worth of trust in me and wait for the good news. TL note: for those who don't know, KTV is a place where you can rent a private room and sing along with pre-recorded videos, songs, karaoke. Deep into the night, the moon and stars weren't visible in today's sky, so the cell Luo Feng resided in was completely dark. Only the roads outside of the cell had some light. HU snores kept ringing throughout the cell, showing that virtually everyone was in deep sleep. Suddenly, On the left bed, Luo Feng, who was originally lying in rest, sat up. His legs were crossed and his soles faced forwards, his hands rested on his legs, and his back was perfectly straight. According to the article I saw at the Limit Hall, there is only one type of genetic energy training on Earth, Wu Xian Xian Tian training. Once someone reaches the body fitness level of a fighter, they usually are able to start their genetic energy training right away. Luo Feng took in a deep breath. The article said that the first feeling is the hardest. To absorb the cosmic energy, you need to be able to sense them first. According to the article, this energy is spread around the Earth. Even the stars in the universe has this energy. However, most people can't detect the presence of the energy. As long as I can do the feeling, it'll be easy to absorb them. The talented people can sense the energies on their first day of training. The less talented fighters take up to 1.5 years just to sense the energy. Luo Feng adjusted his breathing and kept the position of the Wu Xian Xian Tian technique. The Wu Xian refers to the two soles, the two palms, and the main artery in the head. TL note, Wu Xian means 5 hearts. Breathe. Luo Feng's breathing slowly stabilized. As he stabilized himself, Luo Feng could feel his heart becoming calm. My body has to loosen up. The Wu Xian Xian Tian is a natural process I have to calm my heart like a lake in the reflection of a mirror. Luo Feng's self-control was good, so he was able to slowly calm himself. Even his heart was calmed. It was completely silent. His breathing could barely be heard. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 30 minutes, 1 hour. Luo Feng suddenly opened his eyes. Where is this so-called energy? How come I can't sense it? My heart and body should have been very calm just now. Maybe, like the article said, a talented person can succeed on the first day. But an untalented person would take 1.5 years to sense the energy. I'll try again. Luo Feng shut his eyes and tried to feel the energy described in the article. Relaxed, quiet. These were the 2 points that the Wu Xian Xian Tian technique stressed the most. Still not right. Half an hour later, Luo Feng opened his eyes. Luo Feng has witnessed that the first stage of genetic energy training feeling is very difficult. I'll try one last time. If I don't succeed, I'll wait until tomorrow night. I hope I can succeed. Luo Feng hoped in his heart, shut his eyes, and started to calm himself again in order to sense the energy. Time passed slowly. 10 minutes, 30 minutes, 50 minutes, 1 hour. And 20 minutes. How come it's still not working? In his almost meditative state, Luo Feng's thoughts started to slow down too. Slowly. In this almost meditative state, Luo Feng had a bit of hope in the bottom of his heart, hoping to sense the energy. However, as time passed, Luo Feng was falling asleep. A normal person who thinks of nothing and closes his eyes for half an hour at late night would fall asleep, and Luo Feng has been going at this for 3 hours already. About to fall asleep, Luo Feng forgot to try and sense the energy. So comfortable. Luo Feng, who was falling asleep, felt a faint energy go through his soles, palms, and the major artery of his head. At a slow steady rate, it entered his body. What is this? Luo Feng was still half asleep. It's the energy. Luo Feng abruptly woke up and opened his eyes. The feeling he had before immediately disappeared. Luo Feng never thought that he would be able to sense the energy when he was about to fall asleep. I felt it, that must be the energy I was looking for. Luo Feng was extremely happy inside, according to the article. Once you pass the prospective fighter test, many people can start their genetic energy training. Even if you don't sense it consciously, your body slowly absorbs it. Unconsciously. Luo Feng knew that the feeling just now meant that he was absorbing the energy. However, this kind of absorption speed was much too slow. It's that kind of feeling. Luo Feng shut his eyes and tried to sense it again. He stabilized his breathing and calmed his heart. His consciousness focused on the soles of his feet, the palms of his hands, and the artery of his head. He tried to sense the energy he just felt. He felt like he sensed the energy, but at the same time he felt like he didn't. Slowly, the feeling was getting clearer and clearer. It's this. A very small thing like a breath floated slowly when it neared Luo Feng's soles. It seeped in slowly. This is the energy. Luo Feng focused on the Wu Xian, and he focused on absorbing the energies naturally, the speed of which his soles, palms, and his head's artery absorb energy increased. It instantly neared to 100 times the speed. If we say that the energies seeped in like a few drops of water from a crack in a water pipe at the beginning, then now, the crack is larger and, like a small river, the energies incessantly flowed into Luo Feng's body. The feeling made him shiver to the bone. The shapeless, colorless energy entered Luo Feng's body. The starving and thirsting cells crazily gobbled up the energy which came in from 5 different paths inside the cell. As the energies entered the cells, it was quickly absorbed by the mitochondria, and at the same time let out a strange energy. This energy was absorbed by the cell, which started causing earth-shattering changes. The DNA blueprints were also beginning to change slightly, and the cell started dividing, 1 into 2. Time passed slowly. Luo Feng's body kept changing, whether it was the surface of the skin, the muscles, the bones, and even the layers of every single cell. Every part of the body has changed. This change is life's evolution, an enhancement of life's genes. According to the training guide, humans, starting from birth, were unable to absorb the energies. So in a state of starvation, when you absorb the energies for the first time, you absorb the highest amount, which is also the time of the quickest strength boost. Luo Feng felt his fitness level changing. On the earth and in the entire universe, there is an infinite amount of energy, the amount of which Luo Feng just absorbed is negligible. However, to Luo Feng, this is the biggest jump in strength he has ever had. The density of his bones increased, the cells reduced their volumes and split into 2. The muscle fibers were enhancing themselves, and Luo Feng's body weight kept increasing. Life is so peculiar. In the brain. In a place where Luo Feng couldn't sense, the energies flowed in the depths of his brain since birth until now. The 3 shocks to the depths of his brain caused 3 comas, and tonight, a huge amount of energies were flowing in. However, this change was different from the other 3 times. It was more faint. Luo Feng, who was training, didn't notice it at all. Ding dong. Dawn. The sun just rose. Around 5 or 6 a.m. all the bells in the jail were ringing. Each prisoner began to wake up. Luo Feng, who sat cross-legged for a while, finally opened his eyes and smiled. Indeed, this is the most energy I'll be able to absorb in one duration. I absorbed for almost 2 hours until my body was full. Luo Feng could feel that he had much more power than before. After last night, I feel like my fitness level has raised even more than what My coma during exams gave me, Luo Feng thought to himself, my fist strength would probably be around 1,500 kilograms now, maybe even higher, only tests could tell. How much his strength actually increased. Time for breakfast, quite a few prisoners left there. Cells to eat. Luo Feng jumped off his bed, brushed his teeth, and washed his face in preparation for breakfast. At this time, in the hallway, 3 uniform-wearing prisoners walked towards Luo Feng's cell. One of them yelled, "Baldy Huang, I heard a highly skilled person came into your cell, beating 4 elite members single-handedly." "Brother Lu, he sure is tough." In Luo Feng's cell, the bald brute laughed and nodded. "Oh." The 3 prisoners exchanged glances, and one of them said in a low voice, "There's no mistake, the cell number, age, and strength are all correct. Brother Zhou was talking about him." In the jail. After eating breakfast, the prisoners started returning to their cells one by one. In the 3rd cell, from the left in the southern hallway, 4 prisoners lay quietly on their beds. One fatty said in a low voice, "Big brother, I talked to Boss Lee during breakfast and he nodded in agreement. We'll send 3 of our professionals, with 2 of Boss Lee's guerrillas. We'll have 5 men with that Luo Feng shouldn't be a problem." "Fatty, I heard that Luo Feng could beat 4 elite members all by himself. He's quite a tough one." A brawny man with tattoos in the shape of a black dog said quietly. "Black dog, fatty, other than us, Brother Zhou is sending out Cobra. Even if we don't succeed, Cobra definitely will." A one-eyed middle-aged man said quietly. "Cobra." Fatty and the brawny black dog were all shocked. "Yeah, in pure coincidence, Cobra is also locked up here." The one-eyed man nodded. "With Cobra, there's no way we can fail." Fatty got excited. "However, what does Cobra look like? We've never even seen him before." "We'll move together. After lunch I'll negotiate with Boss Lee." The one-eyed man said quietly, without error, "We'll move together and take action at dinner time. Remember, bring your weapons." However, the weapons this prisoner was talking about were just small blades formed from sharpening a tooth brush. Even though there were some strict checks in this jail, it can't compare at all to a large-scale prison. However, even in a large-scale prison, crafty men are almost always able to smuggle guns and ammunition in, no matter how secure the place is. As long as people run it, there'll be loopholes. Of course, the people in this jail were just some small fry. They were armed with mere blades and glass pieces. Evening. Brother Luo. Brother Luo. As he walked out of his cell, every prisoner he met obediently greeted Luo Feng. Luo Feng's story of his battle between 4 elite members has spread around. Last night, virtually everybody in the jail knew of this young man's strength. In the cafeteria, it's called a cafeteria, but it's just a sealed lobby. Long, stabilized, silver tables, around a couple dozen of them. Everything in this jail is pretty good, except the food. Since Luo Feng succeeded in his genetic energy training last night, he has been in a good mood for the entire day. He walked to the counter and received a plastic lunch box from the guards, but only some food like mud was inside it. As he lowered his head and looked inside, there was only some food like gray mud. When he smelled it, there was the scent of potatoes. "So this is the legendary raw meal." Luo Feng shaked his head. "It is quite famous, but though it's called raw meal, it's actually the undisputed absolute worst food of society. If you eat this raw meal, you only Need 5 cents a day, just knowing that should tell you enough about the quality of the things inside it. A silver lobby, a silver table, and a silver lunch box. A large amount of uniform-wearing people came one by one and received their lunch boxes. Luo Feng sat on the side of the table and lowered his head as he started to eat this raw meal. At this time, a skinny, glasses-wearing teenager started cursing. Even pigs and dogs eat better food than this, as he ate 2 bites of the contents of the lunch box next to Luo Feng. Hurry, you lost, give me 2 smokes. What are you saying? In the large silver lobby, over 100 prisoners were talking to each other. It was very messy and chaotic. 2 guards stood outside the railing, both holding an assault rifle. They lazily glanced inside and then started laughing and talking with each other. The security camera at the top continuously recorded all of the events of the silver lobby. Peng, a one-eyed brute, sat at a table 3 meters to the right of Luo Feng's. He glanced at Luo Feng and laughed. You're Luo Feng. Luo Feng looked at the one-eyed brute in the eye. You are. I'm Long. The one-eyed brute grinned as he laughed. One-eyed dragon, a low voice said. A short fat man sat in front of the one-eyed brute. At this time, 2 brutes sat next to him like steel towers. The 2 brutes coldly looked into the one-eyed brute. Then, the short fat man laughed coldly. When we went outside to relax yesterday, your men hit my brother, right? Tell us, how are we going to resolve this issue? Off. The one-eyed brute rolled his eye and lectured, Fatty Lee, you better get away from me this instant. If you mess with me, don't blame me for not holding back. The short fat man stared coldly and laughed. One-eyed dragon, it seems like you don't want to talk. Luo Feng ate 2 more bites on the sidelines and glanced. He couldn't help but to be interested in his point of view. It was clearly 2 major powers in the jail about to fight. Talk shit if you still want to talk. Off. The one-eyed dragon's only eye rolled as he lectured. Screw it, attack. The short fat man's face was hideous as he shouted. Instantly, the 2 steel tower-like brutes next to him started moving. One of them lifted the long, silver table and slammed it against the one-eyed brute, while the other brute launched a kick like lightning. Dare hit our boss? Brothers, let's go. The entire lobby instantly became chaotic. Peng, one of the prisoners, lifted the bench and ferociously slammed it on the security camera in the corner. Every time there's a large-scale gang fight in the jail, the first thing you do is break the camera. Without concrete evidence, the police naturally can just randomly select prisoners to blame. In the silver lobby, the one-eyed dragon threw out his right arm and blocked the brute's kick. However, it was a really powerful kick, so the one-eyed dragon stepped a few steps back, all the way to Luo Feng's side. The 2 steel tower-like brutes quickly pursued. The man under the one-eyed dragon also rushed towards this direction. Suddenly, Luo Feng was at the center of the gang fight. Can't believe I got messed up in this. Luo Feng could only stand up. He was too lazy to get involved in this. It was at this time that the fatty under the one-eyed dragon's command rushed towards Luo Feng. He suddenly revealed a blade sharpened from a screw and pointed it at Luo Feng's waist. Before that, the one-eyed dragon revealed a small blade in his hand and was getting ready to thrust it at Luo Feng. Luo Feng suddenly sensed danger. At the same time, he could feel a slight pain in his waist, as if something sharp has pierced his body. However, as Luo Feng tensed his muscles, he leapt up like a leopard and jumped past the table in front. But at this time, he The two steel tower-like brutes launched their legs like battle axes towards Luo Feng. "You're asking for death," Luo Feng, who understood what was going on in an instant, howled in a loud voice and slammed his two fists against the two legs. The two steel-like tower brutes, nicknamed gorillas, laughed coldly in their hearts. The explosive energy of the legs are way more powerful than the arms. Would they even fear Luo Feng? Pung pung. A low striking sound, followed by the sounds of bones breaking. The two ferocious steel tower-like brutes howled in pain. The two of them flew away from Luo Feng's fists and slammed against a faraway table on the bench and floor. There were bloodstains that could shock you. The two brutes held their legs in pain as they rolled around on the ground. What? The one-eyed dragon, along with Fatty and Black Dog, who were beside him, were all shocked. At this time, Weng an ear-piercing alarm rang. All the guardsmen in the jail rapidly rushed out of their resting areas to group up as they headed towards the cafeteria. Luo Feng touched his waist and saw that the blood has stained his uniform. The legends were right. Fighters that are capable of genetic energy trainings have fist strengths of 3 to 4,000 kg. A regular, small bullet are incapable of piercing through their muscles. The fatty's knife only went through Luo Feng's skin and was stopped by his muscles. "So you guys were putting on a play?" Luo Feng glanced at the one-eyed dragon and the short fat man, his eyes filled with ferocity, which caused the both of them to go pale from shock. "Everyone at him, he's injured," the one-eyed dragon shouted in rage. "Everyone together," the short fat man also howled loudly as they shouted. They lifted benches to slam Luo Feng with. Following their boss's actions, the other men naturally started to rush together with their own benches. Luo Feng's movements were like a phantom's. His two legs were like cannon shots, kicking every prisoner into the air. For the regular prisoners, Luo Feng wasn't too cruel, since they were just following orders. However, Luo Feng would not show any mercy to the two leaders and the fatty who stabbed him. Pu Luo Feng's chop broke the bench in half and his arm slammed on the one-eyed dragon's, causing him to fly up in the air. His arm made a counter-clockwise 90-degree turn. People were all being launched into the air. Benches and tables were being twisted and shattered one by one. The difference. This is the difference between a fighter who is trained in the genetic energy techniques and regular aggressive convicts. As Luo Feng scanned the group of prisoners, the skinny glasses-wearing teenager who was silently watching suddenly waved his hand. "Lay off." As a cold light passed through the sky, he was already in front of Luo Feng. The skinny teenager was Ji and Regent's famous Cobra. His rise to fame is his one-handed throwing knife technique. When the other prisoners started mobbing Luo Feng, the Cobra teenager searched for the best opportunity to strike. Right when Luo Feng was getting out of hand, he attacked. The thrown knife was very sinister. As it flew, it was blocked by a prisoner's body, so Luo Feng didn't even realize what was coming for him. TL note: Cobra in Chinese is literally glasses snake. Xiu, the knife flew between the gap of a prisoner's pants who was thrown up by Luo Feng. When Luo Feng saw the knife, it was only 2 meters away. Not good. "I can't make it." Luo Feng's reaction speed was fast, but he didn't have enough time to move his body out of the way. The knife wasn't aiming for any vital organs, but for Luo Feng's right shoulder. Luo Feng glanced. For a fighter, his arms are extremely important. Luo Feng uses knives and is right-handed. If the knife breaks through the joint and splits the bone, then he wouldn't be able to use his techniques against the beasts for a few months. In other words, if he gets hit, he wouldn't be able to participate in the August 1st fighter combat exam. He would have to wait until next year's February 1st. No, get out of the way. With the knife speed and the 3-meter distance, Luo Feng's thoughts weren't thinking about the consequences at all at this exact second. At this crucial moment, Luo Feng's spirit tightened and all of his muscles were pushed to the extreme. He stared at the knife with only one goal in mind. Dodge this knife, don't let this knife hit my shoulder. Pu. The knife, which was right about to hit Luo Feng, strangely and mysteriously slightly changed direction. It was about to make a direct hit with Luo Feng's shoulder, but now it only grazed it and damaged Luo Feng's first layer of skin. The blood slowly dyed Luo Feng's uniform at the shoulder area. Everybody down on their knees, everybody down on their knees. Hurry and get down. At this time, a large amount of assault rifle-wielding guardsmen rushed into the lobby. All the prisoners, who were previously out of control, obediently kneeled. Even that skinny cobra teenager kneeled. He looked at Luo Feng with a shocked face. How could this happen? How did my knife miss? Seeing the police rush in, even Luo Feng immediately kneeled. How did the knife change direction? Just now Luo Feng, who was kneeling, was confused. However, a horrible headache, without any prior warnings, manifested. The pain was as if someone was pounding a spike into Luo Feng's brain. The pain caused Luo Feng's entire body to cramp and he fell on the ground. What happened? You guys come look with me. The police, who already had the situation under control, were astonished at Luo Feng's look. Luo Feng was completely red and was sweating a lot. Some blood even come out instead of sweat, which caused Luo Feng's uniform to turn almost completely red. His veins were bursting like a blue snake coiling around Luo Feng, which made him look unprecedentedly hideous. Not good, he's already out. Hurry, hurry, and send him to the medical room. Even though Luo Feng lost consciousness, his body was still completely red. In Luo Feng's mind, a huge, mysterious power continuously surged from Luo Feng's mind and instantly merged with every spot in Luo Feng's body under the baptism of this mysterious power. Luo Feng's bones, organs, blood, muscles, and skin were undergoing drastic changes. Even every cell was changing rapidly. This rate of change was hundreds to thousands of times faster compared to Luo Feng's genetic energy training. In theory, such drastic change should tear apart the body. However, as the mysterious power merged, Luo Feng's insides were completely unharmed, despite his cramps, loss of blood, etc. Hurry, carefully, send him to the medical room. The police started to carry Luo Feng to the medical room. The mess caused by the large-scale gang fight was quickly cleaned out. 8 p.m. In the eerie 3-story jail, there was a movie being played on a 200-inch screen in the lobby on the first floor. Stop. A middle-aged man said as he sat on the sofa while wearing pajamas. Immediately, the movie being played was paused. At this time, a knocking noise came from outside. Come in. The door opened and a man wearing a military uniform came in and greeted, "Officer, we investigated everything about this time's large gang fight. Zhou Huayang organized this to deal with the young man named Luo Feng. However, the result was a large amount of people injured in battle against Luo Feng. Some even have major wounds. That Zhou Huayang kid using his Zhou family's influence, he's quite cocky. The pajama-wearing middle-aged man said indifferently. Even though Zhou Huayang organized this, we estimate that the young man, named Zhang Haobai, is the true person behind this, the military officer said. Respectfully, we flipped through Luo Feng's files. His reason for being locked up is related to Zhang Haobai, so the chances of Zhang Haobai asking Zhou Huayang for help is quite high. China has 6 major cities at the moment. Since humanity has gathered together like never before, the country's control over their citizens increased. However, officer, our investigation of the gang fights battle scene, the metal benches and tables marks show that Luo Feng's fitness level has no doubt reached to fighters, the military officer said with confidence and persuasion. All of the benches and tables in the jail were made out of metal. Luo Feng's fists completely deformed the tables and his one chop cut the benches in half. How fearsome is this? A level of a fighter, the middle-aged man, who was indifferent up to now, suddenly stood up and frowned as he stared at the officer. Are you sure? 100% sure, the military officer replied. I just called the Thunder Dojo and the Dojo of Limits to confirm it. Luo Feng has taken the prospective fighter exam and passed. It's just that his profile isn't updated. But I'm sure it will be in these few days. A prospective fighter, what did he come running to a jail for if he's a prospective fighter? The middle-aged man frowned. If things really heat up, then there'll be a huge problem. All fighters, no matter who, take their rights seriously. If a fighter suffered losses because of the police system, then all of the fighters will be unhappy. There'll be big trouble then, since the police do not have the right to make any sort of detainment against fighters. Where is this Luo Feng person? Said the middle-aged man. He has had a weird headache sickness since he was young. It happened during his high school exams, and now it just happened again. However, everything is fine now. He is still in a coma in the medical room, replied the military officer. The middle-aged man thought for a bit and ordered immediately bring Luo Feng to the military personnel recuperation region and let him rest after he wakes up. Bring me to make a personal apology. Tomorrow morning, we'll contact the Dojo of Limits he resides at and explain everything. We must keep the situation under control. After that, we'll send him home. Yes, officer. The military officer went to carry out his orders and left. Late night. Luo Feng's eyes made a few slight movements and then opened as he sat alone in the gloomy room. Where is this Luo Feng? Suddenly came to and scanned the surroundings. The spots on the fence outside the window were clear and the neighbor's television's volume was extremely high. Luo Feng could even hear the conversations outside on the sidewalk. No, it's not that they're loud, it's that my hearing has improved by a lot. Luo Feng got off the bed and stood up as he walked around in the room. His sight, hearing, and even sense of smell improved by an amazing amount. Luo Feng's gaze landed on a stool beside him with a heartbeat. He felt a formless energy instantly take control of the stool. This formless energy was unable to be sensed, but Luo Feng himself could feel it clearly. This formless energy came from his mind. What is this power? How did I get this kind of power? Luo Feng could feel his heart beat faster as he felt the supernatural power act like a formless hand. Hu. At this time of the night, the stool actually started floating. With Luo Feng's one thought, the entire bed beside him started floating. He turned his head to a television, and even it started floating too soon after. were 3 chairs, a tea-making machine, and the cabinet beside him. All of them were floating above the ground. Very quickly. Almost everything in this room was floating above the ground, like in space, where there's no gravity. I can make all of these things float and yet not feel challenged or tired at all. Luo Feng slowly walked to the balcony. It was late at night and completely silent. Luo Feng's gaze landed upon a fence, and with one thought. One of the columns of the fence started rotating, and it detached itself from the fence. The column's front part, under Luo Feng's gaze, started twisting and turning and turned sharp. It became a steel needle. All of this was floating in mid-air with the formless power. Go, Luo Feng thought. This column moved like lightning and shot towards a fake mountain in a small region in amazing speed. The needle pierced through the boulder on the fake mountain. After piercing through, it turned around and flew straight through the hole it made. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The steel needle was like an uncountable number of phantoms as it pierced the fake mountain, as if pierced through a huge amount of armor-piercing bullets. The mountain quickly became a sieve. Pung! There was suddenly the sound of an explosion. The fake mountain, that was 2 to 3 meter high, burst open and became countless little shattered rocks. The needle that Luo Feng was controlling also blew up and became powder. Who's there? WUWUWUWU. The entire recuperation area's sirens were going off. A large amount of lights were lit up, and quite a few assault rifle-wielding guardsmen rushed over. Luo Feng immediately ran back to the bed in his room, still shocked and awed. That rock, which was easily 2 meters thick, was pierced through in an instant. My needle's power was like a heavy Pime sniper rifle shooting through armor. The needle wasn't sturdy enough, so it turned into powder as it pierced through the fake mountain. I pierced through it 100 times in just one instant. Wouldn't that be like shooting 100 armor-piercing bullets? Luo Feng took a deep breath. Just what is happening? That mysterious, fearsome power, in this regular military recuperation area, has awakened. No lights were turned on in the gloomy room. In utter darkness, Luo Feng sat on the sofa. He was unable to calm down. This power is too powerful. A regular pistol could only make a dent out of that huge boulder. With my needle, I easily destroyed the fake mountain. Its power is easily tens to hundreds of times stronger. In the war between man and beast that has lasted for a couple dozen years, man couldn't achieve victory because the beasts are too strong. There are weak and strong monsters in their horde. Even the weakest monsters can shake off the pistol's attacks. Even the weakest fighter can block the bullet with just their muscles. For the stronger monsters, even military-grade weapons cannot harm them. Only heavy-class sniper rifles, huge-barreled heavy machine guns, high rate-of-fire machine guns, cannons, etc., can harm them. Of course, the top monsters like the black-crowned eagle wouldn't even lose a feather after withstanding a barrage from the 20mm fire god cannon. That is truly terrifying. I can't believe I have telekinesis. Could this be Luo Feng's heart? Skipped a beat. Could it be a spirit reader's spiritual force? Luo Feng knew very little about spirit readers. However, he knew some basic information. Spirit readers were usually powerful fighters who also trained their genetic energy. However, spirit readers not only train the basic genetic energy, but also their second power, telekinesis. This telekinesis is called by most spiritual force. However, I'll have to check later if it's actually spiritual force. Luo Feng thought. Luo Feng has only seen one spirit reader since birth. And that is the mysterious black-robed person Chief Instructor Wu Tong, called Captain in Yangzhou City's Limit Hall. The needle's power was powerful, but it would be no use against the black-crowned eagle. Only a high-intensity laser cannon or nuclear weapons could pose a threat to them. Luo Feng was clear that, even though his current power was amazing, there are tens to hundreds to thousands of even more powerful existences on Earth. According to the internet, the strongest fighter who slayed the black-crowned eagle. His speed surpasses the speed of sound. He can cut the black-crowned eagle in half with just a knife. One kick could destroy a 6-story apartment. This is the strongest person within all the fighters. The strongest fighter Hong, the second strongest thunder god, are treated as equals by the 5 major countries. Luo Feng took a deep breath. For a country to treat one person as an equal, it's obvious that their powers are insanely high. My needle probably can't even touch their bodies, Luo Feng reminded himself. Even though he was powerful, there are still many other powerful people. Even though he reminded himself this, those fighters are too far ahead for Luo Feng to comprehend. Luo Feng's current power is enough for his family to live a great life. Work hard. I'm still young, so I might be able to stand in the circle of the strongest fighters in the future, Luo Feng thought with excitement. In this gloomy room, Luo Feng has awakened, so he was too excited to sleep. Whatever, I'm too worked up to sleep now. I guess I'll do some genetic energy training. Luo Feng got into the Wu Xian Xian Tian position and closed his eyes to start training. His body already has some genetic energy, and he has previous experience, so it was very easy to sense the energy. The genetic energy flowed through his soles, palms, and the artery of his head. It seems like the rate of absorption is faster today. The energy followed the 5 paths into Luo Feng's body. Every cell in every location gulped down this mysterious energy. With the mitochondrial conversion, the energy turned into genetic energy. And my head, Luo Feng could feel that a large amount of energy flowed into his brain and gathered there. Hong. After something like a tremor of a soul, Luo Feng surprisingly found out that his consciousness has moved to a very mysterious place. This mysterious place had no borders or walls, it was just an infinite expanse of fog. In this fog, there was a dark, golden ball. This dark, golden ball was like a star that slowly rotated by itself, while releasing a stream of fog. This mysterious place's fog kept increasing. This fog is the spiritual force. Luo Feng easily felt the energy in the fog. It was his spiritual force that he used to control things. Also, Luo Feng clearly saw a stream of transparent energy leak into this mysterious place. The energy quickly assimilated into the fog's energy. Luo Feng could feel that the transparent energy was the cosmic energy. This fog is the spiritual force, and this transparent energy is the cosmic energy. The cosmic energy is sucked into here and transformed into spiritual force. My spiritual force extends from my brain. Luo Feng was shocked. This place is my brain, or should I say, my conscious realm. The conscious realm is a special title fighters use for the mind. Why is there a dark, golden ball in the middle of my conscious realm? Luo Feng observed as this dark golden ball constantly rotated by itself and released the fog spiritual force. As it released the spiritual force, Luo Feng's mind was also comfortable. This dark, golden ball might be the cause for all my comas. Luo Feng had an intuition. A dark, golden ball releasing spiritual force. In the past, I didn't have any spiritual force, I only had it after this. Times coma, Luo Feng thought, then with this times coma, this dark, golden ball released a large amount of spiritual force. Not only did it grant me the power of telekinesis, but it also enhanced my body. His fitness level was strong, but compared to telekinesis, it was nothing. Right. When the prisoners were attacking me, one of them threw a knife. That knife suddenly changed direction when it was about to pierce through my shoulder. I guess that was because of my spiritual force. Luo Feng easily deducted the truth from this situation. Indeed, the dark, golden ball did release a large amount of spiritual force from this times coma. However, when Luo Feng first started doing genetic energy training on his first night in jail, the cosmic energy started triggering changes in his conscious realm. Even without the throwing knife, the dark, golden ball was already releasing a large amount of spiritual force. As time passed, it built up and gave him the power of telekinesis. The throwing knife attack only caused Luo Feng to awaken earlier. There's a 90% chance that this dark, golden ball was acting up and caused my comas as a result. However, now that the dark, golden ball is constantly releasing spiritual force, I shouldn't be going into a coma anymore. Luo Feng thought that, like a dam holding back water, the dark, golden ball couldn't release any spiritual force. Because of that, Luo Feng had headaches every day. Now that there's a channel for the water to drain out, there's naturally no problem anymore. Dawn of day 2. When Luo Feng was leaving the room and went downstairs, he realized there was someone sitting in the lobby. "Good morning, Mr. Luo Feng." A man in a military uniform stood up and smiled. "Hello," Luo Feng said suspiciously. "Where is this place? How did I get here? Also, I think I've never met you before." The military officer smiled. "Let me introduce myself. I am Xi and Regions Jail's Tongan. This is my Xi and Regions military recuperation area, Mr. Luo Feng. I can't believe that you already passed the prospective fighter exam. Of course, our jail has no right to keep Mr. Luo Feng here, so Mr. Luo Feng has the right to go home now." "Go home now?" Luo Feng nodded. Luo Feng wasn't surprised, since when he beat up so many prisoners yesterday, and especially when he left so many dents on the metal tables, it was easy for people to realize his true strength. "I want to ask, who was behind all of this?" Luo Feng frowned. The military officer hesitated. "If your jail cannot answer, I will contact the Dojo of Limits and go through Jiangnan City's security agency to find everything out," said Luo Feng once. "This matter goes out, people will know that a prospective fighter was locked up in a jail and mobbed by prisoners, and that the jail tried to hide the offenders. In the higher authorities of the jail, there'll definitely be trouble." The military officer laughed. "Don't rush, Mr. Luo Feng. It's like this. According to our investigations, a gang leader named Xuanhuan organized this attack. According to our investigation, they wanted to break Mr. Luo Feng's arm and leg." "Oh," Luo Feng frowned. "Break my arm and leg? How cruel. They want to take me out. I don't even know this Xuanhuan. Who made him do it?" The military officer replied. "We have already interrogated Xuanhuan. A teenager named Zhang Haobai asked him to do it." "Zhang Haobai?" Luo Feng's gaze was cold. "He doesn't know when to quit." "Indeed, he doesn't." The military officer smiled. "Luo Feng, you can choose to go through Jiangnan City's security agency to detain Zhang Haobai. He was the mastermind of a plot to harm a prospective fighter, which is a heavy crime. It's normal for him to get 20 years in prison. Don't blame me for speaking out of turn, but Zhang Haobai's uncle is also a fighter, said the military officer. Luo Feng, you can choose to make his uncle lose face and ask the security agency to detain Zhang Haobai since the security agency deals with all the fighters' matters and have immense power. Zhang Haobai's uncle cannot influence the actions of the security agency at all. You can choose to make an enemy out of his uncle and deal with Zhang Haobai. You can also negotiate with him in private and make the Zhang family pay money. All of this will be decided by you, Luo Feng, the military officer smiled. That's all I had to say. Your cell phone and other belongings are all right here, Mr. Luo Feng. Luo Feng nodded. To negotiate in private and make him pay a large sum of money or deal with him regardless of the consequences. Hello, Dad. Luo Feng held up the cell phone and called. I left the jail already and I'll be home in a bit to eat breakfast. Don't worry, Dad, your son is very strong now. How could there be any problems? On the day that Luo Feng was released, the two people Zhou Huayang and Zhang Haobai were in a room in an exotic tea house. Brother Zhou, is something wrong? You called me here so early in the morning, Zhang Haobai said in a quiet, low voice. Did that thing have results? If you did, then rest assured, Brother Zhou, there is absolutely no problem with the money part. Zhang Haobai was looking forward to whether or not Luo Feng's arm and leg were broken. Zhou Huayang sat there with a gloomy face, not saying anything. Brother Zhou. Zhang Haobai felt that there was something weird with the mood and quietly said, Brother Zhou, why don't you say anything? Zhang Haobai, how cruel. You were tired of living and tried to drag me down with you. Zhou Huayang looked coldly at Zhang Haobai. What did I do? Zhang Haobai's mind was blank as he nervously said, Brother Zhou, what's going on? Tell me clearly. Zhang Haobai knew that something was off because of Zhou Huayang's attitude and face, but he didn't know exactly what happened. Zhou Huayang took in a deep breath and said quietly, Zhang Haobai, you told me to break Luo Feng's leg and arm, right? Yes, what? Zhang Haobai said as he nodded his head. Humph, what? Zhou Huayang said coldly as he sneered. That Luo Feng you want to deal with is a prospective fighter. Prospective fighter? Zhang Haobai went completely blank for a moment. Silence. The room was completely silent. Zhang Haobai's face was pale and he sat there without moving a hair. Balls of sweat constantly leaked out of his forehead. Zhou Huayang laughed coldly on the side as he sipped his tea, not saying anything. How could this happen? Zhang Haobai's feelings of jealousy were completely gone. The only feeling he had left was fear. His family was rich, so he was clear about the prospective fighter's privileges. For him to have sent people to break a prospective fighter's arm and leg, the prospective fighter can go through the Jiangnan City Security Agency and detain him. Once he enters the security agency, his life is ruined. No, Zhang Haobai's face was completely pale. You're finally scared and shocked. Speechless. Zhou Huayang angrily slammed the cup onto the table and yelled, if this piece of trash really wants to die, then don't drag me down with you. A prospective fighter, you sent me to break a prospective fighter's arm and leg. If he reports this to the security agency, I'm in big trouble too. Zhou Huayang angrily clenched his teeth. Brother Zhou, what should I do? What on earth should I do? Said Zhang Haobai. I don't want to get captured to the security agency. Tell me, what on earth should I do? The security agency. For regular citizens, it is a mysterious yet horrifying place. If you get captured by them, your life is practically over. Oh yeah, brother Zhou, did you rat me out? Zhang Haobai's eyes flashed. If only Zhou Huayang knew that Zhang Haobai sent him to do this, then he still has some hope if he didn't get ratted out. What the are you thinking, you dog? Zhou Huayang angrily said as he stood up and pointed at Zhang Haobai. The government's men were interrogating me, and I still dare not say. If I don't, then I'll die for you. Zhang Haobai froze. Indeed, if Zhou Huayang didn't tell the truth, then he would be in huge trouble. I only came and told you this because we have been together for so many years. At least you'll know what's going on when you get captured by the security agency. Zhou Huayang sneered. I advise you to go back and discuss this with your father. Your father has more connections, so he'll definitely have a higher chance of doing something about this compared to you, brother. Your brother Zhou won't stay here any longer. I'll be going ahead. I already paid the bill, so you don't have to pay. After saying that, Zhou Huayang directly opened the door and walked out. Only Zhang Haobai was left in the room. How could this happen? Zhang Haobai sat on the chair and shook his head, still unable to believe what was happening. How could he be a prospective fighter? Before high school exams, he only had a fist strength of 800 kilograms. Just in these few days, how did he become a prospective fighter? No, I don't want to get captured by the security agency. Dad, I need to go find my dad. Zhang Haobai dashed out of the tea house with a pale face and sprinted home as fast as he could. At home, Zhang Haobai sat on the living room sofa with both fists clenched and his body shaking. The door was opened. Haobai, what did you call me so urgently for? And you even said if I come late, you'll die. Zhang Zilong hastily ran home from the company. When he saw the look on his son's face, he got goosebumps as he thought, not good. This kid, Haobai, must have got caught in something huge. Dad, I'm in trouble. Zhang Haobai lifted his head and looked at his father. Just these few, simple words, I'm in trouble, made Zhang Zilong's heart go cold. Tell me exactly what happened. Tell me specifically and leave absolutely nothing out. Say everything clearly. Zhang Zilong's expression became serious. Even though he knew there was trouble, he didn't panic. He did survive through the Grand Nirvana period, so what kind of things hasn't he seen before? Zhang Haobai took in a deep breath. It's like this. Last time in our garden, a remodeling company came to move our furniture. From the start to the end, Zhang Haobai hid nothing and said everything. You actually tried to beat up a prospective fighter? Zhang Zilong stared. I didn't know. When Zhang Haobai saw his father stare like this, he panicked. If I knew, then even if you beat me to death, I wouldn't have done it. Zhang Zilong took in a deep breath, and without saying anything, took out his cell phone to make a call. Beep beep. Beep. This sound came from Zhang Zilong's cell phone. Zhang Zilong couldn't help but to frown. What happened, Dad? Zhang Haobai asked. I called your uncle, but he's hunting monsters outside the city. Zhang Zilong sat on the sofa. Wait for your uncle to call back. Outside the city, nobody knows where a monster could be hiding. So usually, people find a safe area first before contacting people in the city. 1 moment later. Big bro, what's wrong? A low voice rang. I'm a bit busy right now. Who? This time's matter is big. Your nephew messed up hard. Zhang Zilong said, his eyes red. What did Hao Bai do, big bro? Tell me, I'm listening. The sound came from Zhang Zilong's brother Zhang Zihu. It's like this. Zhang Zilong immediately repeated everything that his son just told him. After a brief silence, Zhang Zihu's voice carried over. How by this kid dare cause trouble with a prospective fighter that was too daring. Okay, from now on, stay home every day. How by do not cause any more trouble outside and do not make contact with that Luo Feng. Okay, Uncle Zhang. Hao Bai, as if he was holding on to his last straw, nodded in agreement. Okay, you guys don't do anything. The sound from the cell phone continued. Wait for me to come home even if the security agency comes and captures you. Don't do anything. Wait for me to come back no matter what. My current mission is quite important, so I estimate that I'll need another 1 to 2 months before I can come back. Okay, Zhang. Hao Bai nodded. Rest assured, Hao Bai, you're my big bro's only child. I'll do everything in my power to protect you. The sound from the cell phone continued. Big bro, my captain is calling me, so I won't say any more. Remember, do not do anything and wait for me to come back. The call ended. It was only now that Zhang Zilong and Zhang Hao Bai could let out a breath. The Zhang family was panicking, but the Luo family was happy. After dinner, Luo Feng brought his brother Luo Hua downstairs and walked as he pushed the wheelchair. Brother, we've been living in this area for around a dozen years. Dad and Mom have been living here for over 20 years. Luo Hua raised his head and looked at the apartment. The apartment was packed and had little vegetation. After we leave this place and go into that Mingyu area, I want to come out and walk around by myself. Going up and down the stairs every day was an unbelievably hard task for the handicapped Luo Hua. Okay, Luo Feng smiled as he nodded and pushed the wheelchair. Hua, we'll finally be exposed to the sun. We finally can get out that small room and Mom and Dad finally won't have to sleep on the couch. Luo Hua nodded. They have wished for this day for so long. Someone's coming. Luo Hua raised his head and looked forwards. A young teenager wearing glasses smiled as he walked over. He first smiled to the handicapped Luo Hua and then looked at Luo Feng. Brother Luo, right? You are Luo Feng looked at him suspiciously. The teenage boy smiled. Hello, Brother Luo, my name is Zhou Huayang. Does Brother Luo have some time for us to find a place and chat? Zhou Huayang. Luo Feng's heart skipped a beat, so it was him. The military officer from the jail said that Zhang Haobai asked Zhou Huayang to organize the attack. You are Zhou Huayang. Luo Feng let out a small smile. Zhou Huayang got goosebumps. He panicked under Luo Feng's gaze. There was no way he couldn't panic. If Luo Feng really wanted to deal with him, he would be in huge trouble. Zhou Huayang kept his smile on. Yes, that is me, brother. Luo, shall we go find a place to chat? That's fine. Luo Feng nodded. I have some things to say to you too. On a street not too far from the southern shore region was a Yangzhou spa hotel. This place is quite expensive. Even a small suite costs at least $1,000. Luo Feng has heard of this place, but has never actually entered it himself, and this time he brought his brother and Zhou Huayang. The Yangzhou Spa Hotel was a place to take baths, wash your feet, and enjoy entertainment all in area. Okay, you can go now. I'll call you if anything comes up. Zhou Huayang ordered in a particular room in the spa hotel. Yes, mister, the waiter left. There were 3 rooms in this suite, a bathroom designed especially for baths, a resting room where you can drink tea and discuss matters, and an entertainment room where you can go on the internet, watch television, and sing. Hua, just play in this room, I'm going to discuss some things with Zhou Hua. Young Luo Feng smiled. Go, brother. Luo Hua moved his wheelchair in front of the computer and was a bit excited. Wow, a 46-inch flat screen with a voice recognition system, awesome. Luo Feng was also amazed. His laptop at home was one of the worst kinds. The controls were still done by hand, however. It was cheap, just a few $100 for one. Now virtually all of the laptops are controlled by voice, and the highest quality ones even had a 3-dimensional hologram projection system. Of course, for a device to be able to project holograms, it would be immensely expensive. For this legendary device, even a rich family would go broke from just buying one. Luo Hua was excited to use the voice recognition system as he sat in front of the computer, and Luo Feng and Zhou Huayang entered the resting room. The door was closed and Luo Feng and Zhou Huayang sat across from each other. Brother Luo, have some tea. Zhou Huayang lifted the teapot and, as he poured tea into Luo Feng's cup, he said with a look of shame, Brother Luo, I came here to apologize to Brother Luo for this time's incident. Ugh, truthfully, I am really sorry, and I regret it a lot. Luo Feng held his cup as he listened silently. Zhou Huayang. There are many of these types of people in society. What they do is do tasks for others in return for money. For example, Zhou Huayang also did his task for money. He had no grudges against Luo Feng at all. Luo Feng wasn't that mad towards Zhou Huayang. Who Luo Feng truly hated was Zhang Haobai. Even if that Zhang Haobai didn't find Zhou Huayang to deal with me, he would have found someone else. Luo Feng thought to himself, this Zhou Huayang is just a middleman. However, since he came to find me, I might as well see it through. Zhou Huayang saw how Luo Feng was silent and continued talking. I had no idea about the circumstances when I organized the attack against Brother Luo. It was all because of Zhang Haobai I did this stupid act. I hope Brother Luo can be generous and have mercy on me. Mercy? Luo Feng sneered. This is just a tiny gift from me. I hope Brother Luo can accept it. Zhou Hua Yang took out an envelope and pushed it across the table towards Luo Feng. This is a check with Brother Luo's name on it. Only Brother Luo can take out this money. You can get the money from any bank. Luo Feng opened the envelope and there was indeed a check inside. There was a 10-day expiration date and it had his name on it. It even had Luo Feng's identification number on it. Of course, the most attractive part of it was that one line. 1 million. 1 million. Luo Feng was slightly startled, for this was a huge amount of money. Luo Feng has never saved over $100,000. Now that Chinese dollars are worth more, 1 million is a lot to even the CEOs. I hope Brother Luo can forgive me and let this thing slide by. Zhou Huayang pleaded. 1 million. Luo Feng's family never had this much money before. It would be a waste to not accept it. I know you are a middleman, so I won't make it difficult for you. Okay, I'll accept the money. Luo Feng nodded and Zhou Huayang slightly let out a breath. However, getting the money from a check is a bit troublesome. How about this? Go through the internet right now and transfer it to my account, said Luo Feng. Sure. Zhou Huayang was straightforward. Luo Feng nodded and, with a pen on the side of the table, wrote down his bank account and the address of the bank. This is my account and the address is Here, the person who created the account is me. Okay, Zhou Huayang took back the envelope and took out his cell phone. Through the cell phone, he quickly got online and entered the bank system. Soon after, the transfer was a success. Luo Feng felt his phone vibrate in his pocket and opened it. He saw a text message which was a bank notification telling him that his balance has increased by $1 million. Did a transfer successfully? Zhou Huayang smiled. Yeah, Luo Feng nodded. Zhou Huayang smiled. Doing stuff with brother Luo is just simple and nice. In this Yangzhou city, if brother Luo ever has some difficulty, feel free to find me. If I can help, I definitely will. Of course, brother Luo will become a fighter soon, but you never know. If something happens, it might be easier if we deal with it instead. Will do. If something comes up, I'll contact you. Luo Feng stood up. Zhou Huayang also immediately stood up, and the two of them shook hands. Then I'll be going first. Zhou Huayang smiled. I already paid the bill for this suite, so brother Luo can play until next morning. Zhou Huayang also greeted Luo Feng's brother Luo Hua and then left the suite. In the entertainment room of the suite. Brother, what did that guy want with you? Luo Hua laughed. It seems that he's quite generous. He came to give us money. Luo Feng laughed. Give money? Luo Hua was shocked. Luo Feng didn't tell his family of any of the events that occurred in the jail, since he didn't want them to worry. Luo Feng thought that since he has already started the path of a fighter, this path will be filled with trials, dangers, and difficulties, so it would be better to not tell them. Yeah, oh, Luo Hua. Luo Feng laughed. How's your stock going? Since Luo Hua is usually home, he took a great interest towards economics. Especially towards stock. Don't underestimate him. For being young, he has already been doing this for 3 years. I didn't earn much the first year, but I earned quite a bit the second year. I quadrupled my principal, so I probably earned $20,000, said Luo Hua. So much? Luo Feng was shocked. $20,000 couldn't shock Luo Feng, but what shocked him was his little brother's money making efficiency quadrupled. This is an amazing rate. It's nothing much. Luo Hua laughed. When you're playing with stocks, you first play psychologically and then play mathematically. As long as you control your position well and buy from the right places, it's easy to control the people behind the scenes. It's just that at times, the stock market crashes, which affects the psychological factor. Usually people get scared and quit when they don't make much money on the first year. Luo Feng's head was blank as he listened. This money-making of mine isn't much. The true professionals could probably earn around 10-20 times more than I can by using contracts. Of course, there's a huge risk in doing that, and if something goes wrong, everything is over. Luo Hua shook his head as he said that. Although Luo Feng didn't understand this, he did understand one point: stock relies on compounding interest. For example, his brother took 3 years to make a few thousand into 20,000. If he started off with $1 million, then he could have turned it into $4 million. If he had $4 million, it could turn into $16 million. As the money compounds on itself, it starts to get out of proportion. Hua, I'll give you 500,000 later. Luo Feng laughed. Keep working. 500,000. Luo Hua's eyes flashed. The stocks are plummeting at the moment, so I might be able to make a huge profit after living with his brother for so many years. He found out a long time ago that Luo Hua was always hoping for the stock market prices to drop. Their neighbor, Uncle Wang, always hoped for it to raise. His brother tried to make money while Uncle Wang tried to pay back money. The professionals always hope for the stocks to drop, Luo Feng thought to himself. Oh yeah, brother, where did you get that money from? Asked Luo Hua. From that Zhou Huayang guy just now, Luo Feng laughed. You can go use this money after I become a fighter. There'll be tons of money to earn. A regular fighter doesn't earn that much, but Luo Feng was aware of his strength. Just that telekinesis trick is already superior to a heavy machine gun. Bullets fly in one straight line, while Luo Feng's objects can change direction at will. After I pass my fighter combat exam on August 1st, I'll begin my fighter career. Luo Feng picked up a teacup with his right hand but accidentally broke it. Tea poured all over the floor. Luo Hua, who was next to him, was surprised. Brother, what's wrong? Nothing. Luo Feng shook his head and laughed. However, he thought to himself, in jail, after training my genetic energy, my power rose by a huge margin. After my power awakened, my power increased even more. Right now, my strength and speed are far beyond what they were before. However, such rapid growth isn't such a good thing either. I can't control my power well. Accidentally crushing the teacup shows that he doesn't have enough control over his power. I'll go to the dojo of limits tomorrow morning, starting from today until August 1st, which gives me around 20 days. I'll seriously train. I'll train and gain control over my speed and power so I can bring out my own strength more. Luo Feng thought to himself. 5 a.m. of the second day, while it was still dawn, Luo Feng was already rushing towards the dojo of limits. Since he still hasn't received his prospective fighter certificate, he used his old dojo elite member identification to enter the dojo. Brother. Good morning, brother. Inside the dojo of limits, there were quite a few members already training. Luo Feng slightly smiled and nodded, and then sprinted towards the elite members building, since he doesn't have his prospective fighter certificate yet. He can only go up to the third floor, the elite member training hall. He had no right to go to the fourth floor, which is the instructor's region. A sound came from the training hall. Luo Feng looked in and saw a white-robed teenager swinging around an iron spear. Brother Tai, Luo Feng called loudly, coming this early in the morning to practice. How rare. TL note: Tai means iron. Crazy. The white-robed teenager stopped and looked at Luo Feng with a face of happiness. How come you came here? Haha. Oh right, I should congratulate Crazy for passing the prospective fighter exam. How did you know that? Luo Feng was surprised. Few people should know of the fact that he passed the prospective fighter exam. Last night, our teacher told us when he was teaching. He told us that you and Brother Yang passed the prospective fighter exam. The white-robed teenager helplessly rubbed his forehead. Seeing how you two passed, I certainly have no time to relax, so that's why I came here early in the morning to practice. Luo Feng nodded. So it was the teacher who told them. Even though there were around 30,000 members in the dojo of limits, there were only 6 teachers and there was only one instructor. When the teachers teach, they usually do it in the huge training halls where thousands of members can attend at the same time. Of course, there was no need to teach the elite members, since there were only a handful of them in the entire dojo. Crazy, you passed the exam already. What are you here for this early in the morning? The white-robed teenager laughed. August 1st, the fighter combat exam. I need to prepare myself. Luo Feng laughed and headed towards the weapons room at the side of the training hall, which was opened. After entering the weapons room, there were a large assortment of weapons on the shelves: blades, spears, rods, bars, axes, swords, pikes, etc. Each category of weapons had even smaller divisions within. For example, the knives had one-handed knives and two-handed knives, and the one-handed knives even had more divisions. The Ghost series Luo Feng opened up a cabinet where a large amount of identical blades lay. Of course, these blades were copies, so they had the exact same model, weight, and center of gravity as the real blade. There was only a difference in the quality of the material. A real blade that can kill monsters is probably priced around the 100,000s, while these copies only cost a couple hundred, so they're quite cheap. Luo Feng picked out a certain blade, a second series Ghost blade. The blade was 78 centimeters long, and the entire thing was 101 centimeters long. It was 52 centimeters wide, and the back of the blade was thick. The tip of the blade was sharp and suited for stabbing. Luo Feng swinched twice and frowned. I've been using this blade for so long, however it feels so light. A blade that he was used to swinging was now weightless. I need a heavier blade to correspond with my increase in power. Luo Feng picked another second series Ghost blade and swung it around. Nope, still too light. This one isn't heavy enough. Light, too light. Luo Feng picked out the heaviest second series Ghost blade and shook his head. Looks like my strength really increased too much. I can't find a blade in this elite member's weapons room that suits me. Luo Feng could only leave the third floor and go to the fourth. The fourth floor is where the teachers and instructors frequently go to. Luo Feng knew that there was also a training hall and weapons room in there. Prospective fighters also have the right to enter, but I still don't have my prospective fighter certificate. Not sure if I'm allowed to be here. At the side of the staircase, there was a veteran on duty in a small room. What are you doing? This place is not for students. The old on-duty veteran stood up and suddenly let out a face of surprise and laughed. Oh. It's Luo Feng. I heard from Instructor Jiang that you passed the prospective fighter exam. Haha, come on in. Thank you, Uncle Li. Luo Feng let out a sigh of relief. If this Uncle Li was strict and forced Luo Feng to show his prospective fighter certificate, then Luo Feng wouldn't have been able to go in. From the law's point of view, Luo Feng is still not a prospective fighter. There were tons of decorations in the fourth floor's training hall, along with much higher quality machines and devices. At this time, there was only Luo Feng in the training hall. What a waste, truly a waste. Luo Feng couldn't help but to shake his head as he sighed. In this dojo, there are only 6 teachers other than when they teach. They usually train at the limit hall. There's such a good place here, but it's almost always empty. Luo Feng shook his head as he entered the weapons room to the side. The weapons here were also copies, but they were clearly much better than the ones on the third floor. Second series Ghost blade. Yup, these blades are much heavier. Luo Feng picked one and swung it around and then picked another one. After 5 tries, he finally found a suitable one. He looked at the label and saw that it had a weight of 101 kilograms. What, 101 kilograms? Even Luo Feng was startled. Such a heavy blade feels so easy to control to me. The Ghost blades were a type of blades that rely on speed, so they were usually lighter. To need a weight of 101 kilograms, how much has his strength actually increased? Looks like my body fitness really did raise, by a startling amount. I'll go check my fist strength and speed later. Luo Feng was a bit excited. Now, I'll practice the basics. After selecting a suitable blade, he picked a hexagonal shield. In the training hall, Luo Feng's left arm wielded the shield while his right hand wielded the ghost blade. Luo Feng was practicing the most basics of blade wielding: horizontal cuts, upwards cuts, swinging, rapid cuts. Each of them were extremely precise. Every time Luo Feng swung his blade, his center of gravity wasn't affected at all. He kept practicing like this and improved himself. My power is too great now, so I can't control my swinging power too well. Luo Feng knew his own problems. My strength is great, but I have to be able to use it. Luo Feng was clear. Even if your fitness level is greater than your opponent's, that doesn't mean your skill is. Some people can only express 30 of their strength. Some people can express 50, 60, 70, and even 100. Some of the Grandmaster class bladesman can use a small amount of power to kill a being that's 10 times stronger than him. This is the importance of skill and experience. Of course, if there's too much of a difference in body fitness level, then even skill cannot make up for that. Simply put, no matter what, you have to train in order to bring out your body's full power. Instructor, the on-duty Uncle Li greeted loudly on the 4th floor. Who's inside? Asked Instructor Jiang Yan. He heard a bunch of faint sounds from the training hall, which were the sounds of a blade causing shockwaves in the air due to its incredible speed. Just the sound alone is enough to know that the person wielding it is a fighter. It's Luo Feng. Uncle Li laughed. Luo Feng. Instructor Jiang Yan laughed and walked towards the training hall. As he stood at the entrance to the training hall, he watched Luo Feng's movements, which were by the book, basic movements. Sometimes he would cut ahead, suddenly dash forwards, dodge, backstep, etc. The movements were all very smooth and connected. What a solid foundation. Instructor Jiang Yan couldn't help but to nod and praise in his heart. Only by mastering the basics can you get better. There are no clear weak points. Great. The more he watched, the more pleased he became. Instructor Luo Feng turned and realized Instructor Jiang Yan was there and stopped. Instructor Jiang Yan laughed and walked in. Luo Feng, nice skill. You've been training since you were young. Yes, before I enrolled in the dojo, I practiced alone at home. Luo Feng laughed. Instructor Jiang Yan nodded his head in satisfaction, but his expression suddenly froze as he saw the ghost blade Luo Feng was holding. His eyes widened and became huge. Instructor Luo Feng was startled by the instructor's expression. You, Instructor Jiang Yan looked at Luo Feng with surprise. You were just swinging a 101 kilograms ghost blade. Yes. Luo Feng was frozen. Instructor Jiang Yan shaked his head. Impossible, there's no way. But soon after, Instructor Jiang Yan's eyes flashed and he stared at Luo Feng as if he was a jewel. Luo Feng, hurry and go to that fist strength tester machine over there and show me the results. I want to see exactly how strong you are now. His fist strength during the prospective fighter exam was around 1,100 kilograms. In just these few days, he was able to grow to the point where he can easily wield the 101 kilograms ghost blade. Doesn't that mean his strength just jump up by a couple times? Instructor Jiang Yan took in a deep breath. Ever since he became the dojo instructor, Jiang Yan's dojo contribution was lowering. All the fighters in the dojo of limits highly value dojo contribution. The fastest way to raise contribution is to kill monsters. However, Jiang Yan hasn't hunted for a long time. If I'm right, then Luo Feng must have grasped the techniques to genetic energy. Training faster than most fighters, thought Jiang Yan. Maybe I'll have the chance to get headquarters to send a few people here if I can recommend Luo Feng. Then not only will I be able to get more dojo contribution, but I'll also have a face to show in front of the other instructors. Jiang Yan couldn't help but to be excited. Luo Feng, give me your strongest punch, ordered Jiang Yan. Yes, instructor. Luo Feng stood in front of the fist strength tester machine and took in a deep breath as he thought, my physical prowess is nothing compared to my spiritual force. Though Luo Feng didn't plan on hiding any strength back, so he adjusted his breathing and pushed forward like a dragon. Hong. The fist landed like a missile on the machine, which shook violently in response. Di. How much? Jiang Yan immediately ran over and looked at the machines display. Luo Feng also looked at the display, since he had no idea how strong he was right now. The machine displayed a clear number 3109 kg. 3,109 kilograms. Jiang Yan took in a deep breath and turned to Luo Feng like he was a monster. Luo Feng was also surprised at this number. His strength increased by so much. I was around 1,100 kilograms during the prospective fighter exam. My strength increased the fastest when I did my genetic energy training, so it probably raised to around 1,500 to 1,800 kilograms. After I awakened, my body became even stronger and jumped all the way to 3,109 kilograms. Ever since he awakened, Luo Feng could feel the change in his body, but he never had a clear number to express it. Luo Feng, you succeeded in your genetic energy training? Asked Jiang Yan. Yes, after the prospective fighter exam, my first attempt at genetic energy training was a success, nodded Luo Feng. Jiang Yan couldn't help but to clap and shout, haha, I finally have a truly genius person come out from Meiji and Regent's dojo, just with his first time at genetic energy training. His strength went from 1,100 kg to 3,100 kilograms. For his strength to go up that much, there's probably at most one or two geniuses like this in the entire Jiangnan city. When you start genetic energy training for the first time, it's a completely new experience to your body. Since your body has never absorbed anything like it before, it has hungered for dozens of years, so the first time you do it, the results are the most startling. Starting from the second time and on, the changes are small. You need years and years of training to improve yourself. This first time of training also shows someone's fitness level. Some people's strength raise by 300 kilograms, which is normal. Above average would be around 600 kilograms. Some even raise by 1,000 kg, which was already considered elite. And Luo Feng rose by 2,000 kg. This is true genius. Luo Feng, come and test your speed afterwards. Test your reaction speed. Jiang Yan, as if he just found a gem, couldn't wait to test its powers. Yes, instructor Luo Feng was also a bit excited. The results soon came out. Strength 3,109 kilograms. Speed 58 ms. Reaction speed beginner warrior full points, intermediate warrior excellent. Haha, a monster came out of Meiji and Region 2. Jiang Yan looked at the final grad. Luo Feng couldn't help but to laugh inside. monster level. Only Luo Feng knew that his fist strength rose by only around 600 kilograms after his first time doing genetic energy training. Only after he awakened was his strength able to raise to this startling amount. However, Jiang Yan couldn't have thought of that, since genetic energy training is the cause of a normal fighter's highest raise in strength. Geniuses like you will naturally be scouted by the Thunder Dojo, underground gangs, and other families after you finish your fighter combat exam. Jiang Yan laughed. At that time, you might find their generous conditions to be alluring. Luo Feng realized, yes, if only one or two monsters like this appear in the entire population of 200 million in Jiangnan City, then who wouldn't try to fight over them? So if I let you join now, isn't that even better, instructor? Jiang Yan laughed. Of course, no need to worry, our conditions aren't bad at all. A normal fighter usually gets a private villa and 100,000 Chinese dollars. Luo Feng, you need to watch your money. The armor, weapons, guide books, and some other special weapons, along with lessons from powerful fighters, all need money. Luo Feng nodded. For a genius like you, we'll give you a private villa along with $20 million to let you buy the armor and weapons and everything you need. At the same time, we the Dojo of Limits will also give you a free Daoyin technique, a hidden blade scroll, and a hidden agility scroll. As long as the price of these three are lower than 50 million, we'll give it to you for free. If it's over 50 million, then you'll have to pay the extra. Luo Feng couldn't help but to take a deep breath. Holy! Normal fighters only get 1 million, while he is getting almost 70 million, since the Daoyin techniques and blade and agility guides were important to fighters. Luo Feng, those three things shouldn't be over 50 million. However, if you buy them from a different place, you might end up paying 2 times more. Jiang Yan smiled. The fighters of the Dojo of Limits have a discount when buying certain scrolls. Of course, to buy a certain level of scrolls also require a corresponding level of dojo contribution. If you don't have the contribution, you can't get the scrolls. Even if you have money, of course, your free gifts won't ask for any dojo contribution. Luo Feng realized that the conditions given to him were extremely extravagant. My Dojo of Limits conditions towards geniuses are all the same. Jiang Yan smiled. In the Dojo of Limits, you can earn other comrades' help from all over, and our leader, the strongest fighter Hong, will also sometimes teach a bunch of true elites. Luo Feng has lived in this age for quite a while, so he was clear on the influence of the Dojo of Limits. Joining the Dojo of Limits was definitely a good choice. Okay, instructor, I accept. Luo Feng nodded. Haha, Jiang Yan laughed. Of course, I don't have the right to let you join the Dojo of Limits immediately, accepting fighters of your talent needs headquarters themselves to test you. As he said that, Jiang Yan took out a cell phone from his pocket and quietly said headquarters, which made the cell phone dial them. Shortly after, a person appeared on the cell phone screen. Jiang Yan, what's up? The screen's old, bald veteran laughed. Uncle Bai. Jiang Yan said excitedly, I found a genius fighter in my Qidian region. His fist strength increased by 2,000 kg after his first time doing genetic energy training. His speed is 58 ms, and his reaction speed test was excellent in an intermediate warrior exam. Surely he's a monster-level genius. Oh, the old, bald veteran was surprised and asked, his first time, and it improved his strength by 2,000 kg. How old is he? The older you are, the less worth you are to nurture. 18 years old, Jiang Yan answered. What, only 18 years old? The old, bald veteran suddenly stood up and shouted, hurry up and bring him to headquarters here, you kid. I'll immediately organize a test for this kid. Okay, I'll go to headquarters immediately. Jiang Yan hung up and turned to Luo Feng, smiling. Luo Feng, come with me now. To headquarters. Yes, instructor, I'll put the ghost blade and hexagonal shield back into the weapons room. Right when Luo Feng spoke, Jiang Yan was tugging at Luo Feng. Who cares about the room, just leave it on the floor, hurry. Don't waste time. As he said that, Jiang Yan pulled Luo Feng and rushed towards the staircase. At the same time, Jiang Yan ordered oldly, I probably won't have any time today, so cancel tonight's lessons. Yes, instructor. Uncle Li nodded, and right when he said that, Jiang Yan and Luo Feng were no longer in his field of vision. Also, NYU Welcome Week starts at 8:24, so translations will probably slow down. Instructor Jiang Yan used his fighter privileges to ride the train headed towards the main section of the city without buying a ticket. Jiangnan City was made up of the main section and 8 surrounding sections. The means of transportation between the sections is a train. When a regular person wants to ride the train, they have to buy a ticket 3 days prior. A ticket is also extremely expensive, and to go from one city to another would be unthinkable for most people due to the price. Most of the 200 million residents will never leave Jiangnan City. Jiangnan City, main section. Jiang Yan and Luo Feng walked side by side on the sidewalk. Luo Feng, notice any difference between the main section and our Yangzhou? Jiang Yan smiled as he pointed around. Luo Feng looked around and shook his head. Not really, it's just that there are more people, more cars, and that there's a larger sidewalk. Everything else is normal. Indeed, there was nothing special about their current location. Jiang Yan smiled. Right now, there's not much of a difference, but soon you will see it. Hello. Jiang Yan answered his cell phone. Jiang Yan, how much longer until you get here? The old veteran appeared on the cell phone's display. We'll be there within 10 minutes, Jiang Yan smiled. Okay, I already got all of the main authorities here, so don't mess up later, reminded the old, bald veteran. The main authorities? Jiang Yan was surprised. As they were talking, Luo Feng noticed a large area in front of him. There was a white, silver wall stretching across and a huge, tall, dark blue skyscraper. This skyscraper had 4 gigantic letters that could be seen miles away. Dojo of Limits. TL note Chinese. This is the main headquarters of the Dojo of Limits. Our headquarters in Jiangnan City, said Jiang Yan. There sure are a lot of soldiers. Luo Feng took in a deep breath. Outside the walls of the Dojo of Limits headquarters, there were tons of soldiers wielding real guns. The feeling that the headquarters gave you was like a fully armed beast, and at the main gate, there were rows of soldiers that spanned across 100 meters. This is our Dojo of Limits army, Jiang Yan smiled. Security is high inside the building too. Go, enter. Jiang Yan brought Luo Feng towards the main gate. Let them in. A one-armed man with scars on his face waved his hand, and all the soldiers backed up a step. The entire process made Luo Feng hold his breath. The one-armed man smiled as he looked at Jiang Yan. Old Jiang, it's been a while since you've been here. We should drink a bit together later. Okay. Jiang Yan smiled and nodded. He then glanced at Luo Feng. Luo Feng, he is your senior. Greet Uncle Lu. Uncle Luo Feng loudly greeted. He could feel that this one-armed man is a powerful fighter. Not bad, kiddo. The one-armed man nodded as he smiled. We're in a hurry, so we'll talk later. Uncle Bai is waiting for us in there. Jiang Yan immediately brought Luo Feng into the courtyard of the headquarters, which looked like a gigantic park. There were flowing rivers, fake mountains, and flower beds everywhere, and Luo Feng could sense that every person he walked past was special. Jiang Yan sighed as he walked with Luo Feng. That Uncle Lu just now is one of my good friends who would fight with his life on the line with me back in the days. He is a good friend who has went through many hardships. His arm was broken off by a black steel gorilla in one hit. Luo Feng listened silently. The fighters in our dojo of limits are very united. Jiang Yan pointed towards the skyscraper. Look, that building is the headquarters for the fighters of the dojo of limits in Jiangnan City. Virtually every person that walks out of that building is a fighter. Virtually every single one, Luo Feng gasped. Looking through the glass of the building, there were almost 100 people inside. There is a good 200 million population in Jiangnan City. How could we be short on fighters? Jiang Yan laughed. In this building, the first floor is the lobby is for chatting and eating. The second to 9th floors are used for warrior level training. The 10th to 19th floors are for the warlord level fighters, and for 20 and above is where conferences are held. Luo Feng, a bit confused, asked, Instructor, fighters are split into warrior and warlord levels. Fighters are mainly split into the warrior level, the warlord level, and the extremely rare war god level. Jiang Yan explained quietly. Most people are in the warrior level. Many fighters stay in the warrior level forever, and the warrior level is split into beginner warrior, intermediate warrior, and elite warrior. Most of the fighters who just passed their exams belong to the beginner warrior level. Luo Feng, with your current strength, you're probably an intermediate warrior, Jiang Yan said. Luo Feng nodded. Looks like with his strength, he's still at the bottom level of the fighters. You can probably kill warrior-level fighters with heated weapons. But you can't kill most warlord-level fighters with heated weapons, Jiang Yan said. For example, if you fire a heavy machine gun at a warlord-level fighter, he can easily dodge using just his speed and reaction speed. The warlord-level fighters are considered as the elites. Even though you have good talent, you're still young, so you're just a rookie. Jiang Yan laughed. Luo Feng could only rub his forehead. Luo Feng knew a lot about the powerful fighters. For example, the fighter who cut the black-crowned golden eagle in half on television. Even with his spiritual force, he probably couldn't even touch a hair. Those above the warlord level are the war gods. Jiang Yan spoke in admiration. Those are the truly powerful warriors. Each one can easily walk in a storm of bullets. Their speed is as fast as lightning, and their reaction speed is even more incredible. A punch or kick from them can destroy an entire apartment. War god. This is a war god. Luo Feng listened with his breath hold. Warrior, warlord, war god. With his current level, he's only an intermediate warrior. Maybe after using his spiritual force, his strength will increase, and he might have a chance of getting into the warlord level. Instructor, are there any higher levels than the war god? Asked Luo Feng. Yes. Jiang Yan smiled and nodded. There are existences above the war god level. Each one of them has a sky-shattering, earth-shaking power. When faced with such fighters, even countries have to respect them. However, there are barely Any people like this, even our entire country of China has 2 or 3 people like this. Luo Feng was stunned. Even China, one of the 5 countries, only had 2 or 3 people above the war god level. So the fighters are usually split into the warrior, warlord, and war god categories, explained Jiang Yan. Of course, the world uses your fist strength, speed, and reaction speed to gauge your strength. They also use your battle records. Battle records. Luo Feng was confused. Yes, Luo Feng, with your current fitness level, you should be at the intermediate warrior level. However, after you become a fighter, you're technically a beginner warrior only after you kill enough monsters and powerful monsters will you be able to qualify as an intermediate warrior. Jiang Yan sighed, since some people have better technique while others have better fitness levels, others have all sorts of tricks up their sleeves, so to gauge their strength, the only standard is the battle record. Luo Feng nodded. Yes, even if their body fitness levels are worlds apart, a person with a lower fitness level can still kill a person with a higher one. Keep working and get to the warlord level, then you'll be the pride of our Yangzhou city. Jiang Yan laughed. Brother Yan Luo, who came to find me last time, is a warlord level fighter. Oh, Luo Feng slightly nodded. If he used his spiritual force, how strong would he be? Would he be able to compare to a warlord level fighter? Only time will tell. As Luo Feng and Jiang Yan talked, they quickly arrived at a 3-story villa. This villa took up a huge amount of space. A bald, old veteran yelled from the balcony of the 2nd floor, Jiang Yan, hurry up and come up. Come, go up with me. Jiang Yan brought Luo Feng and quickly entered the villa. The 2nd floor of the villa was completely empty and clearly smaller than Yangzhou's Ji and Section's dojo of Limits Training Hall. Chief Jiang Yan loudly greeted as he entered the 2nd floor. Luo Feng was slightly surprised. Instructor Jiang Yan never greeted anyone like this, not even Chief Instructor Wu Tong. Jiang Yan, this young man is Luo Feng, right? Said the soft voice. Yes, Chief Jiang Yan respectfully responded. Luo Feng looked around carefully. There were 5 people standing beside the bald, old veteran. 4 of them wore white suits. The 4 of them stood behind a black tang suit wearing middle-aged man. This man was skinny, had a hooked nose, and his eyes were filled with warmth and happiness. He gave off a vibe of kindness. Jiang Yan immediately glared at Luo Feng, which caused Luo Feng to realize. Hello, Chief. Yep. The middle-aged man slightly nodded and spoke. Old Bai, you guys can start. Assess this young man's strength. Certainly. Uncle Bai also responded respectfully. Luo Feng muttered to himself. Instructor Jiang Yan didn't greet Chief Instructor Wu Tong like this. This Uncle Bai, who has a high position at the Dojo of Limits headquarters, also treats this chief respectfully. Just who is this chief? Nevertheless, it is clear that the chief is a man of high authority. Di. All the switches on the fist strength tester machine and the speed tester machine were turned on. WU. All the security cameras on the 2nd floor's training hall were turned on too. Record Luo Feng's performance. The 4 men and women in white suits immediately started moving, whether it was using their laptops or personally checking if the machines were in good condition. Uncle Bai, no problems, said a young woman. Okay. Uncle Bai looked towards Luo Feng. Luo Feng, begin testing first. Start with strength. Luo Feng took in a deep breath and headed towards the fist strength tester. Whether it was Jiang Yan, Uncle Bai, the four white suits wearing men and women, or the high chief, all of their gazes landed upon Luo Feng, who seemed relaxed, suddenly exploded like a panther. Peng, the explosive fist landed on the machine. Luo Feng immediately looked at the display 3110 kg. Not bad, kiddo, the silent chief smiled and nodded. Next category. The results for speed and reaction speed soon came out. Speed 58 ms. Reaction speed beginner warrior, perfect score intermediate warrior. Excellent. Phew. Luo Feng walked out of the red circle of the reaction speed tester and let out a breath after seeing his scores were normal. Not bad, good thing I didn't mess up at the most important time. Jiang Yan, who was next to Luo Feng, also relaxed, since some people can't show their true skill when affected by too much pressure. Out of the three, reaction speed is the best. The Tang suit wearing middle-aged man smiled and nodded. He's also 18 years old, which is in the restricted range. The Tang suit wearing middle-aged man looked at Jiang Yan and smiled. A genius has came out of your Qidian section. Good work, Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan couldn't help but to show a face of happiness as long as Luo Feng works hard enough. Yup. The Tang suit wearing middle-aged man's gaze landed on Luo Feng. Luo Feng, are you willing to join my dojo of limits? I'm sure Jiang Yan has already told you all of the conditions. I am willing to join. Luo Feng had no hesitation. Very good. The Tang suit wearing middle-aged man clapped his hands. According to the rules, you can pick a villa either here in the main sector or in Yangzhou City. You have the right to live there, but not to sell it. All of the villas in our dojo of limits area are all inhabited by fighters. Other than that, you get $20 million. You also get the energy cultivation technique, the attack techniques secret manual, and the agility secret manual as long as they are below 50 million. The Tang suit wearing middle-aged man laughed. Am I right? Yes. Luo Feng nodded. The Tang suit wearing middle-aged man looked towards a white suit wearing woman. Go get the contract, but change one of the points. Luo Feng can pick any energy cultivation technique, agility secret manual, and offensive secret manual as long as they are below a 100 million. They're all free. I'll pay for it. Yes, Chief. The white suit wearing woman looked at Luo Feng in shock and went to get the contract. Chief. Luo Feng was shocked. Before, the three secret manuals had to be below 50 million. Now the cap is raised to a 100 million, and the chief is paying for it. Luo Feng, you're not bad. The Tang suit wearing middle-aged man smiled. I like you. Don't mind this small change. Small change. Luo Feng was surprised. From 50 million to a 100 million, in other words, this chief has to pay tens of millions, and that is small change. Even a warlord-level fighter probably doesn't have this much to spare. Thank you, Chief. Thanked Luo Feng. The Tang suit wearing middle-aged man smiled. The contract was brought over and quickly signed by the Tang suit wearing middle-aged man. The white suit wearing woman carried the contract and pen over to Luo Feng. Sign here, here, and here. Luo Feng scanned the contract. The contract was crystal clear. All of the points were straightforward. There was none of that headache-causing business jargon. Luo Feng signed. Welcome, Luo Feng, to our dojo of limits family. The Tang suit wearing middle-aged man smiled and extended his hand. Luo Feng did the same, and they shook hands. From today on, you can move in to the fighter's villa area, the tank suit. Wearing middle-aged man smiled. As for your money and secret manuals, you'll receive them when you officially become a fighter. Your money will be transferred to your fighter account. Luo Feng nodded. Oh, right, my name is Zhu Ge Tao, don't forget that, kiddo. The tank suit wearing middle-aged man smiled, and soon left the building with the 4 white suit-wearing men and women. The second floor of the villa was empty. Only Uncle Bai, Jiang Yan, and Luo Feng were left. Phew, my breathing was a bit tense with the chief's presence. Jiang Yan laughed loudly. I also had no idea that the chief would come, said Uncle Bai. Luo Feng asked with uncertainty, Instructor, Uncle Bai, just who is this chief? Haha, kiddo, you're in luck. The chief saw your instructor and raised your cap to a 100 million. Uncle Bai looked at Luo Feng, but the thing that surprises me the most is that the chief told you his name. Looks like he really does like you. Name. Luo Feng didn't realize what it meant for the chief to give someone his name. Luo Feng had no initial reaction after hearing the name Zhu Ge Tao. He just sighed to himself. The name Zhu Ge is quite rare. Luo Feng, using our words, that instructor is one of the big 4 of our Jiangnan dojo of limits. Jiang Yan smiled. Big 4? Luo Feng was startled. Uncle Bai glared at Jiang Yan and said in a quiet voice, this is all private in the Jiangnan dojo of limits headquarters. The chairman has the highest authority, followed by the 3 chiefs. The chairman and the 3 chiefs make up what most fighters privately call the Big 4. Each one of them holds an immense amount of authority and power. If you want to become a chief, you have to at least be an elite warlord level fighter. At the same time, your dojo contribution must be high, and you also need a lot of support from other warlord level fighters. Oh, Luo Feng was surprised. There are 3 large factors in becoming a chief: strength, contribution, and support. Luo Feng, to a chief, 50 million really isn't that much, said Jiang Yan in a quiet voice. From my point of view, the reason why the chief values you so much is because you're still so young, only 18 years old. He has decided that you have hope in the future and you have the potential to become a warlord level fighter, so today, he invested 50 million to help you a bit. Luo Feng nodded. Uncle Bai laughed on the side. However, Luo Feng, don't get cocky. You do have good talent, but becoming a warlord level fighter is extremely difficult. The chief only thought that you have a sliver of hope, just a possibility. And because of that small possibility, he gave me 50 million. Luo Feng gasped. The dojo's rules were strict. The rules were that the 3 secret manuals couldn't exceed 50 million. Even the chief couldn't do anything to change that. He can only take out money from his own pocket to build upon the original foundation of 50 million. When fighters are growing, the type of secret manual used has a huge impact on them. Well, leave that thought aside for now, Luo Feng. The fact that the chief is giving you special treatment can only mean good things. The chiefs have broad connections, whether it's the army, the circle of powerful fighters, the government, and all sorts of powerful families. Each chief has their own set of connections. The chief is one of the most powerful figures in Jiangnan City. Jiang Yan couldn't help but to say. Luo Feng nodded. The fact that the chief is giving him special treatment is a good thing. What's the point of thinking about all of this since the chief is helping him? He just needs a chance in the future to return the favor. Luo Feng, When are you going to move into Yangzhou City's fighter area, or will you move into main sector? Asked Jiang Yan. Luo Feng slightly hesitated. His parents' friends were virtually all in Yangzhou City. His own good friends were in Yangzhou City too. I'll move into the Mingyu sector, answered Luo Feng.